Welcome to the Times Network India Economic Conclave South Chapter presented by IDFC First Bank. We're about to start with the proceedings. Request you to kindly take your designated seats and switch your phones to silent mode. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your hosts for the evening, Consulting Editor Politics with Times Now, Padmaja Joshi, and anchor and senior producer with the Times Influence team, Sumit Lakutia.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and it's my pleasure to welcome you to the India Economic Conclave South Chapter presented by IDFC First Bank, software partner Zoho, celebration partner Amstel. Every year, Times Network holds its landmark and unique thought and leadership platform, the India Economic Conclave, where policymakers, CEOs, thought leaders and global icons discuss and set the agenda for India's growth story.
That's right. Last year, India's $5 trillion agenda took shape at India Economic Conclave. And this year, we're taking things a step ahead. The discussions will continue through the year with a regional focus. For the first time, India Economic Conclave is taking the India growth story around the country.
We're holding some regional India Economic Conclaves this year around the theme India's growth engines. And what better place to start than with the powerhouse of India, the South. In fact, our software partner Zoho, which had humble beginnings in Chennai, is a prime example of the power of the South. They're now the preferred software partner for some of the most prestigious brands like Amazon and Intel. Over 45 million users across the globe use Zoho to run their businesses. Before we kick off the event, here's a quick look at an AV, audio-visual presentation, that will set the tone for what follows this evening.
India Economic Conclave. The award-winning property of Times Network always illuminates the path to progress for a nation on the rise. Last year, India's $5 trillion agenda took shape here.
When you're talking about a 5 trillion economy, Gadkari ji, इसमें politics का क्या role?
Politics of 21st century is the politics for progress and development.
And my belief is India will do extremely well in the long run.
This year, we are focusing on strategic actions to achieve this aspiration by unleashing the power of regional economies so as to achieve our national ambitions. For the first time, Times Network is conducting regional chapters of IEC across 3 zones of the country. And the first zonal edition comes to South India. Contributing over $1 trillion to India's economy, South India dwarfs economies of Thailand and Vietnam. Among the top 10 states contributing to India's GDP, 5 are from South India. And with over 7,500 startups based in Bangalore, making it the 3rd largest tech startup hub, it is truly the Silicon Valley of India. With so much potential bubbling down under, it needs to be fully tapped to unleash India's southern growth engines. The South chapter of the India Economic Conclave will unearth the insights to make this happen and define the action plan for India 2020. Time to move from aspiration to action.
Well, there you have it. It's time to move from aspiration to action. And the India Economic Conclave South Chapter will do exactly that, with a stellar lineup of policymakers, industry experts, and titans from across fields.
And as you listen to all of them, if you want to contribute to the discussion here, feel free to share your thoughts, comments, suggestions, any pictures you want to put out on social media. Do it, but don't forget to tag us at ET Now Live and use the hashtag IEC South.
And now, without further ado, to deliver the welcome address at the India Economic Conclave South Chapter, I'd like to invite up on stage Times Network's MD and CEO, M.K. Anand.
Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Bibek Debroy, distinguished guests, it's my privilege and honor to welcome all of you to the first regional edition of India Economic Conclave. India Economic Conclave is a mega conclave which is the largest in its format. We are proud to say that we are the biggest economic platform, physical economic platform in the country in the last 5 years of our existence. We, as the AV said, and as your hosts just now said, we bring in the best and brightest people who believe, think for India, and what exciting future that India is sort of rolling towards. From being what we already are, it is our medium-term goal to try and take India Economic Conclave to becoming the largest in its category in the Asia zone in the next 5 to 7 years. And we believe that we have a what is it called, an advantage, which is a sort of a unfair advantage being from this country, because in the next 5 to 10 years, we are sure that there is no other economy in this zone, in this region, which is going to sort of rise as fast as India will. And our strategy is to sort of piggyback on that and rise with India and make India Economic Conclave comparable with the best and the brightest platforms of this nature in the world one day. So when we looked at the last year's event theme, which was to talk about the 5 trillion agenda from 2.5 trillion at that time, it was with a selfish interest also to sort of ensure that when India goes up, all of us go up. Coming to 2019 and the way forward, and this is again from our strategy point of view, the regional rounds regional editions have been envisaged to ensure that the brand of India Economic Conclave and the values that India Economic Conclave is able to bring is shared and experienced by all markets beyond our top locations for India Economic Conclave till now, which has been Delhi and Bombay. And this year we're going to be doing South and 2 more regions in North and East. And we started with the South because obviously this is, we believe, the biggest growth engine. This is the region which contributes to, I think, about 32 or 33% of the country, with only 17% of the population, which obviously means that the per capita GDP here is double of India. And I believe that what South India is right now, if all of India could become, we would have anyway achieved our $5 trillion or even beyond that agenda for the country as a whole. And therefore, for us, India Economic Conclave South Edition is about starting to not just focus attention on what would be the enablers for the South as a region, as a country, if I would like to sort of look at it. Because, I mean, we can look at it that way because I think we are just about 20% or 15% behind Indonesia. If you was to just look, if you look at South India as a standalone economy, it's just about 15% below Indonesia, which obviously would be the largest economy after India in the region. And of course, that means that we are bigger than Thailand and Vietnam and what have you. So we need to focus our energies as press, as media platforms, to look at what can be the enablers for the industry, for the players in the South. But besides that, also look at what are the learnings that we can take from here and use in other regions and nationally to drive the overall national agenda. With that, I think I don't want to take more time of yours and want to start this and request the next proceedings, please. Thanks.
Well, thank you, Anand, for setting the perspective for this evening. I request you to stay on, and we'd like to welcome our chief guest this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our chief guest, the Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, Shri B.S. Yediyurappa. Sir, can we have you on stage? And Anand, if you could welcome, sir. And we'd also like, Anand, if you could also welcome our guest of honor, the Chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Bibek Debroy. Mr. Debroy, sir, if you could have it. Thank you for that. Thank you, Anand. Thank you, Mr. Debroy. Chief Minister, sir, if we could request you to please take the dais and address the audience with your vision of the future of Karnataka.
Shri M.K. Anand, MD and CEO, Times Network. Well-known captains of the industry, distinguished CEOs, ladies and gentlemen. I am extremely happy to be here with you at this prestigious India Economic Conclave 2019. I congratulate Times Network for creating an imperative platform with a focus to enable the rapid transformation of India into a global powerhouse. Driving this editor's theme, India's growth engine, I am sure the landmark event will share the vision, actionable insight to further unleash the true potential of India. Friends, today, Karnataka is the fourth largest and one of the fastest growing states in India, growing at 9.6%. State has taken concrete steps, continues to design policies, schemes in alignment with the grand vision of Karnataka, a global manufacturing and technology leader and a pioneer in driving sustainable, balanced and inclusive growth. Karnataka has been attracting a global audience with its integrated and strategic growth plans that offer immense investment and potential across different sectors. State has attracted FDI of $37.67 billion during the period April 2000 to March 2019, constituting a 9% of the all India FDI. Karnataka is spearheading the growth of Indian industry and is the largest exporter of services and fourth largest exporter of merchandise. Karnataka has the advantage of cost competitiveness and favorable demographic dividend which enables to make products for the entire world. Our transparency policy initiatives are aimed at providing extensive support to new industries and entrepreneurs. Today, we have more than 20 policies for diverse sectors. We have already recently announced the electrical vehicle and energy storage policy 2017, the first state to do so with a vision to make Karnataka as the EV capital of India. I am proud to share with you that today we are one of the top 5 R&D ecosystems of the world and also the second best ecosystem for startups. United Nations has ranked Bangalore as the 4th largest technology cluster in the world after Silicon Valley, Boston and London. The state is in the forefront of cutting-edge technology such as blockchain, additive manufacturing, 3D printing, robotics, nanotechnology, and genetic engineering. India today has more than 1,500 global in-house central GICs and collectively employs roughly 10 lakh people. About 35% of these GICs and 41% of employees are based out of Bangalore. Center of Excellence in various sectors such as data science and artificial intelligence, biotechnology, animation, visual effects, gaming and comic sector, cyber security, machine intelligence and robotics has been set up to drive innovation and entrepreneurship in the state of Karnataka. It is a proud moment for Karnataka for having achieved the status as a leading state for renewable energy in India, reaching 30,883 megawatts MW as of July 2019. This is Karnataka's moment, and the state stands at a crucial moment in this history with an unprecedented opportunity for transformation. I look forward to seeing Karnataka becoming even more active on the global stage, where our utmost priority will be to establish a positive relationship between growth and jobs to achieve strong, sustainable, and balanced growth. I wish this event a grand success. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, sir. Well, it's now time for a very special interaction. Our next speaker is someone who's been in the news, whether for the portfolios that he manages in the Union Cabinet or for his no-nonsense, cut-to-the-chase attitude.
Someone who largely stays unflappable, fresh from the announcement on Wednesday about further liberalization of FDI rules in 4 sectors. The Minister for Railways, Commerce and Industry, Piyush Goyal, shared his vision to boost India's growth story with Times Now's managing editor, Navika Kumar. Let's listen in.
Thank you very much, Mr. Piyush Goyal, for joining me on the India Economic Conclave for the South that the Times Now and the Times Network is presenting. As Commerce, Industry, as well as Railways Minister, I want to flag to you the sentiment in the market is that we've been calling it on the brink of an economic slowdown, but I would think that it's time to use the R word. Are we in the middle of a real recession?
At the outset, Navika ji, I'd like to pay my tributes to Honorable Shri Arun Jaitley ji, somebody who has steered India, Indian development, Indian growth story extremely well in the last 5 years, somebody who has contributed to nation building for over 4 decades and truly brought to center stage of Indian politics high level of intellect, high level of integrity, high level of thinking in terms of making India a developed nation, a superpower. Somebody we miss very deeply today, and somebody who was a mentor to many of us, somebody who was like more than a parent, taking us forward in politics, taking us with the right level of understanding through our work in different ministries. We miss him terribly, and for all of us, it's an irreparable loss. My tributes to him, and I pray that God gives the strength to all his well-wishers, to his family, to bear this irreparable loss. In terms of your question right now, I think the entire world today is going through a tumultuous period. The fact that US and China are engaged in a trade war, the fact that established rule-based systems in the world are under stress, and I would think the closing down of a number of practices which for many years gave an artificial sense of well-being, but in reality damaged the Indian economy, the Indian way of working, the way of doing business, almost deeply, so deeply that it's had a very long-lasting impact, something which we have had to struggle with for a long period. I think we are seeing the last few remnants of those legacy issues which are getting sorted out. As you are well aware, we sorted out the entire banking system and brought it to a stage of working with honesty, working for the best interests of the country. We changed the way government works in the country to a more honest system of governance, good governance, to an honest system of giving any natural resource to the business community, ensuring equal opportunity for all. We are currently in a phase where the last remnants of that, the cleaning up of the NBFC sector, cleaning up of the real estate sector, creating transparent processes right down to the bottom, having started at the top, ensuring that the systems at the bottom also start cleaning up.
I'm sorry,
I think we're going through that process right now.
I'm tempted to interrupt you because you talked about the banking sector and just the recent developments of 1.76 lakh crores coming to the government from the RBI has been called by Rahul Gandhi as the loot of the RBI. You know, if everything is working fine, if the banking sector has been strengthened and set right by you, why would there be this need to, use a circuitous method to inject more money from RBI into the government's coffers?
First of all, I think you need to understand what these reserves are. Of course, Mr. Gandhi can say what he likes, but then beyond a point you stop debating with uneducated or uninformed persons who can't understand elementary economics. But the fact of the matter is the Reserve Bank of India over a period of time has been carrying out several operations. Out of this 1.76 lakh crores, 1.23 lakh crores is the current year surplus generated by the Reserve Bank. And that surplus is in the normal course. It belongs to the shareholders. The shareholders are the people of India, the government of India. So effectively, it's the current year income of 1.23 lakh crores, which is being transferred back to the government, which is its rightful due in any case, in every year. Coming to the reserves, I think this has been the most conservative transfer of excess reserves from the Reserve Bank. Personally, if you ask me, I think this is grossly inadequate. The Reserve Bank is sitting with a large amount of unproductive capital, which it is not using, which is lying in foreign banks and giving us barely any return. And to my mind, the committee, the Bimal Jalan committee, has kept a very conservative framework, which is something the government has accepted or the RBI has accepted with due respect. But 50,000 crores is barely nothing.
It's not a loot?
Absolutely not.
So what would you like to explain? What would you like to explain to Rahul Gandhi?
Reserve Bank is sitting with more than 10 lakh crores of reserves. I'll give you one simple and very easy to understand analogy, which I hope all your audience today will also understand very easily. The Reserve Bank has more than 7 lakh crores. Probably it may be closer to 8 today. 8 lakh crores, which it calls as the revaluation reserve. Now, it's not a revaluation reserve which, as some people suggest, is not earned income of the Reserve Bank. After all, Reserve Bank is the repository of all our foreign exchange. It has $426 billion, which it holds as foreign exchange reserves. At today's value of time, and sold at different points of time, occasionally they do market operations. And then this 7-8 lakh crores will be used. Now you tell me, Navika, you've been a business correspondent, you've been a business journalist, you've studied economics. Does the Reserve Bank ever foresee a position where they will need to intervene and the rupee will become 50 rupees to $1? Point one. Point two, should the rupee be appreciating beyond a stage, it will make the Indian economy uncompetitive in the world market.
Absolutely. And your exports, which are in any case on a downswing.
They're not in a downswing, they're now on an upswing.
June numbers are rather distressing.
Don't look at month here and there. The last year we grew 8.5%.
But we are today at 2014 levels.
That's because the world economy has not grown significantly in terms of international trade.
But in a 5 trillion economy that you've set the bar for this
now I'm
country.
looking for significantly more exports, and I'll come to that in a moment, but let me finish the RBI story. With 7 or 8 lakh crores of reserves, if the rupee was to start appreciating, Reserve Bank will obviously intervene. Once it intervenes, it will in fact accumulate even more reserves. And the reserves will go up, forget ever being able to use this reserve. So this is money which is lying with the Reserve Bank. Unproductive use of this money, which can go to serve the people of India, which can help to support the economy, is lying with the Reserve Bank. This argument that it is unrealized income, to my mind, doesn't hold water. I've read a number of studies, even from very reputed international research houses, which suggest that this kind of level of reserve is beyond what any country in the world has.
So, Mr. Piyush Goyal, you know, even today, many people are questioning the fact that when the economy was on a smooth sail, there were shocks that were given to the economy. Shocks in the form of the demo in November 2016, shocks in the form of GST, which was a welcome reform, but the implementation has still had some sort of roadblocks which have had an impact. Then we are talking about the IL&FS scam, and then of course the trade wars between US and China. Are these 4 issues something that India could have really done something by preempting the problems and having a solution before the problem set in?
First of all, the demand had to be a shock effect. It couldn't have been done with great amount of consultations and discussion, because it would have given an opportunity to people to park away their wealth, and we would never have been able to get the address of that money which has now come into the banks. And we have an address, we are able to pinpoint who held that money and tax that money wherever it calls for a tax. In any case, now that's become productive wealth that will go to serve the people of India and give a boost to the economy.
So let me ask you, the amount of taxes that you may have realized versus the slowdown of the economy, what you have let go in terms of income generation.
We had heard eminent economists, including a former Prime Minister, talk of the economy being shattered and this and that. It didn't have an impact beyond 2 or 3 quarters, but it had a huge impact in the eyes and minds of the people of India, who now trust that here is a government which has Mr. Modi at its helm of affairs, which had Mr. Jaitley managing the economy very efficiently, and which has demonstrated to the world that India is going to be an honest economy. Gone are the days of the past where sab kuch chalta hai. All sorts of irregularities were almost justified that governments run this way and economies run this way. Today we are poised to be an honest economy, and I think one of the fundamental reasons and one of the fundamental change that impacted the people's mind that we'll have to go towards a more honest economy is demonetization. Mr. Jaitley had put it very beautifully when he called it the new normal. Today the new normal is honesty. Earlier the assumption was it's a dishonest system. Taking that forward, GST, just imagine getting 36 different stakeholders, states, union territories, sit on one table, define the entire process, procedure, rates, unanimously, have more than 35, 40 meetings where every decision is taken with due consultation and with no dissent. I think it's a historical achievement which people could never have imagined is possible. But Mr. Jaitley, Mr. Modi, this leadership could do it. Having achieved that, and a nation which has common taxation, obviously there are bound to be glitches. Look up the history of the world. GST, wherever it was introduced, it led to huge inflation, and it led to the government in power losing the next election. India has changed the narrative. Neither did we have inflation post-GST, neither did we burden the people with additional tax. We removed all the inefficiencies in the system, and we came back into government with a bigger majority, again because the people trust this government. Having said that,
jobs, investments, make in India.
Related to GST, you see Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman literally interacting daily with different sections. She has just made the announcement that whatever issues are there, we are wanting to listen and resolve them. And this is a responsive government.
No, so let me ask you, our issue is with the sentiment. And at the moment, the sentiment is what needs to be addressed. And in the sentiment, you know, some announcements of stimulus or some money coming in from here or there, is it going to sort out our problems? Because Make in India has remained a slogan. We haven't seen the kind of fillip to the manufacturing sector as we would have expected, as was targeted. Have we looked at the fact that, you know, we were talking about a 5 trillion economy by 2022 or 2024. We're way off that mark right now. And just look at the way every sector is responding, whether it's the automobile sector, whether it is the non-oil export sector, whether it is consumer demand, everything is subdued and in the red.
Well, I think let's set the perspective right. First of all, Make in India is there to stay, and we are very confident that ultimately India's competitive and comparative advantages as a manufacturing hub will help us develop more and more industrial base here. Let me explain. But you are well aware that in that period 8 to 13, when we did indiscriminately large investments, huge capacities were created, which capacities, unless they get consumed, it's going to be impossible to encourage anybody for fresh investment on the back of unutilized capacities. So obviously this is a period where you saw growth, which means unproductive capacities which are lying idle have now been brought into production, have been productionized. As the capacity utilization gets filled up, you'll obviously see new investments only come up then. Nobody is going to invest in an industry where you already had surplus capacity, a lot of it which was getting sick. Look at steel, for example. We had created more capacity than the demand at that point of time, and company after company was becoming sick. Also, we had the problem of irregularities committed by those promoters. We are ensuring that those irregularities are being addressed and people are taken to task. On the other hand, the steel industry will pick up. Of course, it will have its quarterly ups and downs based on international market price, possibly local demand goes up and down, rains, elections, so many factors come in. But broadly, as the capacities get used up, you will see new investments coming in the sector. Cement has been doing well consistently because there was a big thrust for infrastructure development. Auto sector also, the Honorable Supreme Court ordered that we switch over to the new technology, the BS6. There was a decision that insurance, because a lot of people don't take out third-party insurance, will have to be taken out for 3 years. And I think a few announcements which were avoidable led to a little bit of turmoil in the sector.
Announcements like? On the government's part?
On think tank's part and some announcements which could have been avoidable. We have Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman who has come and clarified all these issues. It's given a big leg up and confidence in the automobile sector. We are going to promote the sector in a big way, both in the e-vehicles and in the combustion engine vehicle sector. We're going to ensure a more orderly behavior in terms of pollution and environment, which is a matter of concern for all of us, including the Times group, which runs big campaigns for a cleaner and better environment. So I think we have to balance all of these interests. Nirmala ji has very rightly clarified and ensured that none of the misapprehensions remain in the system. And I had a conversation with the Maruti chairman, for example. He said, look, this is not something which is totally irrational or something which we should be perturbed to the extent that is being made out in the newspapers. Auto industry has had such periods. There have been periods in the past closer to the election where there has been a downturn in auto sales. The BS 4 to 6 transition has left people thinking that maybe we should wait till April so that we buy a BS 6 vehicle which is cleaner. In an environmentally conscious nation, there's a lot of people who think that way. Also, there is a growth of Uber and Ola and all these technologies which have possibly led to more and more shared usage of assets, which will have some impact on the auto industry. So I think we have to look at the situation more holistically, then jump to a conclusion that the heavens have fallen on our head. It's not an asterisk oblique story.
Well, growth prospects have been really revised downwards. We've been for 14 years in the 7 and 7+ GDP growth rate region. We are now talking about revision downwards to 6.7. Clearly, there is something to worry. While you may give all these confidence building measures, and they are important in the sense trying to improve the sentiment. The fact is markets have been falling. The fact is savings rate is in the red, it's in the negative. Investments are not coming forward, and exports are on a slide. You may say that's only 1 month's figure, but overall we are still at the 2014 levels. Are these not issues that we should be worried about? And what is our roadmap to come out of this situation?
Well, I think 2 or 3 things which are worth noting in that. One is, one factor which had caused some of the concerns was around liquidity and credit flow, which Nirmala ji has addressed in her recent announcements. We are also working together to look at what we can do for export credit to flow much faster and at lower rates of interest. Credit and liquidity is like an engine, is like an oil in an engine. It helps the flow and the speed at which the engine runs. And I think that's one issue that's clearly been on our agenda, and we are confident that that will change. It got impacted largely because of the cleanup of the banking system, followed by the, in some sense, some of the misdemeanors of the NBFC sector coming to fore. I think most of those issues are behind us. We may have had a problem with ILFS, which then helped the whole NBFC come into focus, and therefore some of the wrong practices or the wrong kind of lending practices that they had came to fore, and they're coming home to roost. I think this will be good for the system. It will be good for organized behavior of the credit markets. The people in the credit markets also have got confidence with the announcements that Nirmala ji said about the CVC guidelines, which will help bankers take decisions in with more confidence. The settlement mechanisms have been streamlined. IBC is already functioning, and with the clarifications made in the last parliament session, I think the IBC decisions also will start coming out now, and ultimately any new law takes some time to really get all the clarity in it, which process we have gone through in the last 2.5 years. So to my mind, the enablers are all in place. For exports, we are working actively to see what we can do with the free trade agreements which we got in legacy. I don't know if you are even aware, 2009, 10, 11 period, we made free trade agreements with Korea, with Japan, with
Singapore.
ASEAN countries, including Singapore, which were completely one-sided. India did not demand what we should have demanded, which were our strengths. We literally gave it on a platter. And if you talk to some of those who were part of the discussions at that time, the then government literally aborted discussions and said, oh, the Prime Minister is meeting the Prime Minister of the foreign country and we have to sign FTA. Whatever it is now, just pack up and we sign as it is. Some of the stories I'm hearing, having taken charge 2 months back, I'm aghast at how this government, the UPA government, used to take foreign trade and foreign policy.
So it's taken us 5 years to realize that everything has to be blamed on the UPA government. That's what people. That's what people will ask. That
Ma'am, it's a reality. And for the last few years, we've been trying to set that right through action on many of the irrational imports that came in. You know, gold had started coming in through the FTA route. Right now, I'm grappling with so many products where we have unfair trade practices being carried out by the other parties, which we've been in correspondence, we've been arguing, we've been fighting with these countries, and now we may have to take a little tougher stand on some of these.
So reopening the FTAs?
Everything is possible.
So Mr. Piyush Goyal, people will now turn around and ask, A, it's been 5 years since your government has been in power, this is your second term, and the fact is that many of these things should have been known earlier. Some shock treatment that you've given added to the some things that are still being set right. Together, both of these, are they responsible for the slowdown, for recession that we are currently facing?
I don't think we have come to a recession. Recession is a stage when growth disappears. I mean, whether growth is 7% or 6.7%, I don't think it goes into a R word, as you put it. Certainly we are concerned, certainly we are conscious of our responsibilities, otherwise we wouldn't have been on an overdrive in terms of setting right more and more of the policy agenda. We are a more empowered government now that we have confidence we can get a lot of things done in both houses of parliament. So we are also looking at improving the frameworks even further to ensure a more level playing field and a more balanced opportunity to domestic manufacturers to compete with countries who have certain benefits which we don't. I mean, there are countries in the world which literally have a hire and fire policy. We don't have that. So we'll have to make up for that with some other benefit or some other way.
So you're not saying labor reforms and hire and fire will come in, because frankly,
I don't think
sab
it's
fired
required.
hai, sab sadak par hai.
I don't think it's required. A, that policy is not required, or fired to sab nahi hai.
I
Mere
mean,
khayal se,
unemployment is high.
by the way, unemployment figure when it was 2% and 3%, did you ever believe it? Did you ever believe that India had 2%, 3% unemployment? I want to know.
Now you don't even have numbers.
I want to
Now
know.
you don't even have numbers.
I want to know.
You
did
said
ever
you will
believe
give
it?
us transparent numbers, which still hasn't happened, so we are still waiting.
No, the numbers as they have come out are there. The policy makers or
The same numbers that you denied
Because-
before
because
elections
you're-
are the
because-
ones which you have accepted
We've
post-election.
not accepted, we've taken it out for lack of time to be able to still complete it. But they are working on trying to get more robust numbers. But I would urge you to talk to some farmer. I would urge you to talk to somebody running a small industry. He'll tell you he finds it difficult to get people for working. You look at your own situation in Delhi. You try to get a good driver, you try to get a good carpenter. It's extremely difficult to get it. So it's not as if there is unemployment which has gone haywire or beyond the stage. Having said that, we are conscious that we have to skill our people better. We are conscious that we have to create more and more opportunities for good jobs, for better skilled jobs, for better earning opportunities, increase the levels of income of people. But let me tell you, it's not something that has been created in the last 6 months or 1 year or even 2 months. I remember as a student when I was studying probably in 11th, 12th in college days, we used to read about underemployment and unemployment at that time. It's not, but the figures
That
were-
we have read in,
Figures-
John Maynard Keynes' times as well.
Figures never reflected the reality in India the way it should. And we are trying to make the systems more robust. We are trying to find out what the extent of impact Mudra loans and the credit flow to small industry and small entrepreneurs has had. Trying to study the impact of new age technologies on job creation and job retention and new types of jobs that will be created. So I think it's a
More
it's a
stimulus
period-
on the way.
Well, wording the adjective, you can give what you like, but action, certainly lots of action on the way.
Mr. Piyush Goyal, before I let you go, I want you to really address our audiences and specially tell them about South. What really can India do to really get back on the growth curve, and how can the South of India, because this is the India Economic Conclave South chapter, which I'd like you to tell our audience today.
Thank you very much, Navika ji, and compliments to the Times group for taking the India Economic Conclave to South India. I've had the privilege of participating in your programs earlier also, and I think it's a very powerful forum which helps bring to the table different viewpoints, gives us as policymakers a lot of food for thought, a lot of inputs from people who participate in these conclaves. And I'm sure today's discussion also will come up with, throw up some new ideas, some new thoughts, which I do hope you will share with us to be able to action it. But the South is a very, very, very important part of India's growth and economic story. I mean, effectively 30% of our GDP comes from the states of South India. Today, if you look at any of the states, whether it's Tamil Nadu and the huge impact the auto sector has had in Tamil Nadu, or the impact that Karnataka has provided to the entire IT ecosystem, or the good work that, let's say, Telangana and Andhra Pradesh have also done on IT, on pharma. So each of these states have created unique value propositions which have helped the country grow, helped the economy grow. I think the southern part of India is now poised for 3 or 4 very important and large initiatives. One is they are blessed with a huge coastline, which means there's big potential in the fisheries sector. It's an area which I personally am taking a lot of interest in. I'm very keen that we promote fisheries in a big way. It provides livelihood to, I'm told, between 10 and 15 million families. And I think the Indian true potential on fisheries remains unexploited. So that's going to be a big focus and thrust area of this government, which I think will impact southern states quite a bit. Tourism is another area which Honorable Prime Minister is very keen to focus and expand. Another opportunity for places like Kerala, places like Hampi, and tourism is an area where we can see some big action happening in South India. Independent industries, if one were to see, you find most of the startup world in Bangalore. I recently attended your sister publication, Economic Times Startup Awards in Bangalore also. Look at the huge impact the South has had in terms of bringing defense to the countries. As we increase the Make in India defense program, I think there will be an opportunity for South India to play a big role. In terms of export, we need good port facilities. South India has some of the good ports and some ports with spare capacities. I think that's an area where we can look at good thrust in growth in the years to come. So South, for me, is a very, very important sector, area of operation in terms of industrial promotion, industrial internal trade, as well as export promotion. And I have no doubt in my mind that the people of South India, being very laborious, being very intelligent, being very competent, very skilled, will certainly have opportunities in a growing India, aspiring to be a 5 trillion economy by 2025, aspiring to take it to a 10 trillion and become one of the top 3 or 4 economies in the world within the next 12 or 13 years. I think the southern parts of India, with their advanced level of infrastructure, with their advanced level of education, which is a great privilege in South India, that the literacy levels and the quality of education is very high. I have no doubt in my mind that South India is going to play a very, very important role. And while I declared the Times Group India Economic Conclave dedicated to the southern region open today, I am also very, very confident that your conclave will help us with ideas, help us to take our programs to South India in a much more focused and better way, and will help the people of South India realize what is happening in the country and where the opportunities are.
Well, we do hope that message coming in from Commerce, Industry and Railways Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal, will actually help in shifting the mood, shifting the sentiment. That's something that we're looking forward to. And thanks very much, Mr. Goyal from Times Network for really being there and supporting every initiative of ours, especially at a time when we're looking this time at the economy specifically, because it is the economy that will meet the aspirations of New India.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, you heard what the minister had to say. The states look very carefully at what the center is thinking. And our next speaker is also someone who not only knows what the center is thinking, but is also partly responsible for the way the center thinks, because he's the person who advises the Prime Minister on economic matters, literally has the PM's ear.
You know, while it's known that the southern states of India contribute significantly to India's growth, but can South India be the gem of the Indian Ocean region? Our next speaker will shed light on the importance of this in the larger geopolitical framework. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our guest of honor, the chairman of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Bibek Debroy. And I'd also like to request ET Now's managing editor, Nikunj Dalmia, to join Mr. Debroy for a tete-a-tete.
Good evening, everyone. I hope I'm sitting on your right side. Yes, you always are on my right side. Let me just talk about the moot point. The moot point is that we are no longer using the word boom. We are not using the word doom, but we've certainly started using the word gloom. The world is slowing down. We've started shaking a lot. higher frequency data points is indicating that the slowdown is biting the consumer, and officially Indians have stopped using the word achhe din.
Well, I'm glad you did not use the so-called R word. And I want to quickly get that out of the way. And it is important that one should get it out of the way, because one should not bandy around words loosely. The word recession is used, it's a technical word, it's used when the GDP declines for at least 2 quarters. The last full year for which we have figures, 6.8. This year, broadly the projections for real growth rate, not only within the government but also from outside the government, they range between 6.5 and 7. The worst I've seen is 6.2. So certainly not, let's not use the word recession. Yes, there is a downturn, and this downturn has been going on for a fairly long time. It's not something that's happened in 2014. If you track quarter by quarter, it's been declining for quite some time. So the question to ask is not so much sentiments, because sentiments are transitory, but if we are looking towards 5 trillion in 2024-25, we need to think a little bit beyond what sentiments today are and what the Sensex is today, and ask ourselves what we need to do to jack up that growth rate to a higher growth rate.
You understand numbers, sir, more than anyone else. You're an economist, and you're a purist, and you're a practitioner. If you look at the number of 5 trillion, logically looking at the current framework of global backdrop, local growth, savings, and also a combination of where the investment cycle is, if I can top up the earnings are, it looks impossible. It looks like an impossible task that India will be a $5 trillion economy by 2024 or 25.
All right, so now let's distill it down. Firstly, it's a $5 trillion figure, which means it's a function of whatever is the exchange rate. If the exchange rate depreciates, it becomes a little bit tough. If the exchange rate appreciates, exchange rate meaning rupee dollar, if the rupee appreciates, it becomes a little bit easier. So there is an exchange rate angle to it. Also, there is an inflation angle to it. And the inflation angle, let's accept, is, let's say, around 4%, because that's what the RBI's target is. If you take all of that away, depending on your assumptions about what is going to happen to the exchange rate, you have a real GDP growth rate figure. And what is that real GDP growth rate figure? Well, one exercise was done in last economic survey, which says a figure of 8.5%. Whether it's 8.5% or 8% or 9%, depends on your assumptions. You can sit down with your mobile and work out your own assumptions. But the fact remains, yes, we need to jack up the growth rate from 6.5 or 7% to that 8.5. There are 4 ways of slicing this. They are not alternative ways, they are simply 4 different ways of slicing this. The first way of slicing this is what any macroeconomist would do, which is, let's look at the 4 important components, 4 components that drive growth: consumption, government expenditure, investments, and exports, meaning net exports. And you're absolutely right that the external world environment does not look very kind. It is not as benign as it used to be when we clocked 9% real GDP growth rates for a period of time. It's not going to ease off. So the sources of growth have to come endogenously. This is one way of slicing it. The second way of slicing it is the way any microeconomist would look at it. And he or she would say, there are essentially 3 factor inputs. There is labor, there is land, there is capital, and the rest of it is productivity. And many of the government's initiatives in the area of transport in this kind of lens will show up as productivity increases. So how do we make land markets more efficient, capital markets more efficient, labor markets more efficient? The third way of slicing it is the sectoral one. What do we do about agriculture, primary products? What do we do about industry, the secondary sector? And what do we do about services? And the fourth way of slicing it, which is perhaps even more pertinent here, is to look at the states, because after all, that all India growth rate of 8 and 8.5% does not happen in Delhi, it happens at the level of the states. And depending on the year, if you take away railways and defense, 90 to 95% of India's GDP accrues in the states. So what do you need to do to jack up growth rates in different states, including southern parts of India?
Okay. The four components, which are very crucial components: land, labor, cost of capital, affordability. Some would argue that the intent is there, but the intent has not really translated into something which could be called as on-ground reality. I'll start with land. Look at the laws. We start with productivity levels. They've improved, but they've not really gone, and they've not kept in pace with global standards. Our labor laws clearly not best in the world or best in Asia. These are politically sensitive topics.
Yes, they are politically sensitive topics, but I think one of the things to realize is when one is talking to the union government, when one is talking to someone like Piyush Goyal, when one is talking to someone like the Prime Minister, that's the executive arm of union government. Thankfully, in our country, as defined by the Constitution, there are two other organs of state, which are Parliament, all state legislatures, and the judiciary. In a democracy, whatever we try to do needs to be done bearing in mind that these two other organs also exist. We should also remember the federal nature of the Constitution. And in the Constitution, there is a 7th schedule where land is squarely in the state list. I'm constantly surprised that many people don't know that land is not even in the concurrent list, it is in the state list, which takes one to labor. Labor laws are not as simple as just the hire and fire, which is a reference to Chapter 5B of the Industrial Disputes Act. Depending on how you define a piece of labor legislation, there are between 50 to 54 different labor laws. Of late, the union government has codified all of them under 4 codes. I'm not suggesting for a minute that this is perfect. But let us at least recognize that the initiative has started, because the first time I heard of labor reforms in India was in a document that was brought out by the Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs in the year 1993. You can go and look it up. At least compared to that, we have moved forward.
I'll talk about something which in a sense has been a big puzzle and it remains a mystery. Why are companies like Air India or BSNL still being subsidized? They are far behind in terms of technology adoption. They have fat losses and taxpayer money is always reimbursing them.
Well, I think it was yesterday or day before yesterday, the minister has said very unambiguously and in clear terms that Air India is going to be privatized. Air India is, of course, a very visible aspect. But let us recognize the following. There are more than 230 central public sector enterprises. The broader agenda is not just Air India, the 230 public sector enterprises, and public sector enterprises are, by the way, not only at the union government level, they're also at the state government level. I'm focusing on the union government level ones. The most valuable asset that many of them have, and the most controversial asset that many of them have, is land. And what often people do not realize is that even if it is a central PAC, the land actually does not belong to the PAC, the land belongs to the state government and is with the union, with the central PAC on lease, often for a specific purpose. Some of that land has been encroached on. Some of that land is subject to litigation. So I'm not talking about 10 PACs. If I'm talking about all central PACs across the board, the first thing you would need is an inventory of that land. And that's one of the reasons why complete privatization takes time. Finally, we now have an inventory of that land. So not just Air India, as I said, is the most visible one, but I'm fairly optimistic that we will soon begin to have some genuine privatization.
How many? What's the number? Niti Aayog has come out with a number. What's your realistic sense here?
No. Again, I would not like to be binary about it because there is a process. There is a process that one has to go through. There is a question of bidders. Depending on the sector, depending on the enterprise, you may or may not have sufficient bidders. So it's very difficult to put a timeline to how soon and how fast. One could have an artificial figure, which one does for budgetary purposes, but that's for budgetary purposes. Otherwise, it is difficult to put a timeline.
Just for the benefit of the audience here, the finance minister today, she's made an announcement that there would be a mega merger within the PSU banks now. Everyone's been making a case that with the exception of 3 or 4 large PSU banks, other PSU banks, they should be folding up. But easier said than done. There are unions, there are NPAs, there are mixed issues. How do you think this entire NPA problem for banks will get sorted, and do you think merging of PSU banks, and especially weak banks, is the only answer?
Well, one thing you have not mentioned, and that is the legislation. Because there is a legislation that also has to be changed, repealed, amended before you actually sell off the public sector banks. The public sector banks are also very heterogeneous. So I am not very sure you can tar all of them with one brush and say, hey, look, let us sell off all the public sector banks. So I suspect what is likely to happen, and that's both a pragmatic and a rational way of looking at it, is that you will have a different answer for different public sector banks. And the rationale for some of the merger is that you might get better value when you actually begin to sell them off.
Fair point. Let's throw in the hard fact, and the hard fact is that no economy in the world post-World War has managed to grow if the company has not spent on consumption and if exports are not strong. The world around us is changing, which is that trade war is a reality, productivity levels have changed. Is India really prepared for this new normal, both in terms of where the consumption cycle is moving and also where exactly the export stroke the trade war is going to take the world?
I already said that the external world, the external environment does not look very bright. Exports depend on 3 things. They depend on demand factors, that does not look very bright. They depend on the exchange rate, particularly exports of goods. They depend on the exchange rate, and exchange rate depends on a whole variety of factors. And the supply side, and some of the things that the government has been doing is in the nature of improving logistics, improving customs, but the fact remains that the demand side is going to remain weak. So the sources of growth have to be internal. As I said earlier, the consumption, investment, and government expenditure. Public expenditure, because of fiscal consolidation requirements, is perforce constrained. The government has already sort of announced that there will be some rationalization of that public expenditure, so the efficiency of public expenditure will become better. Do remember the context of the 15th Finance Commission, which is soon going to submit its recommendations, and remember that co-terminus with the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, the present package of centrally sponsored schemes will also be changed. Also to remember the perspective, other than GST, which you have heard about, a task force on direct taxes already submitted its recommendations, so there will be some rationalization on the tax side also. But to come back to stop the digression, government expenditure perforce is going to be constrained. So it boils down to consumption and investments. And investments, yes, in certain sectors there is excess capacity, there is the hangover of the NPAs, which in my view, a complete cleaning up will at least take 2 or 3 years. But the simple point I want to make is that I think in 2 quarters, you will not use the word, did you use the word doom? Probably you did not. But if you use the word doom, in 2 quarters you will not use the word doom. You might still use the word gloom. Now what I mean by that is that it's
when I use the word achhe then.
It's what I mean by that, don't get me wrong, it's not going to get spectacularly better after 2 quarters, but after 2 quarters, I think we will begin to see that from today's model projection of 6.5, we are going to talk about 7. We're going to talk about 7.5. We are not yet going to talk about 9% plus. That in my case, in my view, is not possible given the external environment. But we have enough slack internally. We have talked about the southern states in passing earlier. All southern states have not grown fast enough. There is a state which is pulling down the south as a whole. And remember, by the way, the south is coastal, also means exports. There are the eastern states which have simply not grown fast enough. Now, if some of those eastern states begin to jack up their growth rates, then that all India of growth rate of 8% to my mind is doable, not that 9%.
I'll draw your attention to what needs to be done to improve the sentiment. Sentiment is something which is completely broken down. We've heard from the finance minister last week. We heard from the finance minister today. We know that steps have been taken on FDI. But the problem is that the high frequency data, which is for autos, FMCG, all of them have reversed. What do you think needs to be done to address the sentiment and revival immediately?
The auto sector, by the way, is in not great shape anywhere in the world. That's because of changes in technology, changes in consumer preferences. I realize there are people from industry here. Whenever people from industry generally want sentiments to be reversed, what they really mean is fiscal concessions for my sector. Because other than that, you do not reverse sentiments for a particular sector. And of course, therefore, you pick up certain sectors, biscuits, but you will not pick up smartphones. As an economist, my argument would be that what we need to do to revive sentiments is to have across-the-board reforms. And in this particular case, from the union government's point of view, the single most important reform that will reverse sentiments, in my view, is the cleaning up of direct taxes and the cleaning up of indirect taxes, which of course will have to happen through the GST Council. But the direct taxes is union government's purview. So in terms of reversing sentiments, I think that is the single most important bit, other than, of course, privatization and so on and so forth.
So put it very simply, I don't want to get this one wrong. Are you hinting that in this budget tax kam ho jayega?
I think people should read budget speeches carefully. And if you read budget speeches carefully, and had you read budget speeches carefully, you would have noticed that the question of tax exemptions and tax rate reductions were mentioned in a budget speech, and both were in the same sentence, not just in the same paragraph, in the same sentence. In other words, you want lower tax rates, give up exemptions. Give up the idea of reversing sentiments for specific sectors.
Globally, if I look at what the Trump regime or the Republican regime is following, what is happening in Europe, taxes are coming down. Is it a good idea to tax rich more or super rich more in India?
This is a moot point. This is a moot point because we expect several things that the government should do. Our demands are endless on the part of the government. 6% of GDP should be spent on education. 4% should be spent on health. 6 plus 4, 10. 10% should be spent on infrastructure. 10 plus 10, 20. 3% should be spent on defense. 20 plus 3, 23%. What is the total tax GDP ratio, union plus state governments together? 16%. The reason it is important to remember this is many of these other countries where tax rates have come down, as they've come down in the last couple of decades, before that the tax rates used to be higher, are countries where these public goods and services have already been delivered. And therefore the demands on the part of the government doing things is less. If we want lower tax rates, we will have to reduce our expectations on the part of the government, which is unlikely to happen because we cannot expect railway stations like X country, airports like Y country, and simultaneously say we will not pay taxes. There are ways to still fund it, but the cost will be borne by the succeeding generations, which I'm sure we don't want to do. So tax rates coming down, I think, is a function of removal of exemptions. And just on that note, there is a revenue foregone statement that comes in the budget. And that tells you that 5 to 5.5% is revenue foregone. Had that revenue not been foregone, the tax GDP ratio would have been 16 plus 5.5, 21 to 22%.
If I may just share a feedback which I've got, and again, this is feedback from corporates, so we got to take it with pinch of salt. They said, okay, you're taxing rich more, okay, but those rich who are essentially responsible for taking the entrepreneurial risk, they are responsible for, they may represent 1% here, less than 1%, but they are the rate change agent. Is it a good idea to tax them when in India interest rates and cost of borrowing already is very high?
You know, there's a serious element to that, and there is a, what I think is a frivolous angle to that. If you, not you, if someone is saying interest rates in India are too high by global standards, on the flip side, wage costs in India are also lower than global standards. That's the normal law of economics and factor endowment. So that's a non-serious argument. The serious argument is, one is questioning progressivity of taxation. Now, progressivity of direct taxation is accepted everywhere in the world. The rich need to be taxed more so that the poor can be cross-subsidized, and this is best done through direct taxes, not through indirect taxes. But so far as simplification is concerned, that's a genuine argument, and as I said, that I think will follow consequent to the recommendations of the task force on direct taxes.
You know, as journalists, we always hunt for the word khabar. So what would be your promise? What would be your assurance? What would be your indication as to next 6-12 months? What would be the big change from the administration, from the various departments? What is the big idea which in a sense will galvanize things?
I think I will go back and I will watch the FM's press conference, which I missed because of this. That would have the big cover.
One thing you love about this job before we wrap, because we are almost exceeding the time, and one thing you hate about this job.
What I love about this job is that you are offering inputs to the Prime Minister. And one should always recognize that when you offer inputs, you should not have the expectation that everything you say will be accepted. That does not happen. What I hate about this job, I'm not going to use the word hate, but you used it, so I'm going to not contest it, is people constantly tell me that what are you doing? What is your advice? Why don't you place it in the public domain? And my constant response is, I'm not an economic advisory council to the country. I'm the economic advisory council to the Prime Minister. So my counsel is for the Prime Minister and not to be revealed through television. And I don't mean just this.
So you're actually telling me not to ask my next question, so I'll rephrase it. Which is one advice you've been constantly giving to the Prime Minister's office, and you're feeling slightly frustrated. You know, as an economist, that's the right advice, but somehow that advice is getting lost.
No, I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. You see, whenever, in all seriousness, I'm saying this, that reforms are never costless. Anyone who says reforms are costless doesn't know what he or she is talking about. Reforms are never win-win for everyone. Someone or the other gets hurt. So there is a question of managing stakeholders, and your job as Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister means not just being an academic economist and submitting those recommendations, but also managing those expectations and countering the arguments. So the way I would look at it is, if I have not been able to sell an idea, that's because I have not been able to think of convincing enough counter-arguments against the arguments that have been advanced.
Okay. We started with the word Achhedan. 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. Next time when we meet at the next forum, do you think I can officially introduce you as, I can officially start using the word Achhedan?
My Hindi is not very good, but I'm certain that next time it will be not just Achhe Din, but also Achhi Raat.
Yeah, that's a very solid note to close this chat on. So I'll give it back to my colleagues Sumit and Pajmaj. But thank you very much. You've been very vocal, you've been very insightful, and thank you for all your lovely, wonderful insights. Thank you very much.
Well, Nikunj and Mr. Debroy, as far as the finance minister's press conference is concerned, the big khabar from there is the merger of 10 state-run banks into 4 banks. So, among other things, that is the khabar today.
That's right. But let's move on. It's time for a very special interaction with our guest of honor. But first, I'd like to invite back on stage Mr. M.K. Anand, MD and CEO of Times Network, to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka, Dr. C.N. Aswath Narayan. Sir, may we have you on stage, sir? And if MK, if you could just present him with a bouquet. Thank you. And sir, if we could request you to take a seat, and Padmaja, if I could request you to take center stage with sir to have a very special discussion. Over to you.
Thank you, Sumit. Thank you, Dr. Aswath Narayan. Congratulations, first of all.
Thank you.
Are you enjoying your time in office?
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
It's been quite a tumultuous few months for Karnataka, and I'm guessing for you as well. The last few months, with the past government and then you coming into government. A lot of people are also wondering whether that ended up affecting the business of the state of business and business of the state.
Yeah, definitely it has affected the business of the state. For all the stakeholders, it has been a tough time. Because of the basically instability, the coalition government was not able to effectively govern the state because of lot of difference. Their priority was not the state or the people. I definitely agree with it has definitely affected the business of the state. So we are here to address that concern.
What were the major points of concern in the past government? I remember, several leaders of your party said that because the coalition was never very sure of its stability, they were more interested in personal financial growth than the growth of the state. Now, what are the main pain points and the main points of concern for you as a government that you need to fix in the economy of Karnataka?
With regard to the previous government, already I mentioned. With regard to the present government, we are trying to address, there are many concerns, many challenges. We do understand it is not that easy to address all those concerns, but we'll make our best efforts to address all the concern with regard to the infrastructure or the utilities, or with regard to the, particularly if you speak about the Bangalore or across the state. Particularly Bangalore, we do have a lot of challenges with immediately we are trying to do our best to address all the challenges with regard to the city of Bangalore, with regard to the traffic congestion or the public transportation system, law and order, utilities, land acquisition. With regard to the many issues, we'll make sure we'll do our best, and we'll be with the people and with the stakeholders. So we'll go to any extent or we'll reach out to them to address all those concerns, because today it's a challenging environment for all the entrepreneurs to conduct the business. We do understand. I think ease of doing business, a lot of reforms has happened, still many more to go, and we need to open up and minimize the government interference. As always, we have been stating maximum governance, minimum government. In a right spirit, we'll take it up and we'll work to make our state particularly a better place to conduct business.
It's interesting that you brought up the ease of doing business and how for entrepreneurs, the going is not that easy. Coming as it does on the back of the very tragic suicide of the founder of Cafe Coffee Day. And after that, there was a lot of talk about how people are being penalized for being entrepreneurs, for being rich. Nikunj also spoke about it a while ago to Mr. Debroy. How do you strike that balance where businessmen don't feel persecuted and growth drivers don't feel persecuted? Because the Prime Minister himself said that growth drivers are the biggest asset to the country right now. How do you draw that balance?
See, in the administration, I can't particularly point out bureaucracy or politician. As a whole, the administrative structure, many a times, we do have that kind of mentality, you know, persecution, bothering people, obstacles, create all kind of problems. That is there. With all this, this is not something new. This has been existing time and again, it's been there. How best we can reduce and increase the accountability and transparency, make it a better place to conduct business is a challenge, which we have been always consistently, it has been the demand of the industry to make it happen and make it a better place to conduct business. That has been consistently, we are going on the reforms in all the sectors. The policies, we have been changing the policies, coming out with new policies so that we can address the concern of all the stakeholders, particularly the business people, which is a challenge. I do understand, even we see all those things. We also undergo a lot of challenges. We face all these challenges. We also know, it's not that we don't know all these things. We also know. We also face all these challenges. We withstand, we consistently.
Like, would you like to share a few of those challenges that you've?
No, it's not. I am not in a position to share all those things now.
Okay, sure. But, you know.
Not to create more controversy. Instead of, I am here to solve the problem, not to.
No, you're welcome to.
Yeah.
Don't let us stop you. If you want to say something controversial, be our guest.
No, no.
Anyhow, but, you know, you're saying this is more individuals who are, I wouldn't say overzealous, but individual zealousness of bureaucrats or officers, not government policy per se. Because people are talking about the government's tax terrorism.
See, tax terrorism crops up. See, basically, all of us are here to build the society, to build the country. Through our business or profession, we are trying to contribute for the building of the nation. That's how we can contribute. It's not that I or the others, it's all in isolation. All of us are working with one purpose. Through each of us, our business or the profession, we are trying to contribute for the growth of the country. Most of the time, when I see when the people with the power, they should be more friendly. They should understand he's sitting there to facilitate, not to create the obstacles. You should not think what he's doing, how much money he's making. It is not my job. We are here to facilitate for people to make money and invest and reinvest and make a good growth, better growth. A right way earned money should be right way it should be spent. So basically we are here to facilitate, and most of the time they'll be more worried how much money is making. That they should remove from their mind. They should, open up, facilitate, work towards, progression. That should be there most of the time. That mindset is the biggest challenge. Here, the mindset, what I see most of the time, there's a mindset, there's a mental block, which they try to create more problems. Somehow they get happiness, I think, by doing that.
A mindset that...
They don't want things to happen very simply, easily. They want them to come n number of times. They want to make them, they are so important. All these things are there. They don't want to make things simple, one shot, one. They should also ensure that people should not come to our office. It should happen quite naturally, instantly, without anybody coming and meeting us.
Dr. Ashwathanan, would you, for all the people who are gathered over here, several of them could be entrepreneurs or people who are budding entrepreneurs, what is it that you plan to do to make the going easier?
See, I've been given an opportunity here. Today I have become for the young phase, and people expect me to perform. There's a lot of expectation. I'm here to facilitate and make sure, to best of my performance, I'll ensure them the best things will happen and facilitate. Any kind of obstacles are there, I'll clear all those obstacles and make the state a better place to conduct business and a better environment, and prevail upon all my officers. Prevail, enough is enough. This is the time better for us to connect with the people, do our job in the interest of the stakeholders, business people, and do our best. I'll definitely work towards this. Is not just a statement, I mean it.
So you will be working towards single window clearances to cut the red tapeism, Just incidentally, anyone in the audience who's ever had a concern would like to speak about a concern specifically that can be addressed by the government. If anyone wants to ask a specific question or you have a point to raise, feel free, please. But also, while people think of their questions, when the last government, when Mr. Kumaraswamy was the chief minister, he had raised the point time and again that not enough money is being given to them by the center. Now that the same party is in government at the state and at the center, how are things going to change? Have you faced the same concern, first of all? When you looked at the state's accounts, did you find that not enough money as desired or as needed is coming in from the center?
See, most important thing, the available resource, first and foremost, what is available, a proper utilization of the available resource is very important. But they don't do it. Accountability and transparency is most important thing. And they don't focus properly, they don't give right priorities, where the revenue can be generated, where the money can grow. So those are important things. They don't focus properly, effective governance is not there. Most of the time, they think about only the welfare programs. See, more than welfare, it is the governance. They should make a statement how their governance has made a difference. That is where the point strikes.
So you're saying enough money came from the center, just wasn't utilized properly?
See, complete governance failure, madam. To be very frank with you, always being a public representative, always I feel governance is one important area which has not been effectively addressed. That should be effectively tackled and addressed. We need to give a good governance. People should appreciate this is the way things should be governed. It should be really very transparent.
You don't think there's a stepmotherly treatment given to southern states? Because this is not something that Mr. Kumaraswamy alone said. Thomas Isaac, Kerala has said it time and again. Tamil Nadu, when they weren't so friendly with the BJP earlier, they have expressed those apprehensions. Is there a stepmotherly treatment?
See, financial allocation is very transparent. Based on the revenue resource, it has been allocated. The share will be fixed through the Financial Commission, Finance Commission. 14th Finance Commission recommendation. Based on that recommendation, the share of the revenue will be transferred to each government. I don't see any reasons why they make their kind of statement. It's a lame excuse which they make. It's a political statements, trying to escape the responsibility. They want to get away from the responsibility. They make all kind of, most of the time you see, they make only political statement. They never speak on the numbers. They never speak on the technical aspect of the governance. Precise statements will not be there. Always it will be political statement. Most of the time they get away with the political statement. I think it's a high time now for us to become more effective, more focused, and work towards the better society.
As a final question I want to ask you, because we spoke of stepmotherly treatment, some people even argue that first it was Mr. Chidambaram, now it is D.K. Shivakumar. Why is it that you wake up to financial irresponsibility or crimes of people only when they are in the opposition?
It's good, no? At least we are exposing the people who has misused the public exchequer money should be punished. You should be happy. You should celebrate. At least they are getting exposed.
But why is it they get exposed so late?
I'm really proud. See, it should be a lesson for anybody. Looting anybody public's money, being corrupt, it should not be tolerated. They should be shown their place. At least now, at least they are getting punished. I'm really happy.
But you've been in
power.
At
least they have not reached the logical and just a beginning.
So who next?
It should continue.
Whose file do you have?
I don't have anybody's file. I don't get into this.
Or you're not at liberty to discuss. We won't put you in that spot, but thank you very much, Dr. Ashwath Narayan, for having joined us here. Pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Dr. Narayan. And thank you, Padmaja, for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move on. Padmaja, I will hand over the podium to you because we have a very interesting discussion with two of our honorable guests who are joining us on live link. Unfortunately, they couldn't join us in person here at the last minute. So, Padmaja, over to you.
Thank you very much. And let me go straight across to our next session, where we are joined by two finance ministers. We've got Mr. Boganna Rajendranath. He's the Minister of Finance for Andhra Pradesh. And also with us is a gentleman I just mentioned, Mr. Thomas Isaac, Minister of Finance for Kerala. So I want to start by asking you, Mr. Isaac, thank you very much, first of all, for participating in the India Economic Conclave. Indian economy is now at an inflection point. Where do you see it heading from here onwards? Dr. Isaac.
I'm sorry I'm not able to be present there in Bangalore to participate in this important conclave. Certain important business forces me to stay back in Trivandrum. The country is facing a very tough situation. What we are facing is a classic recession with a downward trend in the aggregate demand. It's a simple economic truism. The income is equal to consumption plus investment plus government expenditure. Now, all indicators point to that there has been a decline in the consumption demand, stocks are piling up, and the data on capital formation shows there was a 10 percentage point decline in the capital formation in the country during the last 1 decade. So in a situation where consumption and investment demand are going down, only way to keep the income up to expand government expenditure. That's simple Keynesian economics. And that's what we need today, that we have government of India, along with the states, have to put forward really expansionary program, a stimulus package. Now it's important to take the state also along with the center, because if you look at the data, 60% of the overall expenditure, combined government expenditure in India today is by the states. And therefore states and centers should act in a coordinated manner. And therefore I think it is important now that we have got central government as bonanza from the Reserve Bank of India, 1.76 lakh crores. We put to good use, and definitely the southern states, because of their growing industrial base, and also the fact better social sector achievements can play a very important role in raising India to a new path of growth.
Mr. Rajendranath, as Minister for Finance, does it concern you that we are in a point where the economy is in a state of slowdown? Of course, Mr. Devroy said, let's not use the R word just as yet. It's very alarmist. Recession is not even a distant possibility right now. But are things worrying for you?
We can actually see a little bit of a slowdown in business and slowdown in consumption. But then I think it's too early to say whether there's a recession coming or not. I think a lot of people are normally looking at this from the point of the decade cycles, but I still feel it's a little early to comment on this.
Okay, fair enough. Dr. Thomas Isaac, you've had a bad spell of luck. 2 years running, you've had terrible, terrible floods, you incurred losses, you've asked for assistance from the center as well. Given all of that, you've suffered losses not just economic but also of infrastructure, how do you hard sell Kerala as an investment destination then?
We are making a definite shift in our development path. Our development so far has been based upon redistribution, and it has resulted in a much higher, better standard of living for the general population in the Kerala. A quality of life which is more akin to developed countries in terms of education and health attainments. But now we want to shift to a new path of development which will concentrate upon development of industries which are more consonance with our, say, resource endowments. Now, we were trying to do this, it is when this calamities came, and also more importantly, the Gulf crisis in the Gulf has started to affect the migration from Kerala. And if the world recession really comes, we are afraid there's going to be a large return migration. Therefore, we have facing an acute regional recession. But we are trying to face it. I'm very happy to tell you that we have put together a stimulus package of the size of ₹500 billion, 50,000 crores of rupees in infrastructure development outside the budget through special purpose vehicles. And this program is on. Already we have given sanction for something like 40,000 crores of investment. So it's a special designed program. And we think this large-scale investment that is taking place in India will take us out of the current ongoing recession, make Kerala more attractive investment destination, particularly in tourism sector. One thing I want to tell all the investors who are interested in tourism destinations in Kerala is, you tell us what kind of infrastructure you would like to have in terms of electricity, water, connectivity, and we will provide it as a part of this investment package. For example, one reason I'm not able to come today is that we are starting a Champions Boat League, organizing a spectacle of our boat races in Kerala. This is one of the big spectacle, largest team event in the world, perhaps in the sports. 100 rowers in each boat. They are going to race every weekend for the next 3 months at various destinations. And we think we will be able to open up a new monsoon tourism season with this. So we are putting together a number of major initiatives to make Kerala an interesting investment destination, particularly in tourism.
Okay, Mr. Rajendranath, the allegation of, how the center doesn't always deal in an even-handed fashion with all states, especially when they are not BJP-ruled states. Do you agree with that? Because that is an allegation that is leveled very frequently, especially when it comes to the North-South divide. That A, there is a discrimination towards states in the South, and B, especially when they are not ruled by the BJP.
Well, here we can actually notice not only this particular government, even with prior governments in Delhi, we notice that the allocations and sanctions for various infrastructure projects like highways, railways, etc., normally are more to the their party ruled states than the other states. So this has been going on from many decades, but it is like more noticed and more evident when you have regional parties ruling the states. Because they become vocal and then they point out the deficiencies. So I think that is why it is being noticed now, but I think it's always been there.
No, as a follow-up.
Probably in the 1960s or 70s, maybe it was a little more.
But Mr. Rajendranath, is that the reason why, especially now that you're in government, the YSR Congress in particular, is trying to not at least have a hostile attitude towards the center? You've seen a more accommodative stance from both sides.
See, basically India being a federal setup and bulk of the finances are with the center. Most of the issues are in the central list. So given the state's finances and the limited options for increasing your finances, you have to be dependent again on the center for various grants. So it is like you have to maintain your individuality, independence, autonomy. At the same time, you also have to have a working relationship with the center in order to get your development activities going and in fact increasing whatever you already have.
Especially at
it
a time,
becomes inevitable for every state to.
Especially at a time when you have the responsibility of making a brand new capital now. Is it true that Amravati no longer is going to be the capital, and you're looking at the possibility of having multiple capital cities for different regions?
From the beginning, the idea of development in the new state of Andhra Pradesh, or rather the residual Andhra Pradesh, is to have decentralized governance, decentralized administration and decentralized development so that the entire state develops. The erstwhile government, the Telugu Desam government, tried to concentrate everything in one location, not more for the development of that location, it is more for their own development. Because of late we have been seeing a number of scams are being unearthed from that particular capital city issue. It was an insider trading. It was a case of coercing and threatening a lot of weaker sections to part with their lands for the capital that was being planned. It was a case of highly inflated cost of infrastructure creation. It was a case of tying up and with various business firms in order to amass wealth in the name of construction of a capital. So we are reviewing all of this, and this is in addition to what Mr. Sivaramakrishnan gave in his report for the selection of a place for a possible capital. Mr. Sivaramakrishna's report was actually a report that came as an act of the parliament. It was not even tabled in the assembly in 2014 when the then Telugu Desam government decided the place for constructing a capital. It was not even tabled, it was not even discussed. No political party in Andhra Pradesh was a stakeholder in this decision. No actually NGO or no person or an institution that had experience in urban planning or other related areas were invited. It was just some sort of a family thing that happened with the then Chief Minister.
Mr. Rajendranath, the counter to that is you're already a state which is in debt.
Clearly said.
You're a state which is in debt. And then if you're going to go on such a spending spree of first breaking down what has already been done in Amravati and then looking at fresh tenders, fresh development for different cities, isn't that a waste of exchequer's money? What's been done is done. I mean, even existing buildings are being torn down, crores of rupees are being wasted.
It is a surprising thing to say, but a lot of people all over India think something has already been done. That is only graphics. I'll tell you what is already there. It is just a cluster of 6 buildings that have a G+1, which are supposed to be temporary buildings for accommodating temporary government offices. The rest of the government offices are actually housed today in the city of Vijayawada and Guntur in rented accommodation. So nothing much has been done other than the graphics that have been presented to the whole world. So the opinion that something already has been done is completely wrong. Nothing has been done there. You just have lot of shrubs, lot of trees, lot of vegetation and lot of farmers still plowing their lands in that particular location.
Okay, in conclusion, I would like to ask you, what do you want as the finance minister of a vibrant state with a new government from the center?
See, we are a young government. We have a young chief minister who has dedicated his life to the state as well as to the country. So in that context, we want to develop our state of Andhra Pradesh that actually became residual Andhra Pradesh, comprising of the 13 districts. We want the northernmost district of Srikakulam, which is very backward, to be as developed as the district of Guntur or Krishna that is doing well. We want the backward district of Anantapur to be as developed as the Godavari region that is doing well. So we want a holistic development and development in the sense where everybody feels they are participants in the development process. Everybody feels that they actually did not lose much when the state was reorganized. Everybody feels proud that they belong to this area called Andhra Pradesh, which was the first state that was formed in this country post-independence on linguistic lines. So we want the youth to have good employment opportunities. We want governance to be very transparent, and we want to root out corruption, and we want to provide all sorts of help to the agriculturists. And one program I would like to mention which shows the intention of our government, it is called Amma Vadi. Amma Vadi in Telugu means the lap of a mother. Here, for the first time in the country, in the history of this country, our government, and this was a concept that was actually conceptualized and by our Chief Minister himself, Mr. Jagannath Reddy, it is we are incentivizing the mother to educate the child. So it is the beneficiary is not the child, the beneficiary is the mother who is going to take care of the child. 15,000 rupees is given to every mother who is educating her child from class 1 to class 12. So you can notice the mindset of our government or the ideology of our government in this single scheme. In this endeavor, we are now giving top priority to education, then to healthcare, then to the holistic development of the state. And education as an example, we have allocated 6,500 crores for the Amma Vadi program, where every mother is given money to educate their children.
Okay.
Or rather incentivized. Similarly, we have allocated about 4,000 crores in order to pay the fee as well as pay the hostel fees and the mess fees also for every child below the poverty line who is going to college. So this concept, this revolutionary concept is us having to stretch our finances on certain programs where we are developing human capital. We definitely would require hand-holding and the help of the center, because we have to remember one thing, the present state of Andhra Pradesh was reorganized against the wishes of the majority people of today's Andhra Pradesh. And we became a primarily agrarian state post reorganization, and we definitely, because we have an extremely low manufacturing base, we have a very low service base, we are predominantly agriculture, and the last 5 years we have seen only our agriculture increasing as a share to our GSDP. So we definitely require the center's help in increasing our manufacturing, increasing our service, as well as also helping us get over the problem of revenue deficit.
All right, so it is a familiar request from most states to the center. Welfare schemes are the bread and butter of
No.
most
I would like to make a small.
Yes,
because this is not a familiar request. This is the request of a state that has been reorganized and bifurcated against the wishes of the majority people. We have lost the capital city. We don't have a capital city.
Okay.
So this is a special case. The whole of the country has to view Andhra Pradesh as a special case.
All right, special circumstances need special measures. Mr. Rajendranath, really appreciate you speaking to us. Also, Dr. Thomas
Correct.
Isaac, two finance ministers,
Correct.
two different states, but do share similar concerns. Thank you very much for having joined us. Thank you also, ladies and gentlemen, for having been here with us in this session. We're taking a very quick coffee break at this point, but I request you to be back in 10 minutes sharp, because at 6 p.m. we are going to start our session with the CMD of Biocon, Kiran Majumdar-Shaw. Back in 10 minutes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcoming back on stage our hosts for the evening, Padmaja Joshi and Sumit Lakutia.
All right, to the guys that are outside in the pre-function area, if you can hear my lovely voice, and Padmaja will be speaking now, and if you can hear her lovely voice, you definitely want to come back in, get in your tea, coffee. This is an interesting, I think interesting is a very small word. It's a thought-provoking session that's coming up, and you definitely don't want to miss it. That's right, right?
Thanks very much. In fact, can I please again request everyone to settle down? It'll be nice if everyone came in and we could shut the doors. All right, so this is the India Economic Conclave South Chapter, presented by IDFC First Bank, software partner Zoho, celebration partner Amstel. Without letting the momentum drop, let's get straight to our next session. Our next speaker is a pioneer of the biotechnology industry in the country.
She's grown her business into a fully integrated, innovation-led biopharma company with a global presence, and today she's going to discuss what can be done to make South India a $2 trillion economy. Please join me in welcoming on stage the Chairman and Managing Director of Biocon, Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw. And I'd also like to invite back on stage Mihir Bhatt to moderate the tete-a-tete with Ms. Mazumdar-Shaw.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back after the coffee break. I hope all of you are awake, and if you are not, I'll give you some data which will definitely, I think, raise a lot of eyebrows. Kiran, thank you so much for joining us on India Economic Conclave South Chapter. I'll talk about the southern states economy, but my first and obvious question to you. You know, a couple of minutes back, the latest GDP number has been announced, and April to June number is actually 5%. Your first reaction on that?
I think that is shocking. I think no one expected it to be as low as 5%. If this is not a wake-up call for an economic emergency and recognizing the fact that we have a serious economic decline, I don't know what is.
You are calling it an economic emergency?
I think because, you know, this is not something that now we need to track, you know, in the way we've been doing it. Yes, we started off with 7%, 6.8, then 6.5. It was expected to be about 5.8, but what you've just said to me, for me, is shocking, because 5% is not where we should be. I think this is a clear reflection that the economy is not just slowing down, but it's almost come to a grinding halt. Because I think what you're seeing is that it's very clear that consumption has declined steeply, because that's a clear reflection on GDP growth. So we've got to do something fast. This is about making sure that we immediately start looking at urgent measures to bring about economic revival. So that's the way I'm looking at it, saying we can no longer wait and watch. It's now in a mode where you have to react, you have to address, you have to take measures, and urgent measures.
We have spoken to various spokespersons from the government side, and the sense that we get from them is that actually government is willing to do, and they are taking a lot of steps. We have seen some of them, like relief in FDI and a lot of other reforms.
And the recent merger of banks, I think that's also very welcome.
But then what do you think is playing on government's mind? Are they hoping that consumption will revive on its own? Because when we refer to consumption, it's directly linked to the investment that industry will make, and then it also impacts the employment. You know, because if you're, like, for example, if you're not making investment, obviously you're not going to hire more people. Yeah. That's a vicious circle, but unfortunately it seems that for us, it's playing out completely on the opposite side or wrong side.
Yeah, so Mihir, I really feel we have to somehow tackle this vicious cycle, break out of it and start finding out ways to create that virtuous cycle with. So I think we have to do that fast. I don't think it's about one set of measures that will do it. It has to have a multi-pronged approach. So it will take a lot of thoughtfulness, a lot of bold measures. But I think there are a few low-hanging fruits for us. You need to revive sentiments, I personally feel, to begin with. So for instance, there are three kinds of sentiments that you need to revive. One is the consumer sentiment, okay? The other is the investor sentiment, and the third is the investment sentiment. Because it's all about consumption, investment, and employment. This is what this cycle is about. How do we get that started? So consumption and consumers are very, very key to kickstarting this economy. Now, at the moment, you can see that consumer sentiments is very low, because you're seeing the decline in auto, two-wheelers, white goods, FMCG, real estate, etc., etc., etc. Now, that has to be diagnosed very deeply as to what is causing it. Is it high GST of 28% in the auto sector? Is it, the job losses that are happening as a result of, again, this vicious cycle of laying off people? because the demand has come down? What is it? So what is it that is going to be key in getting that started? I think that's very, very key to diagnose. And I'm just saying that, yes, it's now like a pop-up toy. You do something here, something else pops up there. So you've got to make sure that you press down all these negative levers. And for that, it requires all stakeholders to come together. There's no point in the government trying to figure it out for every one of us, because they can't. Every sector has to work with government to figure out what needs to be done for their sector for revival.
But I'll ask you a straight question. Do you think government is in denial so far about the economic emergency, the word that you used, in recognizing the real threat to sustained growth? Is there a denial?
Today you can't be in denial, right? I mean,
Are
up
they in
until
denial?
now they were, cautiously optimistic that there could be a revival. But today's data seems to suggest that you cannot be in denial anymore. And I'm told that, the next quarter's numbers are also not going to be looking that great. So if you look at that, then we've got to fix it right now, nip it in the bud. You cannot now afford to wait longer, is what I'm saying. That's why I called it an emergency, saying that it is about time that the government now starts acting fast, taking rapid and big measures to see what can be done. There are many measures. I've been talking about it. I've been talking about, the GST, just get rid of the 28% GST slab. Let's also make sure that we bring down the GST level to a much more, to a lower level, but then get rid of exemptions as well. I don't think we should be asking, I understand the GST Council has got demands from state governments for more and more zero-rated GST, which we should do away with. Because you need income. You need revenue from GST to back some of the social welfare schemes. And I am completely with the government when it comes to making sure that we address poverty. And we must address poverty well. I think I am absolutely supportive of a lot of the government schemes that have come up in terms of Ayushman Bharat and digital, the rural digital economy. I mean, creating the digital fiber cables for the digital economy in rural India. I'm fully for, the Har Ghar Mein Nal and the Bijli and everything else that the government is trying to do. But all this takes a lot of, revenue generation. So instead of trying to just, tax every single revenue stream and not getting any benefit out of doing that, I think we should judiciously look at how do you get revenue from these tax streams in a way that actually helps you to, collect more tax.
I'll ask you about the southern states, but before that I have a question. Are you suggesting that we should completely do away with 28% slab? Because government's argument is that there are a lot of luxury items which are not consumed by common Indian, so everything cannot be taxed at 18% or 12%.
I don't buy that argument at all, because when you look at the amount you're collecting on high value items from an absolute point of view, it more than makes up for reducing the GST level. There's often that analogy made that, oh well, if you can you afford to apply the same GST on a bicycle and an Audi car? And yes, you can, because a bicycle costs just a few thousand. An Audi car can go up to 1 crore. So the amount you collect with even an 18% GST is 18 lakhs for an Audi and a few hundreds for a bicycle. So I don't think you should be looking at it that way. I think you should look at how much consumption can happen. Moreover, remember, hotels are a classic example of where the 28% GST is affecting occupancy. And the hotel industry is a big employer, because being a service industry, it employs a large number of people.
It's hitting
when
employment
occupancy is down, you lay off jobs. And the people who get hit are the lowest, at the lowest level. That's not a good thing. And that's why I think we have to look at it very differently. And I think that's where you need the stakeholders to be involved. Governments must work with all the stakeholders to come up with the right solutions.
You think government needs to be more receptive?
I think they are becoming more receptive, because I did see the finance minister reach out to, India Inc. She went and reached out to all the industry bodies and
You have also written to her.
assured them that, something would be done. But I think we need to do it fast now. We don't have luxury of time on our hands. But coming to, another debate, I mean, we are here because, we are trying to talk about the southern states. Now, let's look at what's happening in South India. The 5 southern states have actually now become a $1 trillion economy. I think that's great. And we are almost contributing close to 40% of India's $2.7 trillion economy. Of course, we were hoping to be a $3 trillion economy by the end of this fiscal, but at this 5% growth rate, I don't know how close we'll get to that. But having said that, I think you could have, in my view, that 5% might have even been lower than 5% if the southern states had not buffered it. That's my view. Because I do believe that the southern states, which had 8%, a growth rate, GDP growth rate of 8%, which was higher than the 7% that the country had, I think has to some extent buffered the GDP growth rate. And I think the southern states have an opportunity to continue to grow at a much higher growth rate than the rest of the country, because I think we've done we've done a number of things right. I think focusing on the new technologies, focusing on new businesses has actually helped the southern states greatly. You know that, Bengaluru, of course, has been the bastion of the IT sector. Right. Telangana and Andhra have done extremely well also in this respect. I think Tamil Nadu, of course, has focused both on tech and manufacturing. And I think if you look at ease of doing business, I can tell you that the southern states actually are much better in terms of addressing ease of doing business. Out of all the states, I know Telangana is the most aggressive. They have a fantastic reputation of ease of doing business, but so has Karnataka. And I think if you look at all this, the social and human metrics that we are talking about, even there, I think the southern states do better than the northern states. Right. Literacy, for sure, I think we have a much higher literacy level than the northern states. So all in all, the social indicators combined with the GDP growth rates and the kind of new age technologies that we have nurtured and grown very robustly has actually helped us to actually get to this $1 trillion economy pretty rapidly. Because if you remember, India itself joined the $1 trillion club in 2007. So in just about a decade later, the 5 southern states have now quickly come up to that level. So I think it's no mean feat.
Right. I'll ask you last 2 questions. One, in continuation of what you were saying. Now, southern states are already at a $1 trillion economy level. What will it take to take them to $2 trillion level? Because obviously there is going to be that gravity which will play on the booming sectors like IT and biotechnology.
Well, I think it's very robust and pragmatic policies that have got us here, and we need to make them even more pragmatic and even more robust. I think there are enormous opportunities based on the digital economy. I think the southern states can deliver on that digital economy. I think the southern states definitely can also innovate much greater than northern India, because I'll tell you why. We have 100 R&D centers of innovation, of global companies, all located in this part of the country. That actually is a great boon for fostering the kind of innovation ecosystem here. We have a lot of co-shared, co-working spaces created in this part of the country, which is really generating a huge startup economy. And I think that has actually boosted what the southern states' opportunity and potential of becoming now a $2 trillion economy.
Right. I'll ask one last question. You mentioned word economic emergency. Now, if you go by the textbook theory of economics, I mean, before you realize, actually economic emergency can very easily slip into the economic disaster zone. And we are in a stormy place as far as global economy is concerned. How serious now this threat of a prolonged, sustained economic slowdown is on Indian economy?
So Mihir, you made a very important point. The reason I'm saying this is a very, very loud alarm bell is because we are also impacted by a global slowdown. See, there is a global recessionary trend taking place. We do have opportunities today. Let's be very honest. I mean, you know, there is a geopolitical battle being fought between the US and China. There are a number of free trade agreements being sought after by various parts of the economies in the world. I think India has a very big opportunity to shift many of those Chinese opportunities to India. But the point is, it's a bit of a chicken and egg situation. We have the skills, we don't have the infrastructure. I think that's where the government actually can also kickstart the economy in a big way. I think focusing on infrastructure is going to be extremely important because that's what China did when it got onto its growth trajectory. I think India will have to get onto that infrastructure investment cycle along with private sector to kickstart that economy. To me, that's the nearest term opportunity. I mean, we are seeing it in a place like Bengaluru, which is really suffering, because if it had better infrastructure, I can tell you we would get much higher investment. Even though we've got pretty decent investment, I think we can get much higher investment. We can get much higher, efficiency in what we're doing. And, you know, I can tell you that the talent pool from all over the globe would flock to this part of the world if we had better infrastructure.
Kiran, your voice is always heard very seriously by government, so I hope they are listening. Thank you so much for joining us. And I hope next time when we meet, we are in a much better place, talking about much better numbers. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for that, Ms. Mazumdar-Shaw and Mihir. That was really quite a few interesting points did come up with that. Anyway, moving on, to ensure a steady pace of growth of the economy, innovation is critical. But innovation is something that needs to be embedded in the culture of a company and an industry, and it shouldn't just be a poster on the wall.
And startups have adopted this belief wholeheartedly. They think out of the box, ideate intensely, and are not averse to failure. Our next panel will explore the role of startups in building an innovation-led economy. To moderate the panel, can I call on stage Nikunj Dalmia? And let me introduce the panel to you. We have Karan Vaswani, CEO at WeWork, Meena Ganesh, CEO and MD at Portia Medical, Latika Pai, who's the country head in Microsoft for startups, Shashank Kumar, co-founder at Razorpay, and Adil Shetty, who's the CEO, Bank Bazaar.
Ladies and gentlemen, and Nikunj.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My colleagues, both Padmaja and Sumit, they've given a great context to this session right now. We've been talking about the mood, the economy, the tone, the sentiment. We are no longer using the word achhe din, but at a time when the world is shaking, where are we headed? There is no gloom, but there is certainly no boom. But the startup world, they live in a completely different kind of an ecosystem. The startup world has been growing. Bangalore represents the real ethos of the startup system, and what exactly is the reality in the startup system. So to understand a granular mood and to get a deep understanding of some key startup trends. Let me start with you, Meena. The economy is in a pain, but each morning it's great to see that startups are getting funded, valuations are going higher. So is the startup world feeling the pain of what is happening to the real economy, or that's a different orbit?
Well, the startups are very much part of the real economy. What they're doing is that they're coming at the problems that are there in the economy or problems that are there in the real world just from a slightly different perspective. So, a big basket will disrupt how grocery is consumed, but it still is a grocery company. What it brings in is a completely new format to do that. So at the end of the day, whatever happens in the consumption in the economy will have an impact. Now, what is different though is that because they are using technology, because they are using new disruptive models, they're able to eke out a higher growth than perhaps the real world or the offline models do. The same thing is true for whether you look at Potia or you look at some of our other companies. They are solving an existing problem in the healthcare industry, or with Verloop, which is a AI/ML company. It is solving real problems using technology, and hence it gets visible, and hence it gets further focused upon.
When you value a startup, you look at the ability, you look at the talent, you look at the growth, you look at the big picture. Given that we are going through trade war at a global level, which will challenge growth, slow down at the local level, are you looking at revaluing the businesses? How are you changing your mindset as an investor in this kind of a regime?
Firstly, I want to clarify, I'm not an investor, I'm a promoter. So all these companies are set up by us, and we work along with investors, financial companies, PE, VCs, etc., who invest alongside this. Second point is that valuation is not necessarily based only on the market and the team and so on. It's also a demand-supply issue. So there are a few companies which are doing extremely well. There are a few companies which are scaling and becoming very large. Then there are a lot of people who will chase them and will want to put money in them. So valuation is not something which is, it's not, I can't explain it scientifically saying these parameters change, valuations will go down. Companies may still do well, but still valuations may not go up. Now, currently, in the last few years, there was a little bit of a downturn in terms of new investments coming in, but that tide seems to have turned, and in the whole of 2019, from the beginning, we are hearing a lot of big ticket investments that are going. What the expectations, though, are changing from the investors is a lot more of maturity in the companies. They want to see companies which not just grow, but companies which have a path to profitability. They are creating real money. Those are some expectations which are great, because that leads to real maturity, and those are the real metrics that we should all be focused on.
Adil, what's the news at your end? You represent a fintech at a time when there is I'm sorry I'm using the word slowdown again, but that's the word which I think resonates with the current mood right now. There is a slowdown in the financial market. NBFCs are not funding. You are a disruptor. Disruptors and efficient disruptors, they gain during this time. What's been your experience?
Yeah, let me answer that question in the context of how is the real world affecting the fintech digital world. So at Bank Bazaar, we see two sides of the coin. So we're seeing the consumer wanting to consume financial products, credit, loans on their mobile phone. They don't want to wait in line. They don't want to submit 10 pieces of paper and find out later. They want it instantly based on consent. One side. The other side, right, is the lenders, the NBFCs, the banks, and Bank Bazaar sits in the middle. So very interestingly, to your earlier question, right, on the demand side, we see things skyrocketing, 100% per annum. All the consumers are coming. We're getting 400 million visitors a year, and that's scaling up very dramatically. But we have to marry it with the real side, wherein on the lending side, there is tightness. People are evaluating, can I lend to millennials? Can I lend to near prime? And we have to marry the two. So I think it's a very, very interesting time wherein demand and consumer is on a startup skyship, right? And on supply, it is a real world economy. And as a digital business, we need to manage these two while still achieving growth. I think one of the things we've really been pushing for is the government has been asking fintechs, what do you need? And what we've been saying is, see, our opportunity is we can distribute financial products all over India on a mobile phone without a piece of paper. Please enable the regulation around digital KYC, video onboarding, such that in this downturn, the digitization of the economy can become faster. So the economy or the financial industry might be slowing down, but the digital part of that should grow in this downturn. And I think that's been what the fintechs have been asking the government.
Okay, I want to throw in the most important aspect of financial lending and borrowing, risk. With digital startups, we've never discussed that on a public forum. How exactly are you proposing that you will be able to manage risk? Like you said that demand is there. It's very easy for banks and startup to give money. But risk is, how do you recover it? What's going to happen on that front?
So great question. I think the data, and today Bank Bazaar is an 11-year-old company, data clearly shows that the digital portfolio performs better than an offline portfolio for two reasons. So one is this is a consumer coming themselves, giving their details themselves, and giving electronic document submission. It's really easy to forge a paper bank document. It's fairly impossible to forge a document based on consent being retrieved from source and being digitally underwritten. It's fairly easy in a real world to talk to someone, to influence, but if it's a digital system that's using your digital income tax data based on your consent, it's hard to forge. So the irony of the situation, right, is portfolio-wise, bank after bank, NBFC after NBFC, they're saying that these are tough times, but even in these tough times, right, from an NPA perspective, the performance is significantly better. And I'm talking about not, single-digit percentage, but high double-digit percentage of improvement on NPAs over offline.
That's a great point. I'll come back to you on that point, that why this is happening. Karan, characterize the environment for us. Is it good? Is it okay? Is it very good?
It's definitely extremely innovative at this moment in time. I think that
very good. Okay.
I think it's very good, between good to very good. But obviously, something that you guys touched on, that the real world does affect how good it can be. As much as innovative and as fast-moving startups are, they still are dependent on real markets and consumer behavior and being able to raise money and things like that. The first thing that happens, I guess, when there's a slowdown, people get conservative about where they're putting their money, and putting their money in something that seems to be high risk or not understood as forward thinking, but really, to understand where cash flow is coming from and if this business is going to have profit or whatever it is, you much rather put your money where you're going to see your money coming back. And so if you really see the slowdown, it will affect someone who's trying to build something that is extremely high growth or high risk in someone's view, and that will have its own effect. But just like an entrepreneur's mindset, I think that because you're in this environment that is kind of constrained by no rules, you're able to innovate your business model and be able to adapt to the situation faster than maybe a larger organization, which kind of gives a startup some sort of an advantage. But at the end of the day, it is a much smaller size with less resources to be able to probably not last as long as, a large organization. And that ends up becoming the case is like the fittest survive, and then the people with the business model that isn't actually able to sustain, cycles of the economy will sort of move away.
So you've given a great answer without using the word "We Work India." What we want to know, what is happening to your business, because you represent the commercial real estate space. You are, in a sense, have the pulse and the mood of where entrepreneurs and where largely, the corporate India is moving.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, we've not seen a slowdown at all in terms of the office market. I think anyone who understands real estate there is definitely a slowdown in terms of residential, but in terms of the office market, it has been booming for the last, I don't know, like maybe 20 years. We were just talking about it. We actually have a great mix of really large corporates or enterprise, as we call it, and also startups and these mid-market businesses, both of which we see actually moving and growing as fast as possible. And in an environment of volatility, I think that flexibility and having to keep morals up or the energy of your employees up becomes even more important, which is why a space like WeWork or the model like WeWork actually ends up becoming a place that people gravitate towards. But in terms of cost of acquiring office space for these large companies, I think India is still, the biggest demographic in the world, youngest people, English-speaking, highly educated. So if there's any place you want to really double down, it's where you're going to get cheap, really good talent that can deliver higher output for you. And India, in the scenario of the world, ends up being in a very unique position to actually capture all of that. So we are not seeing any slowdown, at least in the office market or in MNC growth or people hiring. In fact, we're actually seeing it increase.
I'm optimistic after the startup panel. I will not use the word slowdown for the next question. Tell me the reality. You analyze small startups. You analyze not only technology startups, but SME, MSc levels. You're happy to partner with them. What is the pulse you're getting?
So as Microsoft, we are very, very bullish in terms of the startup ecosystem. I think there's a lot of investment being made by us globally in terms of engaging with startups. I manage the Middle East, North Africa, and South Asian country regions. And what's really heartening is all of these countries are looking at India. They look at the India success stories. They want to understand and learn from India. Today, India has 26 unicorns. We are looking at getting to 100 unicorns by 2025. I think as Microsoft, we hope that we can actually start finding unicorns coming in from the tier 2 cities. Every government, every state government today is investing in a startup policy, investing in helping and supporting startups. And from a technology perspective, just last week we signed a very large deal, Microsoft and Jio, in terms of moving small businesses, startups to the cloud, rapidly. So we absolutely believe that startups are here to stay. I think if the agility that a startup shows is far higher than many of the large enterprises. I think the enterprises, the traditional brick and mortar businesses are coming to us to understand how they can engage with startups for their digital transformation story. So I'm very, very bullish, and I think what will change, of course, is the fact that the investors are going to look at more mature teams, not just go after crazy valuation, and make sure, to Meena's point, that businesses are being run profitably versus just a lot of cash burn. So the move from B2C investment to B2B is very high. We are engaged very heavily with the B2B startups, helping them take their products global. We have a very strong co-sell motion where we take our most promising startups to our enterprise clients global. So I'm very, very bullish in terms of how the startup economy, it will survive even a downturn in many ways, because agility is what you would need, which a startup would have.
Okay, it's great to hear there is no slowdown in the startup world. But if I compare the real numbers, look at the unicorns China has. Let's not compare China, let's compare Israel. Why is that India is lacking that many unicorns? We have talent, we have skill, we have population, we have demographics, a supportive government, great investors, companies like Microsoft, but?
So yes, China is definitely very different, right, from the rest of the world. A Series A funding in China is 15 to 20 million. In 6 months, they all get unicorn status. We're still trying to fathom how that happens in terms of the valuation. Israel has traditionally has only built to export. There is absolutely zero market in Israel. So as a result, the forces have all come together, realized that Israelis' tech talent, especially in the areas of security, deep tech, is extremely high. So they also get funding much easier. In fact, the Israeli government supports startups to fail. They give startups, they say, come in, it's okay, your first time, you have a great idea, it's okay for you to fail, and as a result, create more resilient startups. India is getting there. I think we're getting there in terms of sheer numbers. Last year, an investment of 3.3 billion was done into Series A, BC funding in India, which is a large number. So I think we will now see that turn. We're seeing one unicorn coming every month in the past 6 months, and we hope that number continues. And it's not 2025 till we get 100 unicorns. So So we are up there. I think the US is far ahead of all markets, but India is definitely very, very promising.
Shashank, what's the update at your end? Just for the benefit of the audience who are here and just for the benefit of viewers who will watch the show, you are a disruptor in the payment gateway. What's the update in your business?
So I'll qualify Razorpay as providing broader fintech solutions and payment solutions to businesses. And a great advantage of that is that we get to see a lot of online trends, especially before it becomes apparent in the market, right? So back in 15, 16, I think 15 saw a lot of growth in startup world and a lot of funding that happened. And actually we saw big amount of downturn in 2016 way before it became apparent in the market. And that was a very sad reality. But last 1 year actually has been really, really surprising for me as we have looked through the data and for our firm also, because there's been a large number of SMEs who are getting established just to leverage the digital opportunity that exists. And these SMEs are not just startups in nature who are, of course, getting created and getting funded, but a lot of companies who are looking to grow sustainably at a good rate year over year. And a lot of these companies are focused on selling one product online or a plethora of products online, like just selling T-shirts or selling something else, but leveraging the distribution that internet provides to reach to a wider base, which was not possible before. And because these companies are attacking a single niche, they are able to create a mark for themselves and build a model which is sustainable in the long run. And that is, I think, a very healthy trend compared to the larger downturn that we are seeing, because it gives an alternate model for growth for a lot of companies, and we fully want to support those companies. So we have really put our focus that how can we build more tools to support companies which are looking to leverage internet as a distribution channel and provide them the tools to not just sell online and accept payments online, but also help them with the broader digitization that is happening, that started happening a few years back and will continue to happen in the next decade. So at least from our perspective, this last 1 year and last 6 months have been really amazing. And we have seen a much wider set of businesses coming online than what we had seen in previous 2 to 3 years ago.
Okay. Ms. Ganesh, if I can just draw a parallel here. Rome was built because Romans made roads, right? Britishers built ship and they were able to conquer the world. California gold rush started the economy in that region. Some would argue that the startup culture in India has also been helped because of smartphones, like you mentioned, cheap bandwidth, and also what Jio has done. That eureka moment is behind us. What happens next? What could be the tipping point?
Yeah, so what we are now seeing is that the combination of cheap phones and cheap bandwidth is sort of leveling the playing field across all the cities in this and all the smaller towns in this country. So it's no longer restricted to the urban centers that people are consuming digital content, are able to acquire and whether it is entertainment content or meaningful healthcare content, or to even see the kind of products that they would have aspired to, which they would have only known about but never had a way to acquire those products. So suddenly this whole phenomenon is leveling this market access for people across the entire country. Now that gives rise to a whole lot of new opportunities, whether it is in, like we spoke while we were talking, just creating very exciting content for people to consume in small bites. If you go to the smallest of towns, you will see people may not be reading news or reading any content, but definitely listening to videos or watching videos in vernacular especially. So how do you use that medium to do multiple things? One, for education. Two, to provide good healthcare access to people. And three, of course, entertainment, access to products, access to services. So that's really, literally a pipeline has gotten laid. And now how do we use the pipeline to get the best for both the consumers as well as for the startups? That's really the exciting moment for us, I believe.
Adil, when you started this beautiful journey of Bank Bazaar, it was growth. Your DNA was growth and you wanted more growth, and that's what perhaps your investors, they wanted. But looking at the experience of Uber IPO, what's happened to some other recent startup IPOs, somewhere are you getting a sense that the shift now is not growth but profitable growth? Has the word profit now become a necessary element and aspect for startups?
I think in the current scenario, yes. And, having seen, let's say, at Bank Bazaar 11 years, it changes through phases. So it was similar in 2008. It was different in 2013. Now it's back again to where it was in 2008. So I think that mood keeps shifting. Is it growth or is it profit? And today it's gravitating to saying profit is also important. I think the moment in fintech in India is that we have taken the products we used to have offline and we're offering it online today. And people are doing business. But the true power of the mobile phone, right, with what's happening, when we're truly able to do paperless onboarding, when we're truly able to use data to offer products to millennials, which previously could not be offered, right? I think the next phase is we're going to build for the internet. I think till now we were taking offline and putting it internet. For the very first time, we're going to use the power of the internet to truly build products for the internet. And that, I think, is going to totally disrupt the way business is done.
Karan, if I look at a great startup like WeWork, one of the most valuable startups in the world, it was a very simple idea. Airbnb was a very simple idea. It started with just 4 guys in a room. Where do you think right now there is a very large trend? It may not be with WeWork, but as a startup investor, as someone who's associated with WeWork, where do you think this is large trend which either is about to get disrupted or will get disrupted?
That's a very difficult question to predict. But in my sense is that, we still haven't actually fully disrupted what traditional brick and mortar businesses can, how tech can actually elevate the brick and mortar industry as it sort of stands. So I think that there's still a lot of disruption and innovation sort of left in that. I mean, it could be anyone's guess, but we see like multiple different startups doing so many different things. To the point made before, I think that you will see new businesses coming out of AI, out of any of the machine learning stuff, and I mean, it's really anyone's guess.
Are you avoiding my questions?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Telling me anything specific?
I mean, it's really hard to predict what will be the next wave. According to me, the next real wave could be environmental impact sort of companies that actually are making a difference to change what the environment and actually, allow us as a human race to actually live on this planet in a much more efficient way without disturbing and destroying everything that we touch. According to me, if you see the generation that that exists currently, or the generation that's about to come, is far more socially conscious and environmentally conscious, and I think that you'll see a lot of interesting startups actually being built with proper profitability, with proper financial metrics to actually make positive impact into our environment and into the planet.
I'll just roll it over to Ms. Paya for the last 2 questions. You have a very deep understanding of trends. So I think what I asked Karan, I would ask you the same. What is the next big thing in the startup space? Where is the next disruption or disruptor?
I think the disruption is really looking at the 500 million today who have not really adopted technology. If you look at it, as a result of geo and smartphones becoming available, to me, anything to do with content, being able to push content on demand in a cheap, affordable fashion is going to be extremely relevant. In all of the emerging markets that I've gone, which is really the rest of the world, the kind of content absorption that happens, gaming, so the startups that are being funded in Egypt, for example, who've actually got exit, are all in the gaming industry, right? Entertainment to the masses is going to be huge. So anyone who can crack the code on entertainment to the masses, taking it in an affordable manner, in a manner that can be exchanged, I think that's really where the new wave and opportunity is. Microsoft Research, I was in a meeting with some of the researchers. They have created, and this is something that Satya, our CEO, pushes us to see, what are the technologies that can be, that we can use that will impact everyone as a whole. We are very, very big to be inclusive in what we do. So our research fellows have actually created 4 or 5 different technologies that will impact in the hundreds of millions. One is around content. The other AI, AI for good is extremely important. How do we use our technology for societal impact? In fact, I champion a whole series of Shoka fellows who are going to be leveraging it. So I think there are multiple areas for disruption, not just in terms of looking at it being exclusive, but technology being inclusive. So that's where the disruption in terms of what we see.
Shashank, I'll take the liberty of using my anchor chair and extending the time by another 2 minutes. Is there anything which is giving you sleepless night and you say, "Arey yaar, wo ho gaya to mera dhanda kharab ho jayega"? What is that disruption which you're scared of or you think is about to happen and you're hoping it should not happen for you?
I think, being in the fintech space, it's always the regulations which enable you and also the regulations which scare you, right? And because of the way some of the regulations come out and the notice period that you get, it's always a little bit of scary moment if it doesn't go your way. But mostly we have seen that a lot of sensible regulation has come out in past few years and which has been really good for the ecosystem, and that should continue happening. That's what will enable a lot of digitization to go forward.
I've exceeded the time, so I'll just wrap up this panel with one very simple summary. When we started the event, we were using the word slowdown and pain in the economy very loosely, but after this panel, I guess I would say that not everybody is feeling the slowdown, and the startup community here surely is endorsing something very different. Let's put our hands together for this lovely panel, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, and I'll get back to Sumit. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. What an interesting panel. All right, now let's move on to our next one. It's an oft-repeated analogy that Bengaluru is the Silicon Valley of India. But have you ever thought about it? Is it because of the number of startups? Is the IT infrastructure, the funding ecosystem, among many other things? But what more is required? What more can be done to ensure the contribution of the IT sector to the country's GDP keeps growing? Well, our next panel will look at the role of the Silicon Valley of India in the GDP growth. So, to moderate the panel, I'd like to invite on stage the editor of Leaders of Tomorrow on ET Now, Sunanda Jayaseelan. And I'd also like to invite her panelists, Usha Shrikant, VP, Client Innovation at IBM, Padma Parthasarthi, SVP and Global Head, Consulting and Digital Services at Tech Mahindra, K.S. Vishwanathan, Vice President, NASSCOM, Rostov Ravanan, IT entrepreneur, Ravi Narayan, CEO, T-Hub, and Rajendran Dandapani, Director of Engineering at Zoho.
All right, we have 25 minutes on the trot, so I'm going to dive right in with a quote from Charles Dickens who says, "This is the best of times and this is the worst of times." Probably true of the economy, or definitely true of the economy, but what we will try and achieve over the course of this panel discussion is what does it mean for the tech space, what does it mean for the IT industry, and what does it mean for Bengaluru, which is known as the Silicon Valley of India. Let me start by throwing out some numbers. And this is as far as the number of people who are being hired by this industry here in India are concerned, expected to quadruple to 11,500 in 2020 from 3,100. This is just 6 years ago. So the numbers are definitely looking good. The top line is definitely looking good in terms of the number of people who are being hired. But how perhaps would each of you like to interpret this data? I'm going to use this as opening remarks. It's open to each of you on this panel.
The IT industry today employs close about 4.1 million people, right? 1/3 of them being women. Our own estimate is as the technology moves, the number of people required to run the show would be lesser. New jobs and skills going to come across. We expect the growth in skilling, growth in employment will not be direct proportion to the growth in the industry revenue, but it will be a significantly double-digit number.
Which is something the industry has been saying for a while in terms of non-linear growth. Are we seeing that finally happening?
Absolutely non-linear growth. But the technology is changing so much, and technology is automating and putting the improvement in efficiencies and process efficiency far better. So number of people hired will not be directly proportional to the growth of the industry.
Maybe just to build on that, what KSV said, if you look at the statistics that the Indian IT industry has put out, for every job created directly by the industry, somebody hired in Mindtree or IBM or Tech Mahindra or any of us, we typically create something like 5 follow-on jobs. Some of them are low-end, for example, a maid or a driver, but some of them are a restaurant owner or a school teacher. And if you add up all of that, I think the industry as a whole, and especially in Bangalore, you can see the largest real estate, the largest private equity investment in real estate is actually in Bangalore. Largest absorption of commercial office space has been Bangalore. So all of that is an indication that the industry is still growing. The industry is still adding people. The startups are obviously a very exciting part of the ecosystem, but very boring companies like us are also doing reasonably well there. So I have no, all the statistics plus all the visual inspection that you can do shows that the city is growing from every different angle that you can look at.
Vastav, you're saying real estate. I'm holding my breath. I hope this panel doesn't start talking about the infrastructure issues in Bangalore, because that's going to become a whole another panel on its own. But go ahead.
I was also saying that I wanted to say rather that the skills that we're looking at are slightly different now. So those 11,000 people that we're hiring, where 3,000 in the past would have been pure IT skills. Today we're talking about hiring people with design skills, with science backgrounds to look at data analysis. We're looking at actually people from the arts as well, because we're now starting to see the need for having a very diverse set of skills in the company. So not just non-linear, but also very different skills.
I think the other dimension over there is also the way we would evaluate people on their skills, right? So earlier it would be about, do you have 3 years, 5 years, 7 years experience? 7 years would go towards becoming an SME or an expert. Today, it is about the learnability and adaptability. It's not about whether you've spent 3 years or 7 years. Can you really crack this piece of code for me? So it's a lot more hands-on today. It's not so much about managing people and managing programs. It's all about hands-on. What can you do as an individual? So slowly, the industry is graduating from what used to be a lot of teamwork into a lot of individual experts, which is a big, big shift, along with the combination skills. So learnability is a very, very big thing for us today.
And that's a big thing for the startup industry. I think the exciting part, as Rastov was saying, I think Bangalore has this boon of being having achieved critical mass. So now, not only do you have people who have 10, 15 years of experience who have the confidence to go out and start companies of their own because they have seen the world, build products for the global markets, and have the capability to envision what may be the next generation of products that they can build, and sitting here in Bangalore. But at the same time, they have such a large set of technology talent that they can tap into, build out their teams and make that happen.
Sure. Coming back to the topic, I say, yes, Silicon Valley in India is not enough. So just wondering about the infrastructure issues and the talent pool here. I mean, why don't we start considering other Silicon Valleys in India? Why not look beyond tier 1 to tier 2, tier 3 cities and towns? There is so much that we can do there.
Which is also something that the Karnataka government is perhaps looking at. But I just want to come back to talking about the numbers question. And Rajendran, this was a TED talk that you had given. Thank you. This was a TED talk that you had given where you said people are more than just the paper qualifications that they hold. Is that true for the tech space?
I'm sure every one of us will agree that if we get an opportunity to look at a movie of a person rather than just a photograph, you will evaluate them much better. And today, with available technologies, if you are a programmer, I can ask you what your Stack Overflow ID is. If you are a videographer, give me your YouTube channel link. If you are a writer, give me your Medium blog. Don't just come to me and say 2 hours test, this is a sword hanging about you, a clock ticking like this, and let me evaluate you. That is not how day-to-day work gets done. So I am sure...
Is that happening is the question.
Exactly. Okay. Is that happening enough is the question. But that is how we should be evaluating the next generation talent pool, because learnability will not be evaluated during that 2-hour test.
Sure. Mr. Vishwanathan, if I want you to respond to that, but also I'm referring some data that NASSCOM has put out. As of 2011, and I want to know if things have changed since then, NASSCOM has said only 20% of all students coming out of colleges have the skill sets for the jobs for which they're being hired.
Tough one. Me, I have to refute NASSCOM's own data. Now, 2011, first of all, I don't agree to the data. NASSCOM did give 20%, but the pool available was less. I would say, I won't put a number in terms of whether 20 has gone to 30 or 40 or 50, etc. The kind of talent pool that is required from the industry is also completely undergoing a change. As Usha said, the kind of talent pool and the quality of talent pool is required. Industry is completely coping with it. I'll give you statistics, for example. There are 1.1 million in technical engineering graduate every year from the system. Approximately about 175,000 to 200,000 of them go for higher studies to the US. Approximately about 200,000 people pursue master's program in India, MBA from master's program. Approximately about 200,000 people get absorbed in the IT industry. Approximately about 200,000 people pursue jobs in the core discipline, mechanical engineering, mining engineering, that kind. 200,000 people go to the startup environment. 200,000 people do not want to take up any job but continue business. Essentially, you're talking about 300,000 people out of 1.1 people have not been employed. That's a segment is not employable. 800,000 out of the 1 million people are completely employable.
Okay, so then to the
It
rest of the
doesn't
panel.
smoke without fire. There has to be some sense of truth to the whole thing. I was in a college this morning. So I see that the students are very good, but the teachers haven't kept pace. So if great quality students are coming out, probably it's also in spite of rather than because of. I was part of the National Economic, Education Policy Draft Review, and I was in a panel there. And beautiful things are being proposed. And industry involvement early in the game and reducing the 4 years to a 3-year program. It's all good, but waiting for that to happen.
And I think that, if I kind of echo, right, it's not academic institutions who have to do. I think the ownership is there on us as corporates in order to make the entire pool employable. It's like one of the things we are doing is really looking at investing in the internships in order to get people hands-on. And the whole issue of employability is just not for the graduates who are coming in. It is also for the people who are in the industry. Unless and until you reskill, you're not going anywhere. And today, if you look at the statistics, 35 to 40% of the industry has to go through a reskilling process. So it's a common thing. And it has to be an ongoing thing. It's not a one-time thing.
And also, in the early 90s, industry was fairly clear what kind of skills they wanted. They wanted a Java, .NET, Unix, are assumed to be good. As we were discussing, today's world, possibly every day the new technologies come, many of them we don't even know. And industry is constantly changing. They want that skills yesterday. Whereas academia typically takes a decade's time to change the curriculum. Those are the fundamental structural issues. I'm sure it is getting addressed. I'm confident it's getting addressed.
Okay. I'm going to just pick up on that and talk about digital transformation. And this is a question to the two of you. Rostov, you led that entire digital transformation piece at Mindtree. At your, you were there for about 20 odd years plus in various roles. What would you like to tell the audience today? What does it take to become a digital-first business? What did you need to put in place? And you could also follow up with that.
I think the starting point of the realization was about 5 or 6 years back. The Indian IT industry as a whole collectively recognized that technology moved away from being a back office function that helped enterprises save costs to a front office function where technology was used to drive revenue growth. And that was a combination of new technologies like SaaS coming in, business users starting getting comfortable with using data and analytics, and multiple sort of factors came into play at the same time there. Therefore, the issue is successful digital transformations firstly require a cross-functional kind of team. It's not a technology project alone there. So sufficient buy-in from the business, sufficient buy-in from a mindset that you need to have an ecosystem, academic partnerships, startup partnerships, so the whole multidisciplinary, not just internal to the organization, but a willingness to experiment and do this thing there. Finally, I think the tolerance for failure was usually very low in very large corporates, because you will always get scared if you do a project and the project doesn't succeed, which doesn't work at all in the digital era. So comfortable to be comfortable with agile, to be comfortable with experimentation, to be comfortable with failure, which is as much a mindset change there. If all of those are possible within the enterprise, extra enterprise, meaning the availability of compute power at low cost and all of that sort of technology things are already in place. The transformation, the DNA reboot internal to the organization, that I think is the most important factor.
Padma, a mindset change, do you think is most important?
Absolutely. Okay. So I think as we saw our own organization transforming, See, in the past, we used to be kind of the back office to the back office. You had an IT organization, the client side, that was dealing with business users, and we were getting specs from that, and then that was being sent offshore. So we didn't really have access to that end customer and what they need. Today, because of digital, there is a lot more vested interest in the business doing well. So it is imperative on us to actually find out what those things are, what are those end customers looking for, how do you help grow the business, or how do you help create a better experience for those end customers. And suddenly you're starting to see skills like, of course, design thinking, understanding business, etc. So technology is becoming the enabler for all of that to happen, but it's all about the business, and whether it's the product changing or the business model changing, or even the way you actually do a business process, all of those change, and it's very important for us to understand that. So those are the kinds of things we've been doing when we do reskilling. Yeah.
Ravi, this next question is to you.
One of the reasons that movement from back office to the enabler and revenue growth movement happened was everybody has a device now, and that device, whether they are a customer or an end user or a vendor, they can be empowered to have a contact with the organization's back office today. That wasn't possible then. So that's a great democratization that's been happening.
Okay. Very briefly, I do want to get in a question as far as the role of the government is concerned. Ravi, this question is to you. Yours is a PPP model. And when you launched, at least you were one of the largest incubators, essentially, as far as the tech space is concerned. Why do you think perhaps that model really hasn't taken off when we're looking at more such examples in India? Do you think there are smaller models that need more encouragement, whether it's government, whether it's academia?
Yeah. See, I think when you do something like this, which is a PPP model, which has the corporations, which has the government, the academia, research labs, and also the startups all put together, you're basically driving innovation. So it is not something that is, doing something only for one set of stakeholders, the startups, which is something that people are beginning to understand. There are now incubators and accelerators popping up all over the city, in Bangalore, in other cities as well. But that is only the supply side of innovation that is coming out from this place. It actually, you need to also do something on the demand side. So there is one about, how do you get the corporations, digital transformation is a great example. How do you bring in these technologies that these startups are building into that whole process so that you can actually, create the demand for the startups. Governments, on the other hand, are also great consumers of technology. How do you make that also, them also more conducive to taking these products and services from startups and start consuming them? That is the way you actually build out this entire innovation ecosystem. I think we've begun to understand how to work with startups, how to mentor them and fund them.
Do you think that will solve a lot of the challenges that we've been talking about?
Yeah, a much more holistic approach, I think, is a good thing. Otherwise, you're basically getting more and more supply into the system. But, how do you get the demand going as well? And that's the model that I think we are just beginning to understand and execute on. I think there will be a lot more people who will take that on and drive it.
I will add to what Ravi says. The future, the business is data. What government should do a more enabling job to create a CTO architecture within the government itself. A chief technology officer in the government, understand what all technology, where it can be deployed, put an architecture framework, that just the way Rosto and team would have done a corporate framework, to put it across. And also put a chief digital officer, chief data officer in government to identify how do I generate data, how do I leverage data, what needs to be done. In classic example is the fintech officer which government of Maharashtra appointed, right? It's completely changed the way people look at data, especially in the fintech industry in Mumbai. So we are proposing that to government of Karnataka also to have a chief technology officer of the state, have a chief data officer of the state, completely transform the digital and data and the technology is looked by the government. Today is being seen as an technology for the masses. We are saying today data is a new oil.
So here's an idea, if the government is sort of willing to take it up. The US actually has a US digital service. Like in India, for example, you have an IAS, IRS, IFS, and all of those cadres of officers, right? So the US actually has a US digital service. So why can't we create an Indian digital service? Start seeding it with people from the industry. Make that the osmosis a little bit more easier for accomplished business leaders, technology leaders from industry. Go serve the country for a 3-year, 5-year, whatever period, and then come back and do whatever we want there. As a model, it worked really well in Aadhaar. We have a live precedent already set. So, Nandan is obviously the most visible face of that program, but so many technology experts were part of that journey there, right? And they've all gone back to doing whatever they can. So one of the things that the government can do is to create an Indian digital service, institutionalize that with the government, get the same authority, get the same structure going in place. That can then drive many of these programs, like how do you decide on data privacy and all of those kind of things. Somebody who's actually qualified, dealt with the problem, understands the global best practices for those, can then answer those questions. Otherwise, you have a set of subject-independent experts trying to look at this, and then you create sort of question-independent answers for those.
Sure, fair enough. Point taken. I'm going to take these next set of questions as closing remarks as we're running out of time. But very briefly, and this is open to everyone on the panel, since we're talking about Silicon Valley of India, what lessons perhaps should Indian entrepreneurs and Indian technology companies and IT companies really learn from their Western counterparts? Is there anything that we should learn, or are the challenges and therefore the solutions for India very different?
No. Obviously, Bharat and India are different, right? One which has worked extremely well in Silicon Valley is a close collaboration with academia and the industry put together. I don't think we have reached that stage of maturity in the country today. It's slowly emerging. Even if we can get the industry, startup, and the academia work together, government throws more data out, government gives more business challenges out, many things could be done. Especially in Bangalore, attempt has been made in a program called Elevate 100 with government of Karnataka that has done brilliantly well. Challenges thrown in, startups are coming in, academia working on it. If like that we can create it, learning from it, we can create our own India for India.
Yeah, but I think even if they don't work together, just the ecosystem being there helps. I mean, the reason why Bangalore is so successful today started off probably 100 years ago when IISc was formed, and all of these institutes like HAL and NAL and ISRO and DRDO and all of, so there's aerospace and engineering and ITI, all of these organizations were set up here, which created that pool of engineers, technologists in the city that allowed all of this to flourish later. So perhaps that ecosystem itself also helps, even if they're not all necessarily working together.
Having our own identity is important. So one is, we can follow the Silicon Valley, learn the lessons, and then do. Another thing is, if some startup actually solves the traffic problem in Bangalore, right?
I started this panel by saying, let's not go there.
Okay. Where I'm going at is, if our startups focus on real-life problems that our economy is facing, the valuation will be phenomenal, and there is an entire brick set of nations waiting for such solutions. So
there are lots of responses coming on this side of the panel.
Two things to add. So one is that we should, when Agile came in, we said we already have Jugaad. And we kind of lionized and romanticized the whole idea of just in time, we were able to somehow make it happen. So I think they're not the same. So we need to have some kind of rigor and discipline in whatever we do. And the second thing is financial discipline. So going into debt and looking for the first venture capital injection, when you don't have a viable business model first, you need to be a little careful about that.
So the business model is usually created when you have access to the customers and the market. I think in Indian, especially in Bangalore, you do have some brilliant ideas floating around, some great startups. They have access to capital. But what they need is more of access to the market. And that's where
access to market
most of these problems that they're solving is something that they can discern from the back offices of some of the MNCs or some of the Indian corporates that are just beginning to embark on this journey of taking all these digital innovations that are coming out. So I think if you really want to get this Silicon Valley to the next level, I think you just have to expose them to a lot more of the market, especially the global markets and the Bharat market problems that they need to be solving for. And that will really get this whole to the ecosystem to the next level.
Okay. I just, since we're also talking, I will give you the chance to respond, Rostav, and this question is to you, and then the rest of the panel can respond as well. We're talking about Silicon Valley in the US, but very briefly, because you spoke about Aadhaar, I want to talk about our comparisons with China. We've seen business models like Alibaba, for instance, whereas in India, perhaps most of our businesses haven't managed to scale to that extent. Is that a challenge? or do you think that given the sort of controlled market that China has, perhaps that's why those models are working there and we don't have those examples here in India?
Somehow I'm very uncomfortable with this whole concept of comparisons overall.
Yeah,
because whether it is salaries, whether it is quota for a sales guy, you always compare. You'll find somebody who's better than you and you'll feel jealous. You'll find somebody below you and you'll feel very sort of arrogant with that there. I would actually like to move this conversation away from, did somebody do something else? Is China doing something better, etc. There. Nobody, we don't know where their shoe pinches. We have a current ground reality, we have a set of resources, we have a set of policies, we have a set of reality that we are dealing with. Let's make the best that we can out of what we have. Frankly, for example, speaking only for myself, with all the traffic problems, I still prefer to live in Bangalore than to go live in Beijing or anywhere else. This whole idea.
The question was more in terms of what's it going to take for us to scale to that extent.
I'm saying we don't need to. I'm saying at the end of the day, why do we need to look at somebody else and see that's a better success than our success? And just to the point that on the previous question, it's important to also recognize that Silicon Valley is over-glorified and sort of, all of us have like a very magical Disney World kind of an image about Silicon Valley. It is not all the good things alone, right? If you're a school teacher in Palo Alto, you can't find a house. If you're a barista in a coffee shop, you live in a trailer in a park close by there. 101 is as bad traffic as, Bangalore MG Road is as well there. So look at what Silicon Valley did. They fractalized Raleigh, Durham, UT Austin and the whole belt around UT Austin, Waterloo in Canada. I think it's important for us to not allow any one place to sort of become over important, over whatever there, because you will crash.
Geography is history.
Exactly.
Yeah, I would add, in addition to wanting to catch up with your thing, even change our own parameters and metrics what you measure. Even if you start measuring number of patents getting filed from India, number of products, global products created from India, number of global multinational corporations leveraging India's research and development destination. You measure these kind of metrics, rest of the things evolve by itself. We create our own model of Silicon Valley for India.
Okay, one last question, if I may. One thing that we hear very often from entrepreneurs, and this is, and I'm restricting it to tech entrepreneurs, is that in India, unlike in the West perhaps, ideas don't get funded. And I very briefly want to sort of squeeze in a question on funding and say, is that changing? Do we also see ideas getting funded, or is it largely still being restricted to proof of concept, etc.? And is that maybe to some extent hurting innovation?
I think at one time it was very true that the investors were new to this business. They were playing safe by going to places where the customers were already there. There were some revenues in the startups, and then they came in at that point in time. Also, the entrepreneurs were not sure how large a problem they could take and solve, and therefore create a viable business out of it. So that's all changing. This is what a statement would have applied about 10 years ago. I think you're beginning to see now that there are leaner startups, smaller startups, taking on very large problems, solving it for the global markets. And these are people who actually are raising money, not just from the Indian investors, but from investors outside as well. So I think it's beginning to change. There's confidence both on the investor side and the startup side to be able to do these things. And there are some startups that are just at the PPT stage, and that's happening. But it took time, and it is not a reflection of India versus anything else. It is just that it had to mature and get to this point.
I'm 100% convinced that there's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur than today. And I'm sure tomorrow will be even better than today from every parameter. If you look at, you had the speaker from WeWork in the previous panel, where did you have the chance of getting flexible co-working spaces 5 years back? Suddenly that's become a model, right? Where did you have such a well-established angel network of funders today? That didn't exist 5 years back, right? Where did you have the institutionalized corporate VC arms of Cisco and Intel and Microsoft, etc. 10 years back? That didn't exist. Today, even a HDFC bank, is wanting to look for a promising fintech and give them money, but also make themselves a supplier to themselves, etc.
Proportionately, number of attempts have increased too.
Correct. So the point is
crowding.
Yeah, right. But the issue is, frankly, for an entrepreneur, you have to recognize, and I'm using a little bit of a colorful word here, you have to recognize that the world is permicidal. every idea that everybody wants to start off a company with will never succeed. So you need a filter that segregates the, what shall I say, better quality ideas from the others. The world will always play that role. If every idea becomes $1 billion business, the world will be chaotic. So you do need to have a filter.
I'm going to pick up on that optimism in Rostav's answer, ladies and gentlemen. My apologies, but we've run completely out of time on this panel. But thank you so much for your views here today and for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that. What a panel and what an optimistic note that has ended at. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Nanu nimge sakat news kottini. Okay, why have I suddenly gone? Why am I making a feeble attempt at Kannada? Because actually I speak only 2 languages, Hindi and English. But it's come to my notice that the Registrar General and Census Commissioner in 2018 shared a piece of data that said there are 19,500 languages and dialects spoken in India. I unfortunately speak only 2. And a large number of these languages and dialects are dying every day because the speakers are passing on, without passing this information on, books are being put to waste. But our next speaker is actually doing something to fix this. He started the Murthy Classical Library of India in January 2015 with an aim to preserve India's literary heritage. And today he's going to talk to us about the urgent need for reviving India's literary heritage. I'd like to invite back on stage Nikunj Dalmia to helm the discussion with the founder of the Murthy Classical Library of India, Rohan Murthy.
Is Sumit here? Hi, Sumit. You know, just for the house here, I don't understand Kannada, but Sumit, don't make an attempt at it, please.
I was just saying that I have good news, and the good news is that you're doing a chat with Rohan Murthy.
Okay. Good evening once again. You want to start on a sweet note immediately, I guess. We start on a sweet note immediately.
Oh, well, yeah.
When I heard about Murthy Classic Library as a project, something which takes a lot of your time, I was fascinated. You come from a family which is a technology family. You are a PhD from Harvard in technology, and what has really prompted you to contribute and then grow a classic work of Indian heritage?
Great. Before I answer that, sorry, I'm just curious, how many of you have heard of this thing that we're doing, these translations? If anybody's heard. Okay, good. So most of you have not heard, so hopefully it'll be a good use of your time. So this is a non-profit. I started a couple of years ago, and what we do is we're trying to find literature, poetry, and general sort of texts about ancient India. Okay, from 200 years ago, 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago, and across different languages. So Sanskrit, Old Kannada or Hade Kannada, Old Tamil, medieval Marathi, medieval Bangla, medieval Telugu, etc., etc., etc. And our goal is to translate these texts so that they become mainstream, they become accessible, and fundamentally they can be they can become a showcase for the great intellectual traditions and history of this land to us Indians and also to people across the globe. As an example, many people here or your children in cities will go to English medium schools, will study and read Shakespeare, will read Williams Wordsworth, and will read whatever else, any other famous English author. But we almost would have never read Kalidasa. Unless you either grow up in as an example, in a Kannada household, like my household, where my mother made sure I read, or or you went to a state school where, where Kannada was first language until maybe 8th or 10th standard, and then you would have read. And so it's very surprising that we would grow up in cities in India not knowing our own authors from our own culture, our own country, but we know English authors extremely well. I mean, of course, there's a historical reason as to why. So our aim really is to increase awareness through these books for people to discover great Indian literature, and not just from one language, multiple languages. And our goal is to do this for the next 100 years. So every year in January, we release 4 to 5 new translations, volumes. If you go to our website, murthylibrary.com, you'll see these books. You can buy these books from Amazon or from Flipkart. They cost about 300 to 400 rupees each. Perhaps less than a cup of coffee in this hotel, I imagine. And essentially, these books are like time machines. You can really zoom back and see and read about, a great culture, a great civilization, a great piece of, poetry or literature or prose and so on and so forth. To give you some examples of these kinds of books that we translate, there's a Terigatha, which is the very first, it's believed to be one of the oldest poetry written by women anywhere that is still accessible to mankind. It is in Pali, that's the language that Buddhism spread in. It is from 200 BC, so it's 2,200 years old. And when you read this book, when you open these books, on the left-hand side, you'll have the original script. On the right-hand side, you'll have the translation. So you actually see the original script as well. And when you read these books, as an example, this Terigatha book, you will really get an appreciation for how women in 200 BC lived, their lives, their difficulties, their joys, why they became nuns, the painful process that they went through, sometimes, very often out of sorrow. It gives you a perspective into society, at that point in time. If people talk of Western civilization and women's rights and so on, well, when you read the Terigatha, you'll actually see extremely empowered women in this part of the world who went through very difficult experiences, who were very empowered as well, and so on, as an example. Or another translation that we have done is Raghavanka's Harishchandra, which is the stories of King Harishchandra as told in a poetic form. It's in medieval Kannada from roughly 800 years ago or so, roughly. With a fantastic translation done by a scholar here in Bangalore, Vanamala Vishwanatha. Or we have done Abdul Shah Latif's Risalo, which is this stunning, it's my favorite actually in the list. It's the birth of, in some sense, the cornerstone of Sindhi poetry. It's very beautiful. I don't know anything about the Sindhi language, but I learned something about Sindhi culture and language and so on by virtue of reading this book. So like this, every year, 4 to 5, it's like a perennial stream, or we hope for it to be a perennial stream. Every year, 4 to 5 new volumes. So this is the sum total of what we do. And my hope is that, everybody read these books, learn more about our own culture, civilization, and debate, discuss. And it becomes as much a part of our lives as Western literature has. So that's what the effort is.
No, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for this lovely initiative. And it's been a learning for me, and as I'm interacting with you, I'm curious, and I can promise you the minute this interaction is out, I'll be checking that site.
Yeah, please. In fact, I would request help from everybody here. Please, for your Diwali gift this year, instead of the usual things, it's not that. By the way, we don't make a dime off this thing. Just to be clear, right? It's a non-profit. Our only goal is that we Indians, among others, read and celebrate our own culture. So please. Look up these books on Flipkart, Amazon. The series is called the Murthy Classical Library of India, or MCLI. It'll keep growing. Please give these to your families and friends and relatives. In fact, if you have a Sindhi friend, gift Risalo, but also gift Raghavanka. Right? I mean, we're a country of such incredible diversity of languages and culture. Let them also learn about what our ancestors, Kannadigas, also did here. Or if you have a Tamilian friend, give them Risalo. Let them also learn, some of the great Hindi literature and so on. So I request everybody's help here in increasing awareness, celebrating these texts, sharing with your friends and family. I mean, we are only trying to do good here. We have no agenda.
You know, the part of India I come from is Rajasthan. I'm Marwadi, and we always look for best bargains. So, right? So 300 rupees, when will the next sale come?
When will the, what, sorry?
Sale.
Oh, no, it's forever at 300. Okay. Yeah. In fact, you'll be pleased to know, right now, I've been trying to work out whether we can do digital versions for free. Okay. But we have some technical difficulties why it's not.
You have technical difficulties?
No, no, what I should say is, technology has not kept up to support a 2-page opening format. Okay. So,
which is the oldest book you've translated?
So far, the Therigatha. Okay. Yeah, which is from 200 BC. We've also done, for example, the Yajnavalkya, which is this a treatise on dharma. If you read it, it's in some sense it's the birth of the judicial code in India. And not just judicial code, I think that's too narrow, but the way of life and code of conduct in society and so on. Again, completely different glimpse. So we have done a series of texts like this.
How do you go about choosing the book? And also, I would imagine that in India, our ancient heritage has not been preserved properly. So how do you go about translating it also?
Yeah, so these are, first I'll talk about the translations. These translations are not like, okay, Rama, just one-to-one in that way, right? It's like you read a poem in the original language. So that means as a translator, you need to know the original language and script very well. As a case in point, for if anybody here understands Kannada, they'll appreciate this. But for those of you who don't, so I grew up learning to read and write, I would like to think reasonably okay, Kannada. Because my mother, among other things, also writes in Kannada, so she made sure that's the case. But I can't claim to do the same with Old Kannada, which is what we translate. So a translator for us has to be a scholar of that old language, of that classical form, right? So if they can read the original and appreciate the nuances and the beauty and the depth and the richness and all the sort of adjectives I can think of, after understanding that, they then have to write the English version of that, which has to be faithful to what the Kannada version is saying. That's actually not easy. So it's not a kind of translation that someone would give me and put in Google Translate, you hit translate, you get and you publish. No. This requires skill, it requires scholarly information, expertise, appreciation of the original language, and sort of a real sort of depth of understanding. So that's the translation part. And so for that, we have translators from across the globe. We have translators from India, of course. We have translators from the UK. We have translators. In fact, I'll tell you something very interesting. We have, I went to meet a VC vice chancellor. Given all the panels I say VC, people misunderstand. Vice chancellor of a university in Andhra. And I asked him, can you please tell me who are the 2 best or 3 best medieval Telugu scholars if I want to meet, who are alive? He told me, no, look, that previous generation, this person was great, that person was great. Unfortunately, they're all very old or no longer around. So the names he gave me, one of the names was a man named David Schulman, or not was, is a man named David Schulman. Turns out he is this Israeli man who's a professor at Hebrew University and an extraordinary and globally acknowledged, including in India, very importantly, acknowledged expert on medieval Telugu. He's come to India for years together, stayed here, lived here, and is an expert on Malayalam and Telugu. And he's written several books. So he's
an Israeli.
And he's a professor at Hebrew University. So I finally, in some context, I met him. And I said, look, I never thought someone in Israel will be interested in Telugu. Not that there's anything wrong with Telugu, it's just, I didn't know, our interest in our things can spread far and wide. And he was telling me of why he got interested and so on. So there is this, if at all, one of the amazing things I've learned is how amazing our culture is, that there are people across the globe who want to study it. That to me is fascinating, right? Because, for example, if you grow up in England, it must, due to all historical forces, you go around the world and you see, hey, everybody speaks English, everybody's learnt about, you can dress in shirt and pant and this and that, right? And so you kind of see your culture has spread. Or you see Hollywood movies spread. To me, finding our scholars, our translators in Israel, Japan, China, New Zealand, and by the way, when I say New Zealand and so on, they're not Indians in New Zealand. These are natives or other people from New Zealand who are genuinely interested in our culture, just as we would be interested in some of the culture. America, of course, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, France. So we have translators from across the globe who work with us on this. With regards to what texts that get picked, I have nothing to do with any of that. I'm not a scholar. I'm a consumer of this information. So we have a board of editors where basically they get proposals. The person who gives a proposal just says, here is my background as to why I have expertise or scholarship in this area. And here's my proposal of why this particular text in this language is important in the historical forces, historical reasons of its importance. And then, by and large, these things are accepted. And as long as they can maintain a high standard of scholarly translation, we accept them.
So as we speak, how many books are you looking at translating?
Oh, ideally, at least for the next 100 years. So if you do the maths, right, 4 to 5 new volumes a year, times 100. So about, good case scenario, 500 volumes in the next 100 years.
How do you maintain the objectivity? I want to go back to that same point because you mentioned that, look, it's not Rama, it's not Google translation. It's ultimately somebody's version, somebody's view, somebody's interpretation.
That's right. I can't answer that precisely because I'm not a translator. I'm not a scholar of any language in that sense. But your point is exactly right, which is it is the best efforts done by a human being using all of their knowledge to do as faithful as possible a translation, as faithful as possible a translation. But sure, there's always some subjectivity. Sometimes people may get something wrong, and okay, it happens. As an example, we have translated, volumes of the Akbarnama. My mother loves history and she reads a lot, and so she read, I think, if I can't remember precisely, maybe 100 or about roughly 100, 110-year-old translation of the Akbarnama. Then she read the ones that we did, and she compared the two. So I said, okay, how do they compare? Though, by the way, many of our books are not, have never been translated before. Some have been done before, but we think we can do better. So she said, oh, when I read that 110-year-old one, it's very clear the person who translated it didn't, there's a big difference, a cultural difference between the one that's done now versus that, because maybe more time has passed, the scholars running the translation has spent more time on the material, etc., and so on. And so she's like, there's a subjective versus qualitative difference or improvement in the translation. So maybe over time there'll be better translations too. But at this point in time, we try and do our best.
You just mentioned to our audience that you also have a favorite. Why don't you talk about that favorite name once again? Because some of us have missed that name. And why is this book your favorite?
No, my favorites are are Risalo, because I knew nothing of Sindhi culture, Sindhi literature. I learned something new about this part of the world, attempting to read this book. And by the way, these books have beautiful introductions. Hopefully everybody here will buy these books. If you don't read the full book, I'll tell you how to cheat. Just read the introduction, at a minimum, because they're such well-written text. Because we always ask our scholars, saying, please write a very nicely written introduction that can explain to people the cultural and historical significance of this book, and some of the complexities. So for me, it was just learning something new, and also, I'm not articulate enough to tell you why poetry is beautiful, but I enjoyed reading Risalo. The second was this Terigatha. Terigatha I really enjoyed for a different reason. It was, it's like, I was telling somebody, I said, we actually invent time machines. Not invent is not the right word. We produce time machines because I felt when I read this that I had access to a time machine that told me something about lives in society as seen through the eyes of these women 2,200 years ago. And it's in Pali, and it's very old. And of course, it's not easy to read because there's a lot of pain in this book. But still, the fact that it's so old and it has this cultural significance, I really enjoyed. So to me, I'd say these two. I'll admit, by the way, I've not read all our books so far. We have produced, we're producing 4 to 5 every year, and they come out in the market. I think we have more than 20 or so at this point. I'm roughly at around 14 right now, so I'm still plodding through.
You said that one should read the introduction of Terigatha, right?
I would encourage you to read the full book, obviously, but if for any reason you can't, at least read the introduction.
On Flipkart, it would be for free, right? Introduction normally is free on Flipkart. Not even 300 rupees.
I mean, come on, Nikunj. We are a non-profit. We're trying to do good for the country. I mean, nickel and diming us is of no value, you know. So.
Has your mother influenced you before you pick up that project? Because she's a prolific writer. Has she played a large role there?
I mean, who in this room will say their parents didn't influence them, right? So obviously the answer is I'll say yes. But I mean, I understand the spirit of your question. Yeah, no, very much. My mother is, of course, as perhaps some people know, my mother's a writer herself. And actually, her real secret superpower is not writing. It's her knowledge of history. More than anybody that I've met in my life, my mother's knowledge of not just Indian history. To Indian history, she will know down to the greatest level of detail of, you know, regional history and so on, but also world history and other countries and so on. You know, it's quite remarkable. So I've been very heavily influenced by her growing up, and so I also have an interest in this. I can't claim to know as much as her, but I certainly have a strong interest.
You've read 14 books, and I'm sure you can connect the dots. What has been a, you know, more like a deep understanding, you know, about the Indian culture, Indian civilization when you read those 14 books?
I don't know about deep understanding, but I'll tell you at least what I've come to appreciate. And by the way, the books are not the only way for this, but books are certainly one way. Is, you know, we have these Sanskrit books, we have a medieval Bangla book too. Bharat Chandra's Annada Mangal, though I'm not saying it the Bengali way, I'm sure. So when I sort of read these books, what strikes you is this incredible intellectual diversity, language diversity, cultural diversity, intellectual diversity in this part of the world, in this land that has existed. You know, like, you know, it's my friends who read Greek or Latin talk of Greek and Latin, great. I'm not taking anything away from it. They are, of course, extraordinary languages and civilizations built around it. But when you read these, you say, hey, what would it have taken in this one common space to produce this kind of diversity? That to me is just, you know, I marvel at that. Of course, you can experience it in other ways. Food, right, is another way, right? Marwadi food or, you know, whatever, you know, Karnataka food and so on. That's another way to experience diversity. For me, through these books, I appreciate the intellectual diversity, the cultural diversity of this land. That's what it reinforces.
You know, Rohan has a flight to catch, so I'll have to end the session. But with Rohan here, I have to use the word tech. And I'm going to use it very briefly just to understand that you're translating old classics. These are available on Flipkart. Introduction is available for.
And Amazon and whatever, any on your favorite online portal.
How exactly do you think technology will play a role in the way how you would be translating books? How would you be, you know,
I'll give you a decisive answer. Let me first, before I say it, I want to clarify what you said, what you asked. How technology will help with the actual translation.
Actual translation, how you would be able to take the message of, you know, how would you be able to just take...
In the actual translation, technology will not help. And the reason I say that is, I have a lot more faith than many people do in the power of the human mind. Somehow there's this season for claiming machines will do everything and we will be out of jobs and, you know, this dystopian future. I'm much more optimistic for a variety of reasons it won't be that case. But in this specific case, to do this translation, as I said, it's not a one-to-one, word-to-word translation. That machines can do. Here, you know, for example, one of our Punjabi texts is translated by a man named Christopher Shackle, who's an extraordinary Punjabi scholar who's in London. He's retired now. He spent, you know, I think 4 or 5 decades of his life learning, teaching, and just doing research on Punjabi. When I meet Christopher Shackle and I take the sum total of his scholarly learnings of the last 40 or 50 years, as a technical person, I can't begin to think how I get a machine to emulate him. So I don't think in the translation part we'll use technology. Yeah, sure, we use Word and all that, you know, but that's not, though Christopher Shackle may be even using a quill, I don't know. But not in that area. But I think in terms of distribution and so on and consumption, for sure, down the line there'll be better platforms. Maybe one day we will indeed be online and maybe my dream is this should become, even that 300 rupees, Nikunj, I don't even have that question. So even that we'll make free one day. But, you know, I don't think, by the way, that's the reason why, you know, that's not a barrier as of today, I would say in many cases. So.
You know, I ask questions for a living. I've been doing this for the last 20 years, and sometimes when I ask questions, I get, you know, mixed answers, some political answers, but Ron's been very frank, and, you know, all the questions I've asked, I think the answers have just bowled me away with the kind of good work he's doing. Let's put our hands together for Ron and the work he's doing. And I'll be going to this library, checking this book, so what, there for 300, it's for us.
If I may add a plea, I always end with a plea. Thank you, Nikunj, I appreciate it. To all the people here, right? I actually usually don't accept any public speaking things because I just want to do my technical work. But the only time that I accept is to talk about this, this library thing. And not because I think there's no for-profit intention, there's no agenda. I have actually a very sort of different view of where we as a civilization are, our country. You know, if I look at the range of my friends, who are all, many of whom are scholars, I don't believe we are, you know, quickly replenishing the great generation of Indian scholars, of Indian culture and languages that we have lost. We've lost because people become old and die and so on. It's a natural part of it. Instead, we have produced people like me, you know, like many others, right, where, you know, glasses, only do computer science, that kind of stuff, right? I represent a very common stereotype. Or doctors, lawyers, etc., etc. Nothing wrong with that, but the flip side of that is that my big worry is, let's say in 50 to 100 years from now, you take my own mother tongue, the old form, Hale Kannada. I really worry whether that will become as alien as perhaps many other countries' languages are to our own people. Because who's learning this anymore? Which university teaches this anymore? Where do undergraduate students studying engineering or law or medicine read this anymore? Who grows up saying, I want to be a Hale Kannada scholar? Almost none in my generation. Or if there are people younger than me in our generation. That to me is very scary. Because, you know, knowledge and culture is built up over, you know, it's like evolution. Evolution doesn't happen overnight, right? It's trial and error and it's built up over eons. And I keep worrying whether we have reached a point where we no longer can save some of these things. I'm not talking of, for example, just to be clear, not contemporary Kannada as an example, because I still think many people read and write and so on. I'm talking of the old forms. Similarly, maybe medieval Marathi or whatever else. That I really worry about. And in my own opinion, sometimes I feel that loss of access is happening so rapidly that is it already too late? That it's inevitable, right? I mean, just to give you a sense, let's just do some basic maths, right? We are doing 14 languages, we are translating, right? Old Kannada, Tamil, etc., Sanskrit, etc., etc. Assume, just for sake of discussion, in each language, there are 1 million books of literature, poetry. By the way, when you go to Sanskrit, million is not the right number. It's probably hundreds of millions or some such crazy number. But let's just say, just conservatively, 1 million books. Right? I'm deliberately taking a low number. So that means you have 14 million books in a corpus. At our scale, even though despite putting in whatever money and trying our best and pulling all these scholars from India and across the globe, we can at best, due to quality control reasons, do only 4 to 5 books a year. In 100 years, you're around 500. So 500 divided by 14 million is 0. My point. Despite our own best intentions, yes, we will save a couple, we will celebrate a couple, but it by no means is enough. 500 books alone, in that, even if you assume 500 by 14, some uniform distribution of, for each language you'll have some roughly same number of books, let's assume even do that. Okay, we have saved a few books in each language, but even that is not enough. So in my opinion, the crisis that we face with our classical languages is something far deeper than we as a society seem to understand. I find people are, you know, I have to say, to our friends in the media, to various other forums, the things that people are so concerned about. We invented rockets in Vedas. Arey man, forget all that. First of all, that's not true. We have done other great things. We have actually produced extraordinary literature the rest of the world can learn from. Why don't we spend our time, effort, and debate and money and so on worrying about these things and saving them? Otherwise, in 50 years from now, we will become foreigners to our own cultures. Or we will have some Bollywood, Shollywood and all this stuff. I mean, not that it's bad, of course, you know, that's to be celebrated, there are valuable things there. But there will be no depth of this historical sort of thing. It's like I read some quote somewhere saying, in India is the one place where you don't need to make up history, you have to just read it. Because it's just there. And so my appeal that I always leave people with is, you know, hopefully today I've said something to you that's of some interest, that has given you some ideas. Please do read our books, and not just our books. Encourage your friends, family members to not just these books, but any other books like this, these kinds of efforts, to embrace them. It is ultimately, it's the fate of our own sort of ancestry and history is left in our hands. And of course, there'll be people outside India who will read these things, but you'll never have a huge mass. You know, as an example, I just let you know, from what I know, today I know at Harvard, Yale, Stanford, many of these universities, because I get faculty emailing me saying, oh, we're so glad to have these books. We use these books for our undergraduate students. Earlier on, they would read only Greek and Latin. Now we're making sure they also read. By the way, we're reading this Tarigatha book, we're reading this Sanskrit book, we're reading an old Kannada book. You know, these are students from across the globe who are reading our text. But I almost never get this from any Indian faculty member in India. I don't understand.
So you're saying that these books are actually read by students in Harvard, US University.
Yeah.
So
And faculty members saying, hey, I'm making it a compulsory part of my syllabus. When, you know, last whatever, so many years, people would only read Greek and Latin. Now they're reading Raghavanka along with Greek and Latin. I mean, how wonderful. That's great. But how about us reading our own thing? But I almost never hear from anyone, except maybe one professor wrote to me saying, you know, if I just take the text and make it freely available, will I get sued for copyright? I said, you please do it. If Harvard comes after you, I will protect you and defend you. But please pirate these books. I'll be very happy. Because if somebody pirates your books, it's the best tribute, right? They're saying, oh, I love your book so much that I'll sell it for $10 rupees on the footpath. Great. But sadly enough, I don't find enough of an understanding and appreciation. Maybe there is understanding, but not enough of an appreciation for this within India. And I really worry. I worry that 50 years, all this stuff we will lose. And I think the loss is frankly already happening. So.
It's resisted saying that, you know, this is a sign of parochialism, or what use is, say, learning Kumauni or Marathi. Wouldn't you rather learn French or Japanese?
It's a very good question. I completely disagree that point of view. Unfortunately, it's a post-colonial view. Yes, we need to learn English because English is the way of the world. We can't change that, right? Fine, we'll put that aside. But having said that, the point that you made is extremely important. When I said I disagree, I don't disagree with what you said. I agree with what you said, but I disagree with people who say that because, you know, if you grow up in Karnataka, I do believe, you know, at least as a second language, people should learn Kannada. You grow up in wherever else, you should learn, in Tamil Nadu, you should learn Tamil. And this idea that I'll grow up here, but I'll learn English, you want to learn French on top of it, learn, no problem. But it cannot be at the cost of your own mother tongue. And it is not parochial to say, if you live in a certain part of the country, you should know that language. Because the same people, if they live in France, will learn French. And it'll be pretty cool to learn French and to speak French, to sound sexy when you speak French, you know, that's okay. But what's wrong in learning Kannada? What's wrong in learning Tamil, right? Or Marathi or whatever else and so on. So to me, this is a mindset issue. That somehow, I think it's a post-colonial thing, that we somehow think, you know, it's not cool to learn the local language, which I think is not okay. Because all that will happen is, yeah, we'll be a nation of speaking English and French and German or whatever, and we won't know any of our languages. And that is an irreparable loss.
Which is what happened to Sanskrit.
Well, I don't want to say battle for Sanskrit is lost. I would not say that. It's perhaps still there. We still have some institutions. We have to do a better job, for sure. In fact, if you know, my friend Manjul Bhargava, who is this very well-known mathematician, the Fields medalist, was just on this government committee for redoing some higher education policies and so on. So he and I, debate and discuss very often. I was telling him, saying, if it were left to me, one of the things I would say is pick, make as part of education policy mandatory that no matter where you're in the country, you have to learn that local state language, the classical form. And as an alternate, if you don't want to learn that, you learn Sanskrit, because it is the root language. Now, it has nothing to do with some religion and this and that people immediately start, fighting out about and politicizing. Because Sanskrit is a root language for many languages. That is a fact. It's as much a fact as science is. And that has nothing to do with faith. So I was saying to him, saying, if I were you, Manjul, instead of imposing, not that that's what he was saying, but one, saying it should only be Hindi or only be Tamil or whatever, you're in different parts of the country, learn that language, but make that learning mandatory. I think that's a very reasonable ask, which, by the way, if you're in France, people accept. If you're in Germany, people learn and they accept. Right? So it's like I recently saw that somebody was commented, why does the Indian PM, though I should be careful, I don't talk about politics, not speak in English, even though he knows English? Well, why not? I mean, the French Prime Minister, is standing next to the British Prime Minister and speaking only in French. And the guy very well knows English. That's okay. Right? Or the Japanese PM, the same thing. So there's nothing wrong. I think it is cool. I don't know how to make it mainstream cool for people to know their own mother tongue and study local languages. Maybe if all these Bollywood people started learning, maybe we learn. I don't know. But
okay. I know you have a flight to catch. Do you have time for another question? Maybe I can open up the floor or... Sorry, I don't know. Okay, just let's check it out. Okay, I think we'll have to wrap it up. And, I'm just going to take this comment when Rohan said, look at what society has produced people like me. But Rohan, trust me, all the girls in the room would say you're very cute and handsome. So no problems on that. But everybody in this room will agree and say that the kind of work what you're doing, I think, is full of passion. It's extraordinary. You're trying to preserve the culture. So thank you very much. And thank you for your time. I know you have a flight to catch and you squeeze this interaction. So big thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Rohan, and thank you for that, Nikunj. That was quite a plea from the heart. So you can be rest assured, Rohan, me, and I'm sure many people here will be giving some different kinds of Diwali gifts this time. All right, let's move on to our next panel. Now, India's consumption story has faced a few hiccups or major setbacks depending on who you speak to about it. But there is a definite need for concern here. The finance minister recently announced a slew of reforms last week that are aimed at boosting growth, but will that be the magic ingredient? Now, any faltering of the consumption story will definitely have a direct impact on the GDP growth, which, as we already know, we saw the panel with Kiran Mazumdar-Shaw, it is an alarm bell that is ringing out loud. Our next panel will debate whether the worst of the consumption slowdown is indeed behind us, or will we see a further tightening of the common man's purse? To moderate the panel, I'd like to invite back on stage Mihir Bhatt, and also I'd like to invite his panelists, Shekhar Vishwanathan, the Vice Chairman and Whole-Time Director at Toyota Kirloskar Motor, Kamal Bali, MD at Volvo India, and M.R. Jaishankar, Chairman and Managing Director at Brigade Enterprises. Also, ladies and gentlemen, just wanted to sound you out. After this panel, we've got three more interesting panels. One will have scientists from ISRO, DRDO, so you definitely don't want to miss that part about India's space odyssey. We have Shekhar Kapoor, the filmmaker, joining us for the water woes, and a special panel on agents of change. But over to you, Mihir.
Thank you, Sumit. And after a wonderful session with Rohan, I'll do a very boring session. But I'll try and make it interesting because we have good speakers with us. So I have Kamal Bali from Volvo with us. We have Shekhar from Toyota Kirloskar and Mr. Jaishankar from Brigade Enterprise. So thank you so much for joining us. Now, obviously, we have heard the pessimism, and in fact, Kiran spoke very openly about the economic emergency that we are in. But Kamal, I'll start with you because you operate in a space which fortunately tracks actually both the critical indicators for economy. The commercial vehicle side, which is actually, I think, the most critical indicator when it comes to growth, and also the luxury vehicle side, because that's part of your larger portfolio. So what's your take? Are we seriously in a consumption crisis at this point?
I think very clearly, yes, we are. I mean, if you want a very straight answer, the numbers we just got for the Q1 are 5% GDP growth, which has slipped from 5.8 sequentially to 5.0. More alarming is that if you look at the last 4 or 5 quarters, manufacturing as a whole, I'm not talking of automotive. Automotive, of course, is very important. It contributes to almost 50% of the manufacturing sector. The automotive, if you see, look at the last 5 or 6 quarters, started from when manufacturing was growing at about 12, it came down to 7, to 6, to 3, and now in this quarter, it is 0.6 percentage points. So obviously, we are in a great demand shrinkage story. There is a cycle, I would say, a vicious cycle, which is not letting the demand really go up. So I think we really have a huge challenge on hands. I think we need some fiscal stimulus. I think the finance minister has already announced some, but I have some other points to make, which I will make.
I'll come back to you. But Shekhar, quickly, in our previous sessions, we heard an interesting suggestion that actually the 28% GST slab, if we reduce it and bring it down to maybe 18%, not necessarily 12 in case of luxury vehicles, that will actually increase the consumption and effectively increase the employment and investments also. Do you agree with that?
I think on another panel, I had suggested that this rate be reduced, but not reduced temporarily. It has to be reduced permanently because there has to be an acknowledgement by the government that the automobile sector plays a very, very important role in employment generation and in revenue generation for the fisc that the government is running. I think the importance of the auto sector has been belittled in several press statements, particularly by economists who ought to know better. And there has to be this acknowledgement that the Indian automobile sector has grown and prospered over the last 20 years in a variety of ways, beginning with quality, beginning with the skill sets of its employees, and the fact that all of this has contributed to a huge export effort, which is very difficult to replace.
Right. I have a question for you, Mr. Jaishankar. And I know, we spoke before we started the session, and you are one of the few entrepreneurs I've met lately who's very happy and whose business is doing really well. But I have a basic fundamental question from industry point of view. We have seen RBI, pushing banks to reduce rates. Now there are discussions about linking lending rates to repo rates and all of that. But is it really that simple? If we see rate reduction, is it really going to increase demand? Because typically in cities like Bombay and Delhi, what we have seen is there is a huge pileup of unsold inventory when it comes to real estate, be it commercial or housing. It's on.
Reduction of bank rate will definitely help. It is one of the requirements for the consumer. But what is really required is there is a challenge of negative sentiment. The sector has seen the tough times, not just now. Like automobile sector may be seeing tough times in 2019. But as far as real estate is concerned, the tough times have been on for the last 4 years. The reason was it started with the excess of supply, thinking that India's GDP growth from 7-8%, it is going to go up to 10%, and there will be a huge requirement of housing, particularly when government is talking about housing for all by 2022, which is definitely a requirement. But with the result, there was a huge supply buildup everywhere, in every city, to the extent of 3 to 4 years of requirement. That is when things started going down, and that, and of course, media reports will never help in tough times. And there are plenty of negative reports that really changed the sentiment. That has had a cumulative effect on the sector. Added to that, real estate sector was substantially unregulated pre-demonetization, pre-RERA, and pre-GST. All the three things, I have personally I welcomed it, and I still feel that they were much needed. GST is a fantastic legislation. But from zero regulation to over-regulation is what the sector has seen.
You are calling it over-regulation.
Sorry?
Calling it over-regulation.
Undoubtedly, over-regulation currently, not just these three regulations, the number of changes in accounting standards real estate sector is facing, it itself, will have a big impact. And more than anything, personally, I feel the government has an unfair as far as the GST treatment to real estate sector is concerned, particularly with, from 1st of April, where they have introduced a whole lot of, reverse charge mechanisms, which has a huge impact. And the government said that they brought down the GST rates from 12% to 5%. I think it was just optics to create an illusion. In reality, what the government has done is an increase in GST to the sector, which consumer finds it very difficult to accept. But those in the line really know the truth.
Right. Kamal, you had some suggestions in mind. If you can quickly take us through that.
I think first I just want to explain, I think a lot of people know already why. I think there are some very specific sectoral issues which the automotive industry has to combat. The previous slowdown was very different from this slowdown. I think we all must understand. There are a few things which I want to put on the table. Number one, we are going to move to a different emission norm from BS4 to BS6. So that's happening at one stage. We are talking about emissions. We are talking about higher safety standards. We are talking about Uberization of transport, shared rides.
The electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles will still take time. That's not happening immediately. It is going to be gradual over a period of time. So number of factors are contributing to this, I would say, dichotomy on the industry in terms of the demand. So that's one part. But I also want to take a step back and shift the narrative to the narrative of sustainability. I think on one end we talk of numbers game. The other end is also, are we making sustainable mobility a reality or not? How are we going to really face the challenge of decongesting the cities? How are we going to really make life of all the stakeholders, the passengers, the drivers, better? How are we going to make us an intermodal, interoperable, seamless public transport system? I think all of these issues are very, very important to discuss when it comes to automotive sector. So the automotive sector will go through a series of reforms. It does need some fiscal support from the government.
Right.
As Shekhar said, the rate of 28% and called the sin tax, I think that terminology should change. We must be taxed at a lower rate.
So you are saying we should do away with this whole theory of sin tax?
Yeah, and at the same time, a structural change in terms of how our complete picture of transport system would look like, how the public transport has to come into play.
Absolutely, right.
Otherwise, we have other challenges to face.
That's right. Shekhar, I have a very simple question for you, because you sense, the pulse of consumer. From that point of view, is worst behind us, or is it yet to come? Because after looking at the 5% GDP growth number today, I'm sure there is going to be a sense of panic.
Yeah, I think the worst is not behind us. I think we are going to encounter this type of strong headwinds for another 1 year at least. I'm speaking from the perspective of the automobile sector and that too the four-wheeler sector. What I can say is that the BS4, BS6 changeover is going to happen April 1st, 2020. And until then, the customers are going to be kind of, I won't say confused, but they have a big decision to make. Do I opt for the less expensive BS4 vehicle and end up polluting the atmosphere that much more? Or do I wait, spend more money for the BS6 vehicle, which is going to be more expensive? What do I do? So that is the dilemma confronting the consumer.
But now that government has extended deadline for BS4 vehicles validity.
No, sorry, I think that's a misnomer.
No, it's not.
That's what they've been saying.
It's not.
No, that's a misnomer. I'll tell you what was prevailing and what they've clarified. you can buy a BS4 vehicle today, and it is valid, once you register it, it's valid for 10 years.
Right.
For the useful life of the vehicle, 10 years or 15 years, as the case may be. They've only clarified this because some customers had a doubt, oh, will come a March 31st, 2020,
Won't be able to drive
would it be, would BS4 become redundant? In fact, that is the demand of the industry as far as pre-BS vehicles, BS1, BS2 is concerned, where we want a scrappage policy to be introduced by the government of India so that we take off old polluting vehicles off the road and introduce BS6 vehicles, which is state-of-the-art fuel.
We are short of time. Mr. Jaishankar, I have one question for you. If there are 3 steps which government needs to take, because you spoke of 3 steps which were sort of backfiring as far as real estate sector is concerned, that is GST, demonetization and RERA. Now 3 positive steps if government has to take to revive real estate, because it also generates a lot of employment, what would that be?
One of the first rationale is the GST rates. As Mr. Bali and Vishnathan said, 28% for vehicles sometimes may be understandable, even that is not acceptable. But can you accept 28% for cement? Is it a luxury or a sin? Is it sin to use cement in construction? Huh? No, will you use sand? Should we use mud? That is, beyond anybody's logic. That has to be immediately brought down. If you are, on the one hand, you are talking about housing for all, and you are charging cement at 28%, which is the highest, which is one of the major raw material, number one. Number 2, remove the reverse charge mechanism and the input tax credit, what was available till 31st March, has been removed from 1st April. The very principle of GST is input tax credit. And for real estate, the government has removed input tax credit. And they claim they have reduced the GST rate. It is really not true. They have increased the GST impact by 5%. And if you take a reverse charge mechanism, they've increased it by 10 to 12%, which is really crazy. And another important thing is there is a real shortage of money in the sector. And because of the NBFC crisis, post-IL&FS, there is a major calamity in the NBFC thing, who have been one of the major funders. Not necessarily for Brigade, we don't have much exposure to NBFC, but the sector in general is having a very tough time. And with various CVCs and various investigations, even the public sector banks and have become very, very overcautious now. So there is a major reason for flow of funds to the sector at an affordable rate. And the risk weightage for banks when they fund to real estate sector is high. It is not true. If housing for all has to happen by 2022, the government has to give major incentives.
Right. Kamal, what is your assessment? By when can we actually see the real sustainable revival coming in?
I feel about 6 to 7 months. I feel that this March bump of BS4 to BS6 is one critical phase or critical milestone, as Shekhar rightly said. And other is, I think the government has to do 3-4 things. One is a very, very clear architecture for urban mobility. You can't be, we have to have public transport at the forefront and last mile connectivity, that's one. Just to let you know, just like he said, a bus, for public transport, the GST is 28%, while an electric vehicle is 5%. So I think straight away, if you want to promote public transport, GST it's not a sin rate you need to apply on public transport. It's so illogical. So if you bring that to 5%, you will see high quality buses, high quality public transport available, and with the last mile connectivity which you're doing, we will have decongested cities, we will have much lesser number of vehicles on the road, and then you will use the vehicles for intercity transport. And I think that architecture is very, very, very important. And then you will see a virtuous cycle of growth in every sector or in the automotive sector.
Right. Shekhar, he said that there are 6 to 7 months before we actually see a strong revival. In your sense, because you mentioned that the worst is yet to come. Very quickly, we are short of time. From your point of view, I mean, what is the timeline that you are looking at for genuine revival?
The timeline?
Yeah.
Yeah, the timeline I'm looking at is 1 year.
Now?
From now.
Okay.
Because March 31st, 2020, you'll phase out BS4, and then for BS6 vehicles to gain traction, people to get used to the newer prices. There will be plenty of competition there as well. And if the government introduces a scrappage policy in the meantime, all that for it to play out, it will take time. These are not events, but processes.
But I agree with Shekhar, but just one point. If the right, pragmatic scrappage policy can come in, which may cost a lot of fiscal damage to the government, I think that will really give a very, very quick start to the whole ecosystem.
So basically what matters is, one is when the genuine revival happens, we have divergent views on that, starting from 6 to 7 months to more than a year. And second is the tax structure has to be more user-friendly, has to be more business-friendly. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining.
I just want to add one point.
Please.
So, I'm not trying to sound very negative. The sector has gone through tough times for the last 4 years. As far as the real estate sector is concerned, we do expect a revival, maybe in the next 2 quarters itself, because the tough times have been going on for some time. And in real estate also, there are 3 segments like in most others. There is a luxury segment, there is a middle income segment, and the affordable segment. The luxury segment is what is facing challenge because there is a lot of investor and speculative business in luxury segment. That is vanished. But there is a good amount of demand for affordable segment and even middle income segment. In fact, I was telling you, outside the thing, as far as Brigade is concerned, and so is the case with few other developers, we have seen the highest business for us in the last 6 months. In 30 years of our business, we have clocked the highest sales in last 6 months. And we are also in hospitality, retail, and office. All the 4 sectors we have seen, the hotel occupancy rates have gone up anywhere from 5 to 20%. We have 6 operating hotels. And retail, I would say the sales density, trading density has gone up in our shopping malls. And even the office sector, of course, is doing very well with very low occupancy in major markets. So that way, everything is not negative. There are positive aspects also. But sometimes the sector in general is facing challenges. So that needs to be addressed.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, gentlemen, and thank you for giving us a better idea on the consumption story. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just a reminder, please keep sharing your thoughts, your photos, your suggestions on social media using the hashtag IEC South, and do tag us on @ETNowLive. Now, when we talk about startups, we often use the term moonshot in our quest to find those companies that are making the impossible possible. But our next session will be using the term in its literal sense, an act of launching a spacecraft to the moon. As we all know, India's Chandrayaan Mission 2 is very much in the news. Also, I have for achieving so many firsts. But the update, the spacecraft has undertaken its 4th lunar-bound orbit maneuver this evening at 6:18 p.m. So we're getting closer to landing on the moon on the 6th of September. All right, so now our next panel will be looking into India's space odyssey. And for that, I'd like to invite back on stage Padmaja Joshi. Padmaja, can we have you moderate this panel? And I'd like to invite up on stage her panelists, Dr. P.S. Goel, Honorary Distinguished Professor at ISRO, Professor K.R. Sridhara Murthy, Vice President, International Institute of Space Law, and Dr. V.N. Jha. Dr. V.N. Jha was the former Joint Director of DRDO and a senior scientist. Let's have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Any space nerds here in the audience? None. That's Very encouraging. All right. Thank you very much, all gentlemen, for joining us here. First of all, excited? What are your thoughts about Chandrayaan? Yes, why is that?
Because it is going to give us a thrust area in which we will be venturing for the next 50 or 70 years, one after another, something will continue happening. And India is at the brink of becoming one of the leaders in the space technology. That is why I'm so fascinated with the entire thing. And that too, when ISRO has planned to, land at the South Pole, where till now no one has landed, that gives additional challenges. So ISRO means challenges, and India is there to solve it.
How does ISRO manage to do it? Because there are, like you said, a lot of challenges. The countries that we are competing with are seen as countries which are first world, they are world powers. They have been way ahead of us when it comes to space exploration. Yet we've done a yeoman service. We've launched more satellites in one mission than any other country. How does ISRO manage to do it? Would you like to?
See, it's a part of culture any organization inherits. We were started as a system by Professor Sarabhai. He gave a vision. It was Professor Dhawan who gave the ISRO as a system, as an organization. Not many people know about it. But it was Professor Dhawan who really created what ISRO is today. And it was another great person, Professor U.R. Rao, who really nurtured that for another 10 years. And this legacy of almost, you can say, 25 years with Professor Sarabhai to Professor Dhawan to Professor U.R. Rao gave us a few things which are not otherwise available elsewhere outside ISRO. I've seen all the organizations in the country, I've been DRDO, DST, and all that. The point is, the emphasis is how to work together. When you say Chandrayaan, the launch vehicle is done by one center. The spacecraft, 2 or 3 of them, actually 3 of them are done by the other center, URSC. All the payloads, they come from different centers, including SAC. The sensors, which are very critical. See, we are talking of now, let me just give a little more insight to it. Landing on Earth is easy because we have atmosphere. Atmosphere helps you in landing. You can have a parachute and all that, or drag. Moon doesn't have that. In this case, the moon has so many craters, so much unevenness. The first exercise starts where to land, because when you're landing, there's a slope, it'll topple. And if the lander topples, for the public purpose and all that, is all failure. And the chances of toppling is quite high, and that's the reason why. You see, when we land, we are not landing vertically, we may be landing with some additional lateral velocity. Now, how do I measure the lateral velocity? I don't have a GPS on moon. GPS works only on ground. So, what we are doing is, we are taking the reference of velocity when we separate out from the orbit. At that velocity is of the order of 1.6 kilometers per second. When I'm reducing the velocity from 1.6 kilometers per second to 0, if I have error of more than 0.5 meters per second, I'll topple. Now you look at the numbers which I'm giving you now. So what we have to do first is, we have to identify a place which does not have a gradient of more than 15 degrees. And that space we identified some like 4 years back, which is a 500 by 500 meter area. That's all. In such a huge surface, only 500 by 500 meter in which we have to land, because that is free of craters and slopes and all that. In that also, if I have a velocity more than 0.5 meters per second, which I am reducing from 1.6 kilometers per second, I will have a toppling. That means what we do, our instruments have to be accurate. That means our accelerometer, our laser gyroscope, our ability to have in the processor to have the drifts, and all that is Indian made. None of these instruments is imported. So to be able to have that kind of a instrumentation, but all that comes from, you said what is the reason or what is the basic thing? Our ability of ISRO to put more than 2,000 individual scientists and to work for a common cause. If we can bring that capability, I think anywhere will succeed. So the only single reason is, and that common cause comes from the culture of ISRO, starting from Sarabhai, Dhawan, UR Rao, and henceforth.
So what we may lack in terms of funding, we more than make up with our human capability, our precision.
No, I don't think the lack of funding is not related issue.
If we are comparing, of course we have ample funding, but if we were to compare it to other countries.
See, the funding is independent issue. If you are not delivering, funding doesn't come. If you are delivering in this country, in science and technology, and I can tell you last maybe like 50 years I've been watching that, there's absolutely no lack of funding if you are delivering. If someone says lack of funding means you are not delivering.
So let me
as far as
ask,
science and technology is concerned.
you know, every time we send another mission into space, there is this conversation that starts, this is wasteful expenditure. We've got people who are living below the poverty line, and we are aiming to put a man on the moon. This is a silly ambition. How do you respond to such?
Well, let me put the right perspective on this. Dr. Goyal was mentioning what makes ISRO tick each time. ISRO today has very wide range of capabilities. It is not just the interplanetary missions like, lunar mission, which is really extraordinary, and certainly it is very laudable. But at the same time, we should realize that ISRO has achieved total autonomy in space access. Any type of orbit it can access independently without help of any nation. That is the basic capability that was built. This was built most cost effectively. It has a range of spacecraft which are state of art for several applications. So today, even the government is spending about $1.4 billion equivalent, about 10,000 crores, which has grown from a modest level to current level of budget. But these space systems, even this $1.4 billion, much of it is being spent for future activities, future investments, R&D and so on. And some part of it is going into maintenance of these space systems. These space systems are creating an economic value, revenue, equivalent to about $4.5 billion, several times what the government is investing. So in a way, our space economy is something like $6 billion. But the question is, where are we as compared to the global level? Well, globally, space economy is about $350 billion. Now, we are just 2% of the global economy as far as the space is concerned. So it is here that we have tremendous opportunity. Even when our economy grows to 5 trillion in a decade or so, certainly the kind of demand we will have for communications, internet, high-speed internet access to every nook and corner of our country, information services, and so on, create tremendous amount of opportunities for additional space services, spacecraft, and industrial activities. This is where we have tremendous opportunities, where we can see that future has a lot of potential for space.
Let me give you a little more clarification on that. See, when we talk of a space and economy, in India, we do not understand the implications because we don't cost them. Let's say 1/3 of our communication satellite capability is being used for the social sector. There's a big plan by the government now that we should be able to provide the connectivity through space to all the rural areas. And we are developing now high-throughput satellites only for that purpose. Obviously, the income which we are getting from this satellite will be costed, will be not even a very, very small fraction. But what that connectivity will do to the rural economy, that's not costed at all. So the models in US, immediately there will be one person who will be bringing services and all that. In India, those services do not work. I'll give you one simple example. I have headed many departments, including Ministry of Earth Science. There is a service provided by the space, and many of you would not have even heard. It's called PFZ, Preferential Fishing Zone. And we give this service telling fishermen where to go and fish. This service is running more than 10 years now, actually 15 years. And today, 4 lakh fishermen make use of this information to fishing. Now, the service component to the government, which is run by organization inquiries, is only something like 20 crores. The cost, except the, of course, satellite puts the service. But my ministry organized, Ministry of Earth Science once, a study independently by an institution in Chennai. They came out that the saving of diesel by this service in the country is 50,000 crore per year. Now, obviously, my friend Shridhar Murthy has not accounted for this kind of indirect benefits. Just one service. PFZ is giving the return of 50,000 crore worth saving of diesel to the fishermen, which is across 4 lakhs. Today, 4 lakhs fishermen. So when you say individually, you may not see much money, but there's an enormous indirect. Then there are other commercial services. You can say communication, of course, one part, but remote sensing implications are never done properly. See, the satellite today is able to forecast that because of the satellite, we are able to say there's a rain or there's no rain. There's a flood. There's a cyclone. The cyclone service is supported largely by spacecraft meteorology. And that saves life. Against 10,000, which happened in something like 84 cyclone, we do not have even 10 deaths today. Well, how do you put a cost to that? This is one part. Fourth, we have never looked at the strategic component of the space. And I'm not going to detail to you, but the amount of money that's saved out of that. See, all of you see, okay, from reliable sources, you know that has happened, there's the attack and all that. How much of you know, how many of you know what is the component of space in that? There's a huge amount of space element coming in that, but we can't account for that. So the money which you look for, okay, mission to Chandrayaan and all that, they are minuscule. They are not even a very small, very small component of the whole cost.
Maybe the benefits and the effects need to be better advertised or better publicized.
Actually, I just wanted to add a few things. This apparently looks as if it is a wastage of expenditure, but any investment in science and technology never goes waste. It always yields you something. And I am from a very, very rural area of Bihar. Yes, when it was said that, yes, we don't have the basic means, so why to waste onto this? Today, in our village, there's electricity. There's a basic needs that everyone needs, toilet in the things, water, some basic, no one remains hungry. All these things have gone there to the villages, to the last person on the queue. Now, whatever you want to do in the science and technology, please go ahead. I mean, people, I received a call the day Chandrayaan was being launched on 22nd July. He says, भैया, आप वहाँ पे हो, मैं आपको टीवी पे देख रहा हूँ, लेकिन सरकार से ये बताओ कि हम लोग सब सरकार के साथ हैं. You know, that is the emotion from a very small hamlet of a Bihar in the rural area. So your basic question, are we wasting? No, we are not wasting. It is always an investment and it will always yield fruits. As he has already mentioned, remotest area of India where this communication is happening in the schools, people are enjoying the fruit of this. So it will never go waste.
Okay, the expenditure is not wasteful, but what about the speed? There is also that criticism. Parliamentary panels have said that the speed is far too slow.
Speed of what?
The speed of development.
Development.
DRDO, for example, comes in for a lot of criticism in that, if you would like to take that question.
You know, I'll take your words. Actually, I had something different. When the ISRO scientists speak, I feel myself a novice. I have very little knowledge about the universe, about the space. I did my specialization in aerospace in 1983. I have served for about 30 years, and still I feel I'm a student of the space. So when you are talking of the speed and the development, today while I'm praying, I'm a very admirer of the ISRO, but I'm also a critic of ISRO. Critic, I have the right to speak. There's only one issue that I have been critic of ISRO, and that is on the Gaganyaan. When it is our technology, when it is our program, why should we go shopping in the West? You know, the launch system, propulsion system is made by ISRO. Slight bit of modification in the acceleration will make it human-rated. DRDO today developed, manufactured, and is using the life support technology that is indigenous. There is a Institute of Aerospace Medicine which is giving expertise to the West on the human aspect of the things. So they are with us.
Okay, I think let's cut the story short. You are not aware. There is a MOU. There is a complete.
I'm aware.
You are not aware. Let me tell you, you are not aware. Okay, you are absolutely not aware what is happening between DRDO and ISRO. Okay, you please talk to Satish Reddy, and you won't be able to, but you talk to them. Let's not discuss that.
Okay.
Let me just.
Just one sec.
No, I think it's enough.
Just one sec. You know, I'm one of the advisors in that task that DRDO is using. We are giving the biomedical.
But you are not aware the MOU, the activity going on between ISRO and DRDO. Okay.
Yes,
I am reviewing Gaganyaan project practically on daily basis. Okay.
Okay.
I'm involved.
I unfortunately, much as this discussion is fascinating, I would have personally loved to hear much more of this, but unfortunately we're on the clock. I have to wrap it up at this point, but thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you. Our interaction so far, very enlightening. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, gentlemen. Padmaja, I'll request you to stay on. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Padmaja, I request you to stay on for our next panel as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have another round of applause for the men who are taking India to the moon. All right, our next panel is actually on a topic of paramount concern. It's India's water woes. That's right, and Padmaja will be leading this discussion. I'd like to invite her panelists, Anand Maligawad, he's a lake conservationist, and Ayyappa Masagi, he's the founder of the Water Literacy Foundation, and joining us from the United States of America via Skype link, filmmaker Shekhar Kapoor.
From a topic whose benefits we just spoke about, which doesn't immediately strike us in our everyday lives, to a topic that affects us every single morning when we wake up, turn on the tap, and there's nothing. Let's talk about the very real crisis of water. We're sitting here in Bengaluru, so you'll understand what I'm talking about. Anyone here from Chennai will understand what I'm talking about. And people in any part of the country, if not today, you will understand in 10 years from now, because the report says in 10 years from now, there are at least 30 cities in our country which will be completely dry. We'll have no water. Irrespective of how much money we have, we will have to fight for something as basic as water. So I want to start by asking you, how bad is the threat?
Today.
Is this real, what people are saying, this doomsday scenario?
In our opinion, in our experience,
And since 30 years I'm in this field. Actually, ma'am, water is not a problem, rain is not a problem, only problem with attitude. Attitude is the main constraint to solve our water problem. So, in my 30-year journey, I see more than 9,000 locations.
What is the problem with attitude? That we don't realize how bad the crisis is?
Yes, you know, no one actually solve this problem. Attitude means community attitude, both maybe bureaucrats' attitude, political attitude. Politicians' attitude is the main constraint I saw in my 30-year journey. Why? I'm not only personally telling. Since I told 30 years, 9,000 locations, I implemented my systems in urban, industry, rural, agriculture. I'm working in 13 states. Wherever I done, no, ma'am, that in some places people are actually facing excess water problem. For example, I'm telling you, in this year also, no, in North Karnataka, normally you will take the projects in where the people are saying no water, no rain. So with the challenge, I'm taking the projects. Uttar Karnataka in Badami, Gadag, Ground, Dharwad district. There I taken a project this year summer. Since 3 years, you don't have water in the farm. So I went there and survey. I tell them, if you spend this much, I will give this much water. Today, ma'am, I am designing a system for one good rain. People are blaming no rain, no this much deficit to this. So many things are telling these are all false. One good rain is enough to solve our water problem in several places. I already prove it. Okay? I told you, Jalhalli, I construct system, but the farmers spend maybe 8 to 10 lakhs.
Okay. So let's take this one by one. So you think the main problem today is that of people's attitude?
Yeah.
Shekhar Kapoor, this issue is something that you've spoken about for very, very long. It's been close to your heart. You spoke, you thanked the Prime Minister when he spoke about it in his Independence Day speech. How did we come to this? What is the single factor which has led us to this point?
I agree with the previous speaker that it is no one single reason. Our dependence on water in India for agriculture is so huge. Most of that is groundwater. We are running out of groundwater, but that started when we started to build tube wells and create an agrarian revolution, and we sucked groundwater that we needed. But I agree that the most single issue is multiple. We assumed for a long time that it was a resource that would never run out, without realizing that it is running out. So if you ask me, there's a single issue, yeah, it's a political issue, it's a consumer issue, it's a community issue. The idea actually, if you remember, water was never supposed to be a private source. Now, when we get water in our taps, we say, it runs out, and we blame the government, we blame saying, there's no water in my tap. It's because we've started to assume that water is a private resource. I think the fundamental assumption on all levels has to be made is that water is a community resource. It's like air. It has to go back to like how we used to say, the water in a village belongs to everybody, and everybody makes an effort to keep it going, and everybody makes an effort to take water. Now, if it doesn't come in your flush, you get upset. That's because you think, it belongs to me. It does not belong to you. So what I'm really saying is that it's a political issue. Of course it is. But it's a political issue that started 50 years ago. We started to run out of water. We assumed it would always last 50 years ago. We did not assume that our population would go that high. We did not assume that deforestation would be so high. All other things. And then, of course, the point that there's one fundamental issue that I feel. Who does the water belong to? Who does it belong to? Who does groundwater belong to? If, say, a company like Coca-Cola is drawing water to put it in bottles and sell in urban areas, does it belong to them? Or does it belong to the farmers that live around us? All the water that is being into urban areas.
Interesting point that you raised there, Shekhar Kapoor. So can the government answer that question? Who does this water belong to? And now that the government has started this Jal Shakti ministry, will it have the desired results? Will it help? Because it's not just the fight between people. There's fight between states. You've got Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, despite the tribunal ruling, they refuse to share their water. Is the ministry going to be able to resolve this?
nobody will want to share water because it's now becoming a political question. The people that are willing to share water with a state that doesn't have water will be running out of water themselves. It's not only between states, it's between urban and rural areas. What the urban areas are doing is wherever there's a concentration of people, obviously the water will flow there, so they're making rural areas thirsty. And they take all the water from the rural areas, bring it to the city because that's where it's needed and that's where the water concentration is. But the question about who does the water belong to, you know what? If we knew this would happen, it would have been a constitutional question. It would have been in our constitution. It's a really important question. Who do the glaciers belong to? Who do the rivers belong to? Who does the, who does the water belong to? That's a fundamental question.
So can the government step in, Anand, to decide that question? Is the Jal Shakti Ministry going to help?
Before answering
I would
that,
imagine that the government should.
one minute,
I
ask
think
him
it-
to just 2 seconds.
Yes, Mr. Kapoor,
But it's gone.
the question is for Mr. Malgawad. Yes.
There are 3 panelists.
Sorry.
So,
I'm sorry.
before answering your question, I would like to mention one thing. This forum is about economy, right? Environment is reflection of your economy in the mirror, what you see exactly today. You know, what environment is there, that is just reflecting as a GDP or something else. Say, few examples I tell you. For environment, water is basic, which is a platform for that. When you don't have a concern, when people are doing it for shake up doing it, and we will land up in such a situation that, and tomorrow you are talking about 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 5 trillion, 10 trillion, okay, you achieve about 20 trillion also. Okay, if you have a huge drastical change in the environment, you have a cascade effects, maybe more water also problem, less water also problem. Like just now you mentioned that after 10 years we will not have, not at 10 years, just 20 days back or 1 month back in a Chennai, you just see the scenario that we have a pipeline system for supplying gases, other stuff, petroleum products, everything. But we could able to, provide a water in the trains. Which economy, which worldwide, which kind of advanced technology we are talking about? Basic human needs is good quality of the water, food, and air. In spite of that, if we make it, just for formality purpose. In fact, I seen Jal Shakti is happening, and Jalamruta happening in Karnataka. Jalavarsha, it has been declared. If it is there in a Facebook, WhatsApp, in a social media, definitely it is a eyewash for the people. And the sufferer are not governments. Sufferer are every individual of this citizen. And as per the BBC World Report, it's not after 10 years, 2025, after this Cape Town, Bangalore is supposed to become a drought city. Unfortunately, Chennai has become victim. Just see, because of just 1 week there were no water, hotels has been closed, companies has been laid off and all, then what kind of economy we are talking about?
But why do you say that this is an eyewash? To have a ministry for water, why is it an eyewash?
Yes, tell me, Jalamruta, Masgi also is there, I am also is there. We are in a Jalamruta committee, both are in a technical committee. Okay, both are in a WhatsApp group. You tell me where is the budget allocation, where they have did the work, what is going on. Okay, it is only for just shake of announcing that we are very serious alert, and you see the lakes and situations today, what is happening there? 1 crore, 2 crore rupees lakes, they are doing it in 1,500, 2,000 crores, then what kind of seriousness government has?
Okay, so very basic announcement and nothing to back it up. But my question to you is that so far everything has been so disjointed. Just the fact that now it gets centralized, is that as a beginning helpful or not?
Okay, ma'am. Already Modi only accepted my technology. He is also referred to Water Ministry and also Jal Shakti. I am one of the person, 12th and 13th of this month, I was in Jal Shakti. Okay, in half an hour, I given my presentation. Everybody happy, ma'am. Then already taken up the grey water. I challenge with Modi. already I sent my books. I wrote 7 books, ma'am. I sent a book. Then last year they organized a program called India, some problem, some program, ma'am. They conducted. That program also I am a panelist. So, no, ma'am, government. So you are telling that in 10 years, in maybe 2025, all are blaming. This country become water scarcity in Chennai, Delhi, Bangalore, no water. Ma'am, 2025, based on an experiment, already more than 9,000 locations already implemented the system. All the system says that by 2025, this country will become abandoned water, sir. No doubt anywhere I can tell now. But now, the government, I am challenged to Modi, if they're taken through my system, I have 100+ my own innovative technique to solve our water problem. Okay, ma'am? If the government taken up this project through line department, I cannot take, actually, I can give the technical, but they taken up the through line department. 4 to 5 years. If the India's water problem, food problem, you're not going to solve, you give me any punishment, I am ready to accept. If you want to witness, please visit. So I set up a farm, 16 acres farm in Tumkur district, where there is a, people says no water, no this one, actually no rain.
So you're saying groundwater replenishment?
Yeah, not on ground replenishment, only lake or groundwater, the bore recharging, only one component it is. I have 100+ my own, I'm telling you, actually, there actually, ma'am, there are 4 charging actually. One is subsurface charging, subsoil charging, deep soil charging, groundwater charging. If you charge all the 4, then only becomes self-sufficient. Lot of people are working today, only they are considering only surface water, which is not sufficient. We have to charge all the 4. Surface, subsurface, subsoil, deep soil and groundwater. Then only become the sun. You please come to my 16 acres farm Tumkur district. I got one very good rain, 26th of May. In that rain, I harvested more than 3 crores liter. 2 crores liter, till today, you can see my 7 lakes in 16 acres. 1 crore liter, I kept in my borewell, through borewell. Okay, ma'am? Dry borewell, you can today abandon water. Abandon water. That's where the problem. Tell me, problem with only attitude, community attitude, government attitude, politicians' attitude. Okay. Attitude is only human content or solve.
So you've already made that presentation, and for those who don't know, the water doctor.
Water doctor, India's water doctor. Water Gandhi is India's water Gandhi.
Absolutely.
Okay, ma'am. I wrote a book also, sir. That book, Bhagirath, War on Water Crisis, Converting Dry Land to Wetland. Already more than 1 lakh acre, I converted dry land to wetland, sir. Please come and visit and witness, sir.
That's a very good point, because Shekhar Kapoor, that is the other issue. You can look for solutions, but what does one do about the attitude? And this attitude issue is important because we saw it reflected in another critical problem we faced, which is open defecation. Then we had Swachh Bharat. You can make 1 million toilets, but you cannot take people into those toilets. So isn't that a similar problem with water as well? We can have abundant water, but what will stop 10 people from cannibalizing all that water and depriving the other 90?
You're absolutely right. It's an attitude issue. I mean, in the same areas, in certain urban areas, if you go into a slum and you watch the way water is given, it is actually taken in tankers from the local government and the local municipality, and then just see in the afternoon how people are fighting for half a bucket of water. Walk across the road. Go to a 5-star hotel. Walk across the road to a big house. There's water and you can run a shower for 24 hours and it won't stop. It's an attitude problem. Everything, yeah, absolutely. Water, air, these are attitude problems. And the gentleman that was just speaking, I'm so sorry, I can't see the names here, but he's absolutely right. He solved an attitude problem, but the fact is that we need to change everybody's attitude. It's not just the government. The government alone cannot do anything. It's people who waste water, people who don't see water as an issue. I remember I wanted to make this film on water 15 years ago, and I sat in the producer's office and he said, I want to make a film on water. And he said, what's the problem? I said, the problem is that we're running out of water. He said, no, I get water in my taps 24 hours a day. It's awareness, it's attitude. You have to create that. So the solution to the water problem has to be not just from the government. It has to come from the community and the people and the individual and from people like the gentleman who was just speaking.
Which sounds great, but Anand Maligawad, that's the thing. I mean, attitude changes can take years. And frankly, till the time that there is no repercussion, why should people change their attitude? If I can buy 3 tankers of water and I can afford to, why should I change my attitude? Why should I not use the shower and use a bucket? Do you think that it's time now that as a country which is staring at a water crisis, it's time to get in draconian measures?
See, basically, there are...
Ration our water, and if somebody is stealing or wasting water, we start making them pay a price.
Yeah, there are two ways or two things of taking things right. One is the emotional way, and one is a scientific approach, the methodology, which we can take it forward. There are two things: community engagement, people participation, what you say, government participation, bureaucracy, everything, policy making, it is already there. In this country, not only water crisis is there, entire planet is facing water crisis problem. Not only country like India. Except 4 or 5 countries, they have abundant water, they will be under trouble sometime, right? We are just in a first queue. When it comes to emotional, when it comes to scientific and systematic approach, it has to be handled in a very, like people are talking about, we will going to spend about 6,000 crores on environmental project. They announce it. They should also talk about 46,000 crores, what way, sustainable way, and where is the maintenance and further. Say for example, people just throw numbers of planting 1 crore tree, 2 crore tree, right? This is a just sentimental issue. Like you just plant a tree, come back to your home, you achieve 1 crore, do you think it will going to help for the planet? That is the question. Because each plant, you need about 5 years times to take its own course, and it should become a self-sustainable. Until that, we will have to maintain. When it comes to technology and other stuff, which we supposed to be very advanced and faster and we should move, when it comes to nature and environmental restoration, we have to be slow, sturdy, and ancient systems we have to follow. The faster system, by putting DAP, urea, everything, if you grow the tree, definitely the tree will not be sustainable. When a huge wind or something else, it will going to fall. And you will going to spoil the soil condition. That is what happening today. See, GDP, what we talk.
What's the way? How do you force people change your mindset?
No forcing. See, it has to be, made them realized. It is happening. Say, for example,
really think people
realize. See, I have done. I have reached more than 40-50 lakh people. Okay, I am the guy single-handedly. Within 2 years' time, without government support or anything, we could able to rejuvenate 4 lakes.
How? How did you change people's minds?
Yes, people, when it comes to one lake, just I'll go for micro level now. One lake, government should not able to clear the encroachment because there are a lot of politicized, caste, bar, region, everything is there. Okay, government wants to take lake back. They wanted to put a fencing and lock it and keep it. That should not be the case. Nature should not be locked and packed, and it should not be, kept in like a jail. It should be used. Like say 10 crore rupees you are spending on one lake for, just morning I'll open up 6 o'clock, again 10 o'clock I'll close. That should not be the case. It should become a farmer-friendly ecological lake.
And right? How long did it take for you to?
For example, without government, I could able to clear 12 acres of encroachment, and same farmers, surrounding 36 farmers, they are fighting in unequal court for half of inch. I told them, if you leave this land, this I can able to give you. Say about 38,000 saplings we have planted, which is about 6,000 trees, which is a 23 variety of fruits, medicinal plants, everything we have planted, and we have given a lake, which is a crystal clear. What other people, other stakeholders are doing, they are working on structures, like walking, jogging track, amphitheater, 304, SS304 railing. That is not the requirement of today. Requirement of today is which you will really have to work on water.
Okay, so
lakes are eyes of the earth. Lakes can create a microclimate of the planet, and lakes are the recharger of our aquifers.
Okay,
so we are thinking that in the ground, we have a sweet water ocean. It's very much wrong.
So you made them aware of the potential benefits in the...
What I can give you by doing this.
How did you
I
manage?
can give policy will going to work.
I am managing, ma'am, creating first awareness. Awareness is the main powerful, water literacy is the main powerful tool to eradicate our water poverty.
How long did it take for you to change people's minds?
Yes, ma'am, 9,000 till today, 9,000 odd programs are conducted all over 13 states. This one, how I am convincing the people, ma'am. If you harvest rainwater and grey water, if you harvest rainwater and grey water, you can celebrate festival every day. If you allow it to flow, you can face a drought, famine. ಸಂಗ್ರಹಿಸಿದರೆ ಮಳೆ ನೀರು ಮತ್ತು ಬಳಸಿದ ನೀರು ಹರಿಸಬೇಕಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ ಟ್ಯಾಂಕರ್ ಮುಖಾಂತರ ನೀರು ಹೊತ್ತು ತರಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಹರಿದಾರಿಯಿಂದ ನೀರು ಒತ್ತಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಪಂಪೋರು ಕೊನೆಗೆ ನೀವು ಕಟ್ಟಬೇಕಿಲ್ಲ ನೀರು ಕರೆಂಟ್ ಬಿಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಸೊ ಲೈಕ್ ದಿಟ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಕನ್ವಿನ್ಸಿಂಗ್ ಮ್ಯಾಮ್ ಐ ಆಲ್ರೆಡಿ ಐ ಟೋಲ್ಡ್ so books ma'am then social media 7 books then documentary films then success stories every day ma'am all my family my wife my daughter my 3 daughters my son my wife my even relations all are in this field I have a 22 staff 120 people ma'am I'm every day ma'am I'm only the working for only water every water ma'am my vision is to make this country make water abundant. I want to make this vision. My vision is to make water efficient nation. I want to give water freedom to all is my this one, ma'am. Before my death, I want to see the abundant water, ma'am. There is no, definitely 2025-30, this country will become abundant water. Why? Everybody talking about water today. All shares are coming, all factory coming, everybody coming, ma'am. Only government. I'm telling you, I am blaming only government. Government is not, what actually, only what told me actually. Why no? I am totally failure to convince the government. I am totally failure. That is what I started with industries, big farmers. So I told you, more than 300 apartments, 193 industries. I made the self-sufficient. 35,000 houses in Bangalore. Okay, 1 lakh acre. I dry land converted wetland. 2,50,000 borewells, dry borewells. I made them alive, ma'am. Abundant water. You come anywhere, you come and see, witness. And for example, I will tell you, Anantagram. 350 millimeter rainfall area, 350 millimeter. 2017, no water to drink. 2018, ma'am. 2018, if you scratch land, you will get water. Where is the problem? Tell me. Attitude. Why? Government, I'm totally put. That's what, now I started, I'm 63 years old. I am able to implement only 9,000 locations. In this state, 2,000 litres are acute drinking water problem, ma'am. I want to support farmers. Why, 89% water being used for agriculture. Okay, urban industry people have money, but farmers don't have money. There I started with CSR. Tata, lot of CSR. Tata, Shai, Export, DP World. Since 4 years working in Chennai, ma'am. 11 villages, I made them totally self-sufficient, ma'am.
Well, sir, if you're so convincing,
yes,
I don't
not
think...
only so, I am with proof.
I don't think it's going to take very long for you to get the government convinced.
Please, ma'am, please, ma'am, water is not a problem, rain is not a problem, only problem is attitude is the main constraint to solve water problem. You, whatever you tell me, even the Niti Aayog is telling that 2020, no water in Chennai, no water in Bengaluru, Bombay, Delhi. I am telling you, ma'am, if you have taken our concept, 100% my own concept, if you have taken, if you are facing any water problem, I am the responsible. I am ready to accept any punishment.
Well, a round of applause for that. More power to you, sir. More power to you.
No, this is my experience. 30 years I have done this actually. A lot of research I have done, ma'am. You please, anybody this one, please visit. Please, with your own eyes, witness.
Thank you very much. This was very revealing and very convincing. Thank you very much for what you have done all of these years.
Please forward this. I am going with this books, Bhagirath.
Thank you.
I spent 4 lakhs, sir, color book. Okay, one more, 29th print, sir, Nela Jala, 29th print. Whatever I experimented, everything, I put in this book. If anything falls, you give me any punishment. Okay,
Thank you. Huge round of applause for the gentleman. Thank you very much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen, for that eye-opening panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause, please. All right, now it's been quite an eventful evening. We've heard from union and state governments. We've heard from heads of top companies. We've had them share their vision. We've looked at the growth of sectors. We've spoken about our water woes, our intergalactic ambitions, and about ensuring that the generation of tomorrow learns from our scriptures. But one topic that we haven't addressed yet is bringing about positive and impactful change in society through the efforts of our individuals and our corporates our social responsibility. And our final panel this evening features two agents of change who have improved the lives of millions through their efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, first up, I'd like to invite on stage Sunanda Jayasilan to moderate the panel, and I would really appreciate if you would give our two speakers a round of applause as they walk up. Dr. Devi Shetty, CMD Narayana Health, and Mr. Chanchal Patti Dasa, the Vice Chairman at Akshay Patra Foundation.
Thanks for that, Sumit. I have the unenviable task of doing the last session of the evening, but the enviable task of speaking to the two stalwarts that we have with us today. Gentlemen, thank you very much. And it's very exciting to talk to the two of you. You've been trailblazers in your respective industries. I don't want to presume that the audience doesn't know the work that the two of you do as individuals or your organizations, but just to set the stage this evening, very briefly, if you could talk to us about what it is that is essentially your passion and your organizations, and what it is that's led you to really become an agent of change. You first, sir.
In Akshaya Patra, we started about 19 years ago, providing meals to children in government schools. You know, the government is spending crores of rupees on the uniform, textbooks, school, teacher's salary, all of that. If the child is hungry, the child will not have a learning experience. So basically, it's a very simple concept. You invest small amount of money and provide food to the children so that all the other expenditure the government is making becomes more productive. So with this simple thought, we started feeding 1,500 children here in Bangalore, covering about 5 schools. And our model is to set up a centralized kitchen, cook large quantity of food, and transport them to the schools. And today, we are feeding 17.7 lakh children all over the country. We are in 43 locations. We have 43 kitchen locations. We are in 12 states in the country. Our mission is that no child in India should be deprived of education because of hunger. That's the problem.
Dr. Shetty?
I believe that India will become India will become the first country. India will become the first country in the world to dissociate healthcare from affluence. India will prove to the world that the wealth of the nation has nothing to do with the quality of healthcare its citizens can enjoy. And it's going to take not 50 years, 100 years to achieve. It will happen within the next 8 to 10 years. Why I am so optimistic it will happen is predominantly because two major things, major shifts are happening. One is government decision to launch National Medical Commission to liberate medical, nursing, paramedical education. That will dramatically change how the doctors are trained. Nurses and medical technicians are trained. The second major wave which will transform the healthcare is digitizing healthcare. Because we believe once the healthcare is digitized, once the paper and pens are taken away from the hands of doctors, healthcare will become safer for the patients, it will become accessible, and it will become affordable.
Sure. So I want to use today's session as a masterclass of sorts for our audience. We could talk about essentially why it is you do what you do. Why is it essential that you do what you do? India has very often been called as a lab for social innovation. If someone was to become an agent of change here in the country, from your own personal experiences, both of you gentlemen, if you could say, this is what perhaps you should be looking at. Shri Chanchalapati, first.
Why we do this, why we are, what inspires us. You see, Akshay Patra has taken me to many places in our country. What I have seen is, in our country, there is a lot of talent. It is just that the children have to get the right encouragement for that talent to blossom. And we may have complex problems in our country, but we have good people, talented people who can solve the problems. That's the optimism that we have. So if children are well fed, good nutritious food, and they are well educated, and they can do wonders, as Indians are doing wonders all over the country. This is a great asset of our country, people. So this thought that we can make our, actually we have problems in our country, definitely. And so if we solve all these problems, we will have a wonderful country, and people can do that. We have talent. That confidence, that is what actually makes us go on with this program.
Where did your conviction come from, Dr. Shetty?
If a solution is not affordable, it is not a solution. It's pointless us talking about developments in healthcare if people can't afford it. But the beauty of all the changes what we have made is that today our group is about 15% of the heart surgery done in India is done by us. And we are doing these surgeries at fraction of what it costs in US and Europe. Like, for you to understand the numbers, all the hospitals in England put together under National Health Service, every year they do about 30,000 heart surgeries. Last year we did 17,000 heart surgeries at a price which is rounding off figure of what UK government spends. So essentially, we are going to show to the world that healthcare need not be expensive. Because we believe that today an Indian doctor, he is reduced to put a price tag on human life every time he interacts with the patient. That's very unfair. When there is a patient sitting in front of you, the discussion should be only about getting the patient better rather than how much he can afford to pay.
Which brings me to my next question, and that's the role of technology. And both of you speak very often about how technology has changed your industry. Dr. Shetty, perhaps even 7-8 years ago, no one would have spoken about healthcare and technology going hand in hand, but today it's become the norm. But where did your conviction come from? Because you started it at a point when there wasn't much being done in that space.
I believe that within the next 5 years, software will make smarter diagnosis than doctors. Within 10 years, it will become legally mandatory for the doctors to get the second opinion from the software before starting the treatment. I give this time frame as 5 years and 10 years. It's not really the case. It's going to happen much sooner. I give the time frame so that my professional colleagues won't shoot me down. But this is the reality.
Speaking of technology, I also want to broad base that question for you, Shri Chanchalapati, and talk about the role of innovation. And Akshay Patra is Akshay Patra because of the innovation that you've seen. You've built machines specifically for each of the food processes that you have. In the South, your machines, for instance, are very different from what you have in the North. And all of that is innovation that you've done in-house, in your kitchens. What has that journey been like for you?
You see, in our country, we are a very big country, large number of people. And if you want to make any impact, you must do it on big scale. For achieving scale, two important things is what we have learned. One is we have to work with the government, because government has large number of, has resources and is actually dealing with large problems. So if we work with the government, it gives us an opportunity. And the second important thing is to achieve scale is use of technology. So this is inevitable. It is part and parcel. We have to use appropriate technology, something that's appropriate to our country, our situation. Like you mentioned, we started in Bangalore and it was simple rice, sambar and curds and some vegetables. That was the meal that we were giving. Then we were invited to Rajasthan. We went to Jaipur and we had to provide their roti. And we started feeding about 10,000 children and we had to give 2 rotis, 20,000 rotis to be made in about 3 hours' time, and it was a Herculean task. We had so many women rolling and we had men, and then they would have their hands burned, and sometimes in the summer, and it was, so we had to look for something. And then we found somebody who was making someone had a papad making machine, but papad is different, roti is different from papad. But then there were very innovative people. We worked with 3 different people who had these kind of thing, and we said that we will invest. You convert this into a roti making machine the way we wanted it. 2 of them failed, 1 succeeded, and he made a machine which could make 10,000 rotis per hour. And then in the next few years, we worked on it further and improved it. Today, we have machines which can make 40,000 hot, crisp, fulka rotis in an hour.
That definitely deserves applause. I've seen videos of this machine, and I think it's about 6 feet long, if I'm not mistaken.
It's about 30 feet long.
30, okay. I've got my numbers way off, but congratulations on that, and that's definitely an excellent example of how innovation is changing what you're doing. I want to talk about the role that funding has as far as doing good and giving back to society and societal good is concerned. Reports suggesting there's a $60 billion funding gap, even if all the funding which is coming into the ecosystem is going into those areas, the top 3, 4, 5 areas in India which are really critical right now, including education, including healthcare. How perhaps can that be fixed?
As I mentioned earlier, India is a very complex country. Problems are complex. And the government has good policies, government has funds also. But we can't leave the problem, solving the problem just to the government. There has to be civic society participation in this, individuals, organizations. We all have to come together to solve these complex problems. Especially in our country, the paradox is we are a very rich country with a lot of poor people. So there is money in our country. And government has very good programs. Finally, the delivery of those programs and the last mile delivery, that's the challenge. So individuals, organizations, NGOs can all come together, work with the government. And part of that is also a certain amount of contribution. Like say for instance, our meal in Akshaya Patra costs about 14 rupees. We get support from the government. We work closely with the government. And we were able to scale, as I said, because of the government. We are an implementing partner of the government's program. So we get about 50% of the cost from the government. We have another 50%, and it is because of the support of people. And another thing, we don't have a corpus. We don't have an endowment. Our endowment is, our confidence is the goodness of people. That's our confidence. So we are really counting on the goodness of people of our country to contribute and make this happen.
Dr. Shetty, while I ask you to also respond on that, data also shows that 60% of all contributions which are coming in for philanthropic causes and for social good are coming from individuals. There's not much else that's being done. Do you think that's a good model to perhaps have, given how closely you work when it comes to giving back to society at your organization?
See, in the area of healthcare, I believe that we should have a sustainable business model which shouldn't be dependent on the charity. One-time charity to start some initiative is fine, but sustaining is a challenge. See, 15 years ago, we came up with the concept of Yashaswini Micro Health Insurance, where we thought if every farmer paid 5 rupees per month, one day he decides not to smoke and he saves 5 rupees and pays for the health insurance. That should pay for the cost of any surgery if he requires, including heart operation. And people laughed at us, but the government of Karnataka had the maturity to accept the scheme, and they launched it. First year, we had 1.7 million farmers paying 5 rupees per month. Subsequently, we had 4 million farmers paying 5 rupees per month. At the end of 12 or 13 years, 1.5 million farmers had varieties of surgeries in one of the 400 network hospitals, and 1.5 lakh farmers had a heart operation just by paying 5 rupees per month. If we can collect, if we can collect 20 rupees from each mobile phone subscriber every month, people spend 150, 200 rupees just to speak on the phone. If you collect 20 rupees from every person who is using a mobile phone, we can cover the catastrophic illnesses of every citizen of this country. It is possible.
You're talking about sustainable business models. Very briefly, if I can take just a couple of more minutes on the clock and ask you to talk to our audience about the fact that along with doing business, it is possible to give back to society, and it is possible to do good, and you are really the answer to that. But what has been the learning along the way for you? How do you do that? What sort of advice would you want to give someone who says, I'm running a business, for instance, but I do also want to give back to society?
See, the first thing is when any young entrepreneur wants to start something, he has to ask a very important question. Normally, 2 questions they ask themselves and answer. That is, what do we do and how we do. But very few of them ask why we do. So that is the first question. And if that why, what they have in their mind, if it is going to touch the lives of millions of people, believe me, cosmic forces connive their way to make it happen. It is hard, but they will succeed. So any business model young people want to come up with, it has to make a difference to people, especially working class and poor people. It is hard, but they will succeed. But if they concentrate on a product or a service for the rich people, soon they will realize that the rich people can run faster than them. So I wouldn't put my money in those products. Yeah.
Sure. Shri Chanchalapati, this question to you, and probably Dr. Shetty can answer this as well. And that's the question of people joining organizations like yours. A lot of times, organizations tell us that we're unable to hire the best and the brightest in the industry, and these are the ones who probably coming in with the passion, etc., that's required when you're doing the kind of work that you're doing. What has your experience been? What sort of insights can you give our audience tonight?
Actually, we have had quite a contrary experience. Especially the young people in our country, they are very willing to participate, and they feel for the issues of our country, and they are coming forward. Of course, we also have in Akshay Patra a volunteering platform, and we have a lot of young people offering to volunteer. And even we were invited by IIM Bangalore and a few IIM Ahmedabad, and we picked up a few people from those kind of institutions also. So it is not that talent is not willing to work for social causes. There are talented people, and I think there is a lot of people, young people with a lot of good heart wanting to do good things in our country. So we have to make certain things more interesting, more attractive for them.
Like what?
I think a good organization with good ethics, good practices, good governance, all of those kind of things draws people. Young people want an ethical organization, very compassionate organization, good governance, transparency. And if we provide these features, I don't know, it has been our experience in Akshay Patra we have been able to attract good people for about maybe about 60% of the salary that they would get if they work for a for-profit organization.
Which is a similar concern, I would assume, that one is seeing in the Indian healthcare space, Dr. Shetty. Doctors perhaps who are working in India, earning a fraction of what they would be making if they were working outside of India. How do you then address that problem?
You see, the outstanding doctors across the world with magic in their finger, they're invariably eccentrics. If they didn't have the degree of eccentricity, they can never reach that level. So they like to work with another group of eccentric people, and I'm the most eccentric one among them. So we have a very good working relationship. So that's very important in terms of how challenging is your place to work. Yeah, we have no rules, regulations for the doctors. They have the total freedom as long as they take care of the patient's safety and the need. Now, but interestingly, around 5 years ago, we started a software division because we believe that digitizing the healthcare will be the way forward, and that will dramatically transform healthcare. So we were told that software engineers are the most difficult people, they don't stick around, but we tried with various big companies, small companies, international companies. Very difficult to work because our requirements are different. So we started a software company assuming that people may not stay. But you'll be surprised and shocked to know we virtually have 0% attrition in the last 5 years. Now, you'll be wondering why. Again, it's a power of purpose. We made it very clear that 95% of the world's population has no EMR, electronic medical records. We want to create a EMR which is available to every hospital on the planet, and the price tag, we don't want to sell it. They will use it per patient per day. When they use the EMR, they have to pay us the price of one disposable plastic syringe. That is the value. Now, why we want to give the software for the price of one disposable plastic syringe? Because in healthcare, when we do the costing of any product or a service, we never cost the price of disposable plastic syringe. It's so small. So this is the way the software should reach out to them. People, doctors, hospitals should have no excuse for not using the EMR. And that is the reason why we want to do this. And that is the main reason why people feel that is the way it can make a difference to the whole world.
Two last questions as we end tonight's discussion. And the first is that, do you think that in a country where most people perhaps are shying away from talking about the good work that they're doing, we need more people like yourself who are public figures encouraging other people to do it? Do you see that happening?
Yes, it is needed. More visibility of good things that are happening is very much essential. A lot of good things are happening in our country, and we need to highlight that, and media should play an important role in that. And as Doctor was saying, when you talk about the impact, the young people want to see, whatever they do, they want to see what is the impact on the society, on the environment, on the planet. So these things, if these things are highlighted, given more visibility, I'm sure we can attract more talent, we can attract more resources, and all of this will help to solve complex problems of our country.
See how many people we can touch in our life. But if we can set an example, it's a precedence. If one person, the Tenzing and Hillary, before they climbed Mount Everest, thousands of people tried, but nobody could reach. But after they reached, within a year, huge number of people reached. How did they reach? What has
Too many people, in fact, going now.
Yeah, it happened because somebody else has done it. If somebody else has done it, even I can do it. So essentially, people who have made a difference, they should talk about it and explain to others so that a lot more people will follow the path.
All right, let's end this with getting one piece of advice possibly that the two of you would want to leave our audience with here tonight. One piece of advice that's maybe changed the way you look at things, that has changed you personally. Let me come to you first, Shri Chanchalapati.
We are dealing with children, and children in government schools where the circumstances are not all that encouraging like a child going to a private school would have in our country. So children have dreams, and if we can somehow find a way that these dreams are translated to reality and create an opportunity, there are wonders that we can do. We have come across children. The mother is a flower vendor sitting outside in a market. He had a desire to become an astrophysicist. So we connected him to the Indian Institute of Astrophysics, and he interacted. He went and saw a telescope, and his whole perspective changed. We had another boy, father was a bus driver. He wanted to become a chef, and we tied up with Taj, and he got trained, and then during the summer vacations, and the first time he was coming to a star hotel, and these are the kind of things, if we allow children with dreams, and if we can facilitate that, the society, the people, industry, the government, and connect all of these things, we have great dreamers, who can become great achievers, and that's all of us have a role to play. In fact, we say feeding a child is not charity, it's all our responsibility.
I have a very different message to give all of you. It's nothing to do with my profession. I have a request. The request is, I would like you to quit the keyboard if you want to change the world. I haven't been using the keyboard in my phone for the last 1 year. I use it once in a while. Every function I want in a mobile phone, I can do it just by speaking to the phone. If everyone quits the keyboard, starts speaking to the phone, either by saying hi Google or a hi Siri or whatever, believe me, the way mobile phone is configured and built will change. Once that happens, half the world's population today who have no idea how to get into internet and understand this beautiful world, they will be able to get it. Everyone, all the young people, all the people who are educated, we take our knowledge of skill of using the keyboard for granted. Half the world's population who are especially past the age of 50, 60, they don't have the dexterity to use the phone, the keyboard. It's very complex. Why do you need a keyboard? That is the biggest deterrent for getting into the beautiful world of knowledge, which is freely available. And that should happen, that will happen if all of us decide not to use the keyboard. Then it will become very, very friendly.
Absolutely fascinating, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us here on stage. Thanks for your time.
Namaste.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have another round of applause for our panel, the Agents of Change? I know it's been a tiring day, it's been a long evening, but totally that was the icing on the cake as we wind up India Economic Conclave, the South chapter, presented by IDFC First Bank, software partner Zoho, and celebration partner Amstel. We'll be back soon with more regional India Economic Conclave editions. It's been a very fruitful event, and I'm sure you're all taking back a lot of food for thought, but now it's time for some actual food. Before that, just one last thank you to all our sponsors, presenting partner IDFC First Bank, software partner Zoho, and celebration partner Amstel. Please do join us for dinner. Thank you.